car, give me a countdown, or give me a couple of minutes notice before you want to go live, and I'll set a shot up.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome along to the Anglesey Circuit for day 2 of the Brscc's summer race weekend. Day 1 yesterday was primarily centred around endurance racing, with 2 rounds of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship taking us all the way into the night, the second race finishing just before 10 p.m. and a dramatic pair of races they were too. But we also saw, got a little taste of the sprint racing action that we'll enjoy throughout the course of today. We've got all three of the Brscc's Ford Fiesta Championships, the ST240s, ST150s and Fiesta Juniors here this weekend. We're also joined today by the 500cc Historic Formula 3 Championship and the Jeff Page Engineering Formula 4 Championship, which also had a race yesterday afternoon, giving us a little bit of single-seater action as well. Andy McEwen here in the commentary box, and John Ratcliffe alongside me to get all excited about what should be a very entertaining day. And we're starting off in the right way, really, aren't we? The Fiesta Juniors taking to the track to kick off what should be another busy day of racing.
We are indeed. Yes, good morning, everyone. So excited for yet another day of racing. Of course, we saw these Fiesta Juniors out yesterday for their qualifying, which was rather exciting. I think it was about half a hundredth in it for pole position. And like you say, we had a bit of a late night last night, commentating over the Fun Cup, which was fantastic. But this is certainly going to wake us up this morning, I feel.
I think so. The junior drivers with 3 races today. That's why they're up first. They didn't race yesterday. They had a free practice and a qualifying session, both of which were pretty interesting, actually. It was a wet free practice session in the morning. Daniela Sutton, last year's Brscc Ford Fiesta Junior Scholarship winner, was fastest in free practice. She was 4th quickest in qualifying. It was Tom Merritt who, as John quite rightly says, took that very narrow advantage in qualifying. 5 1,000ths of a second were all that separated off front row men, Tom Merritt and Isaac Doble. Isaac looking for his first victory in the championship, and he's starting from the outside of row 1 with Archie Davis and Daniela Sutton on row 2. And we'll talk more about the Fiesta Junior Scholarship later on, but it has been launched this weekend. So if you want to get involved in the Fiesta Junior Championship in the future, and perhaps you're tuning in for the first time to a Fiesta Junior race, then there are some important dates for your diary. The 31st of October, the 1st of November and the 2nd of November. They're the 3 days of the Fiesta Junior Scholarship at the end of the year. Qualifying days on either the 31st of October or the 1st of November. You pick one of those days, whichever suits. And then the grand finals on the 2nd of November. It costs £695 plus VAT. You can book online through the Brscc website. And if you win, you get a scholarship package worth in excess of £60,000, which will get you onto the grid in 2026. Right then, cars released onto their green flag lap. It's Tom Merritt and Isaac Doble on the front row for this one. Archie Davis and Daniela Sutton sharing the second row. Dara McInerney with a good effort and was quick in free practice as well yesterday morning. Starts 5th alongside Christopher Doble, another member of the fairly sizable Doble clan of racing drivers. Jack Burgess is down on 7th on the grid. Jack Burgess, championship leader. Things didn't go to plan yesterday in qualifying, starting from the 4th row alongside Hayden Gray, and then the top 10 completed by Oliver Heron and Lewis Islim. And the top 10 cars actually covered by only just over a second, so it was incredibly tight at the end of the qualifying session yesterday afternoon. Outside of the top 10, we have on the 6th row of the grid Eden Spanzik and Bobby Holmes. Aaron Beattie and Callie Clifford will be on the 8th row together. Row 9 for Oscar Hommerstone and Kasper Tomilewski. 9th row Harry Lindley and Max Murray. And the top 20 then completed by Max Fenton and Neil Hampson. Max Haller, Harry Russell, Jack Sant, Tom Simpson and Jake Howarth make up this 25-car grid. We cycle through the rest of the grid on your screen, and if you're trackside, you get a chance now. If you're braving the slightly blustery conditions, anyway, early this morning, you get a chance to see the cars as they make their way around for a full lap of the international circuit. We saw the coastal circuit in use yesterday for the 2 Fun Cup races, but all other championships here this weekend are using the full international layout at Anglesey, so they hang tight left at the top of the corkscrew, head down the Tom Price straight into the hairpin, then back down behind the pit lane, down what I believe was the old start-finish straight before they reconfigured the circuit probably a couple of decades ago now, and then left at the bus stop at the end of the lap at the bottom of the corkscrew section to take them across the line. So, close qualifying session. We sometimes see this go one of 2 ways, don't we, John? If it's a really close qualifying session, that can lead to an absolutely mega race where they're all on top of each other and overtaking all the time, or actually it can prove to be quite difficult to overtake because you don't have much of a pace advantage over the rest of the cars around you. So, not sure which way this is going to go. It is Fiesta Junior, so I've got half an idea. But that start, either way, is going to be crucial, isn't it?
It is indeed, yeah, for sure. I was going to say pretty much exactly that. And given the fact it's race 1, maybe with 2 more races still to come today, maybe they'll think a little bit more about those moves, but like you say, it's Fiesta Juniors. Let's go for it. All young drivers, all wanted to get to the front of the field as quickly as possible and show how good they are at racing. So I'm sure it's going to be no hold bars here in race number 1, and we're going to be treated to an exciting 15 minutes of action.
They are sensibly, I think, starting these cars on a staggered grid as well. So most of them are 2x2x2, and this is... oh no, sorry, it's all of them, is it? Oh yes, of course it is. I'm thinking of Funker, where it was a 2x2 rolling start. So yes, staggered grid. Pole position, though, interestingly, is on the sort of a row back for this car, this category, so it's still the inside line for pole position, but Tom Merritt not actually lining up right at the front of the grid. That would ordinarily be the 3rd starting position, so perhaps just to give them better visibility of the lights maybe up on the starting gantry. Those lights are going to turn red momentarily, and we will have our first 15-minute Brscc Fiesta Junior race getting underway. Tom Merritt looking for a 2nd victory of the season. He won our most recent race at Mallory Park. Can he do it again here at Anglesey? Well, he's off to a good start. He will lead by a country mile into the first corner. Wasn't such a good start for Isaac Doble, though, so Archie Davis, also a winner this year, moves up into 2nd place through the first corner. It's a fairly well spread out grid, actually, as they run through the first turn. That staggered grid, avoiding too much congestion through target corner, and now they head through the banked right-hander at the appropriately named banking corner, turn 2, before the short tube down towards the right-hander at Church. A very clean start so far, John, and a brilliant start for Tom Merritt.
Indeed, yep, got off the line perfectly, didn't he? It was actually surprisingly the 2 drivers on the outside of the grid. You mentioned Isaac Doble, but also Daniela Sutton just behind him, both getting quite a poor start, which maybe is a bit surprising. As we were saying yesterday, that seemed to be the better line to be starting on, given it's the grippier side of the circuit, but not working out for those 2, at least early on. Late moves to the inside by the 306 there as they dive up into Rocket for the first time. Oliver Heron trying to make some moves, but will be hung out to dry there through the right-hander as they head on through the first lap.
Yep, Oliver Heron again finding that the inside line on the way into the Rocket complex isn't always the best place to be when you get to the exit, and he's still being hung out to dry now as they come through Peel Corner. That's the number 19 of Christopher Doble, the silver car that he's trying to find a way past. He has now got the inside line for the left-hander that takes them onto the international loop, but I still don't think he's actually made that move stick. So Christopher Doble, by the looks of it, hanging on for now. The leaders arrive at the hairpin, and it is Archie Davis who is now starting to close in slightly on Thomas Merritt, I would say. Archie Davis, who won the first race at Mallory Park. Archie Davis won the second one, so there are 2 most recent winners in the Fiesta Junior Championship, and they look set to do battle here this morning at Anglesey. They're nose to tail as they arrive down at the final turn, and that little advantage that Tom Merritt had halfway round the opening lap, John, has disappeared.
It has indeed, nose to tail as we start lap number 2. A couple of drivers going for that cheeky move up the inside at the final corner. Of course, Mr. Heron is one of them, still running side by side with Doble as they head through the first corner. He's still doing his absolute darndest to get through, but again, he's going to be on the outside as they head into the banking. Not the place to be, and might be under threat from the driver in behind as well. No, he's going to continue to try and hold it round the outside, and they're going to continue going side by side down into Church, but yet again, Heron has that outside line.
Well, this is fantastic. They've been side by side since the start of the race, these 2, and they still run door handle to door handle through Church, and squeaky clean up to this point as well, which is just what we like to see. They've got the championship leader, Jack Burgess, joining in now. He's the red car, giving a bit of an assist maybe to Oliver Heron, and that was the deciding factor in the end that's allowed Heron to clear the Christopher Doble car, and now Burgess goes up the inside of him as well. So really good racecraft, as you'd expect, I suppose, from the double Snetterton winner. And Jack Burgess, well, I was going to say picked up 2 places for the price of 1. He's on the outside, though, through the second part of Rocket, and so Oliver Heron will hang on for now, and Burgess will have to try and get back in line before Christopher Doble sticks his car back to the inside line, and I think Jack Burgess managed to cover that one off. So brilliant racing that between Christopher Doble and Oliver Heron, but it's Doble who was the big loser.
Yeah, Burgess read that situation beautifully there, stuck it up the inside. I think he could have maybe been a little bit more aggressive, cutting back to the inside there at the right-hander, but it would have been an interesting one if Mr. Heron had still tried to hold that inside line. Could have been a bit of impact, as that's really, really late on the brakes there. They managed to get it stopped though, thank goodness, and for the moment anyway, it seems like we have all drivers continuing on through this race, which is fantastic to see. Top 2, as we see them just heading through the final corner there at the top of your shot. Still nose to tail though, no moves from the number 87 of Davies just yet, but he's remaining there in earshot for that move for the lead. When it opens itself up, and then then this huge squabble across the line. They all continue to remain side by side.
Yeah, it was Aaron Beattie in the black and orange car who lunged to the inside of Jack Burgess. Burgess now trying to get back ahead of him. They trade a tiny bit of paint through the first turn. No harm there, though. Just leaning on each other ever so slightly. And they arrive at the banking where Burgess finds himself on the outside line. And now Lewis Isling gets to the inside of him in the yellow and blue car. So... oh, and was that Doble slowing? I think Doble did maybe miss a gear or something. Coming out of the corner, and there is now three-way contact into Church. They just about gather it together, but that was Christopher Doble, whose car suddenly seemed to slow. Someone's picked up a marker post on the inside. It's all started to kick off. That was the number 55 car of Bobby Holmes, who was carrying a bit of circuit furniture around with him. But that job was all triggered by a strangely poor exit from the banking by Christopher Doble, who fought so hard to get back into the front of that group and then threw it all away.
Yeah, that was a tough one. There's more contact at the top. That was a big one for Lindley. Did well to hold that one and kept it down on all four wheels. We're going to lose a lot of time and a lot of places with that one. It just closes up there at the apex of Rocket. They did well to properly keep it out of the wall there. They carry on through up the top section. I do believe it was the 194 of Burgess that we saw getting quite a lot of that contact down through Church. Even causes hazards to come on as he was heading through Church. He managed to get them off again as he picked it all up. But yeah, 3 into 1, especially into Church, doesn't really go. And I think it was trying to hang it around the outside, not quite realising there were 2 cars on the inside rather than just one. A bit of contact. But again, they all managed to continue on. No, we've not lost anyone from this race so far. And the racing continues super, super close there in the Fiesta Juniors.
As we would expect, I suppose. The leaders are still pretty close, but there's been no change at the front of the field. So Merritt, Davis, McInerney third. I don't think we've mentioned that, but Darren McInerney, with the fastest lap of the race now as well, is into third position. It's been a really promising weekend this for Darren McInerney. By far the best that we've seen, I think, from him so far this season. And he is right there in third position with Isaac Doble. Conversely, probably a little bit disappointed having started on the front row and down in fourth position at the moment. There is McInerney, who I may be telling a lie. So I think he had a couple of podiums last time at Mallory Park. So he's been sort of steadily improving with every round. And the brightest liveried cars on the grid is running nicely in that third place. This, though, is for the race lead. Archie Davis now starting to close right in on Tom Merritt and forcing the leader to maybe just think about defending a bit into the Rocket complex. There's no overlap this time as they turn in, but that's the closest Davis has been so far.
It is indeed, and we could see visibly as they came through to end the last lap how much McInerney had closed in, and then confirmed then with that fastest lap that he set on the last lap. Down into the 48.5s for him, leaders, their fastest laps anyway, in the 48.9s. Last lap, 48.9 for Merritt, 49.1 for Davies. So he's closing in nice and quickly as well. Like you mentioned, he's dragging Isaac Doble with him just about. Isaac trying to stay in that slipstream. Then there's a little bit of a gap now back to Daniela Sutton. She's in a bit of no man's land there in fifth place, actually. Got a few seconds ahead to Doble and a few seconds back to Oliver Heron, who, after a lot of argy-bargy, finally made it to the front of that secondary pack and now looking to chase down the top 5 ahead of him. Top 4 then, still running line astern, down towards the final corner. Don't think quite close enough to go for the move just yet for Archie Davies, but again, he's just trying to keep himself in earshot of it. They slam on the brakes and those hazards come on.
Yeah, you mentioned Daniela Sutton there in 5th position. I think I'm right in saying she's never had a top 5 before in the Fiesta Junior Championship. She had a couple of 6th places, I think, earlier on in the season at 1 6th place at Snetterton, and then race 2 wasn't quite so good. So Daniela Sutton then on for potentially a career best finish for last year's scholarship winner, and she's progressing nicely now that she's with the Race Car Consultancy, which is nice to see. So the leaders then head towards Church Corner. Tom Merritt looking to just try and keep Archie Davis at arm's length. Merritt's second in the championship. He's 13 points adrift of Jack Burgess coming into this weekend. So this is a real opportunity for Tom Merritt, not only to claim a second race win, but also to try and close in on the championship leader a little bit, take advantage of Burgess having a slightly off weekend, perhaps. Burgess is down to 10th now to that little shuffle a couple of laps ago in the midfield. So good opportunity this for Tom Merritt to maybe even take the championship lead by the end of the race. Up the hill we go then. This midfield battle continues to rage on, and that's the 55 car on the inside line, and that is a little bit of contact, I'm afraid, up at the top of the hill. They just about gather it together. It was the 287 of Max Fenton who was sort of elbowed out of the way there by Bobby Holmes, but Fenton hangs on to the position, and Holmes, whose windscreen wipers I notice are on intermittently, is now the one who's hooked out to dry on the outside through Peel Corner. It's the 15 of Callie Clifford to his inside, but that now becomes the outside line for the left-hander at the top of the corkscrew. They turn left through this steeply downhill corner and head out onto the Tom Price straight. They're single file again for now, and they'll arrive at the hairpin, which is the next overtaking opportunity. Well, actually, no longer single file because Callie Clifford's had a good exit, and will look to try and make a move into the hairpin. It all gets very congested on the way into the turn, right round the outside, attempts to go the number 35 car of Eden Spanswick, and I don't think Eden found a huge amount of grip out there. Ducks back into line. This is a pretty frenetic battle going on, sort of just outside the top 10.
Yeah, we've seen a bit more contact on this last couple of laps though, haven't we? Drivers now trying to find their way through as the time continues to tick down. We're closing in towards 5 minutes left to go in this race already. It's still McInerney with that fastest lap set earlier on. Even he can't match that lap, a few tenths off on the previous one, but consistently quicker than the two leaders ahead. Using the slipstream beautifully though. I'm watching out the window. Archie Davies has got a great run on the leader up towards Rocket. He's getting sent to that outside line as we now see it on the screen there up to Rocket. Not opening it up enough there for him to properly challenge on the braking zone into Rocket, but I do think I'm right in saying this is the closest we've really seen him throughout the entire race here. And now the number 12 of Thomas Merritt feeling like he needs to defend as we get into the closing stages of this race.
Yeah, but what Merritt doesn't want here is for these two to start battling and then Darren McInerney joins in as well. Although maybe he does, that would take some of the pressure off the leader and apply it to Archie Davies, who right now has free rein to sort of take whichever line he wants to try and find a way past the leader. If McInerney does arrive on his tail, then that makes the job of attacking for the lead for Archie Davies that little bit tricky. He's not close enough into the hairpin, although Merritt makes a little mistake there. Look, runs a bit wide on the way in, cuts back to a late apex, but was not as quick through the corner that time as Davies, who does consistently seem to close in over this part of the lap. So as they head down into the final turn, it's nose to tail once again, and Tom Merritt might have to think about defending on the inside line. They turn through the final corner, blast past the pits, and with 4 minutes to go, it's still only a Fiesta's length or so between them, with Merritt, Davies and McInerney your leading trio, exactly 1 second covering the leading three. Then Isaac Doble fourth and Daniela Sutton fifth. Daniela Sutton in fifth position though was about 3/4 of a second quicker than Isaac Doble on the previous lap, so Daniela's closing in on fourth place.
Yeah, Isaac hasn't been able to hold the pace of the three ahead. They've now very much cleared off in front of him. So I think now it's just going to be a case of consoling that fourth place, trying to hold on to it as Daniela looks to reel him in. As you mentioned at the moment, Daniela on for her personal best finish of the year so far. But of course, she'll want to make it one better if she can chase down one of the Dobles. Up towards Rocket we go yet again. Another good run for Archie Davies, but again, Thomas Merritt holding that sort of middle of the circuit, just making sure he covers both opportunities there to the inside and to the outside, as we've seen both work not only in the Fiesta Juniors but also in multiple different classes across the weekend. Again though, Archie Davies was too far back, but he goes straight up the inside there into the right-hander. That seemed we weren't expecting that, were we? He didn't seem like he had a great run. They're going to be side by side down into the corkscrew, and look at McInerney trying to get alongside there at the apex, can't quite do so. And it's all gotten rather close here into the last 2.5 minutes. We were not expecting that one.
That came out of absolutely nowhere. That lunge then from Archie Davies. It wasn't successful, but he might try it again now into the hairpin if he feels that Merritt's a bit weak under braking. Yes, so much later on the brakes there for the second place man, but he's forced to the outside line. Doesn't manage to get the lead away for now, and still they will run together heading down towards the final corner. We're going to have 2 more laps to go at the end of this one, I think, so 2 more chances for Archie Davies to find a way through. All of a sudden, though, he seems to have a huge advantage under braking over the race leader Thomas Merritt. Is Merritt running into an issue of some sort, or is it maybe starting to rain even at that top end of the circuit? If it is, then the race leader is always at a disadvantage because they're the first one to discover just how slippery it's going to be into each braking zone. Who knows, but for now, Tom Merritt weathering the storm, so to speak, holding on to the lead as they turn through the banking. And it's Archie Davies who still has to try and figure out a way of getting through. But as the race goes on, the second place man seems to be the quicker of the two. And maybe another opportunity might present itself at the end of the school straight. He's not quite as close, though, this time, heading out of Church and towards the braking zone. So Tom Merritt may not feel the need to defend, although given how strong Davies is on the brakes, I wouldn't necessarily be convinced of that. They close right back together up the hill. riding that curb through the left-hander, rear wheel bouncing in the air, then they flip the car back to the right. This is where Davis launched his challenge a lap ago. Is it going to happen again then towards Peel Corner? Merritt with, what, 2 cars lengths advantage as they turn into the right-hander, and this time retains that advantage as they head down the hill. So it's still Merritt, Davis, McInerney, the top 3. Reappearing to everyone's sight at the top of the corkscrew and swing left onto the international loop for the penultimate time of asking. Did have a change further down the order on the previous lap, by the way. Bobby Holmes got himself ahead of Hayden Gray. Hayden Gray started 8th on the grid and has dropped all the way to 15th, so Hayden not having a great time out there this morning. Side by side there for 2nd place now at the hairpin, and that was McInerney to the inside of Davis. So all of a sudden, Archie Davis is the one feeling the pressure, and Tom Merritt starts to escape. They're side by side, I think, here for 2nd place. Davis has got the inside line for the final corner, but McInerney with a full overlap actually has his nose ahead as they turn through the final corner. He's going to try and go right round the outside of Davis, who leaves him plenty of room on the outside, on the exit of the corner. And as they turn through the first turn, they remain absolutely level. The advantage, though, lies with Davis on the inside line, and he will hold on to 2nd place. This brings Isaac Doble almost into play. They head towards the banking. McInerney to the inside again. He's late on the brakes. There's just about space left by Archie Davis, but that was close through the 2nd corner. They're really tripping over each other now, though, and Isaac Doble is very much making this a 3-way battle for 2nd position. So Tom Merritt's gone. He's got this one pretty much in the bag. It's 3 of them, though, fighting for the lower podium places. And as they accelerate up the hill, I think Dara McInerney's going to have ideas of making a move into Rocket here. He's less than a car length back. And as they approach the braking zone, the slipstream brings him even closer. Does Davis cover the inside? No. But in fairness, he knows how good on the brakes he is. And McInerney wasn't really able to do anything with it anyway. Let's flick through the left, through the right at Rocket. And make their way around towards Peel for the final time. The clock has ticked down to 0. This is the final lap of this very entertaining first race for the Fiesta Juniors. Thomas Merritt looks as though he's on course for a 2nd win of the season. Oh, contact further back, that's Tomaszewski around. That is up towards Rocket. Oh, and another car's gone straight on into the barriers heavily. And so 3 of them, I think, potentially involved in this. Not sure what triggered that, but there are 3 cars in the fence up at the top of Rocket, and that will mean yellow flags for those still coming from behind. The leaders, of course, have long since gone through, so Thomas Merritt arrives at the hairpin for the final time. I don't think there's likely to be a big change behind him now either. Archie Davis looks as though he has kept Dara McInerney at arm's length, and so the leaders head for the final corner. It's going to be a 2nd victory of the season for Thomas Merritt, who exits the final turn, sees the checkered flag, gets a huge cheer from the team down on the pit wall. The race car consultants team celebrate another win. It is Merritt the winner, Davis 2nd, McInerney 3rd, and Isaac Doble and Daniela Sutton completing the top 5. Now, who did we lose up at Rocket? That's the big question. Quite a few, I think, were involved in that. Who is going to start dropping down the timing order? We've had the top 10 all through. Top 12 or 13, in fact. So I think maybe one of them was Hayden Gray. Yes, Tomaszewski comes through with the rear bodywork trailing on the ground. So we definitely have lost Hayden Gray, and I think the other one we've lost is number 35, Eden Spanswick. They haven't come through. Everybody else, though, present and correct. So that's good news. Driver out of the car, so they seem fine. Marshals are attending the 2 cars that are stranded up at that end of the circuit, but drivers appear to be okay, so that's good news. And quite what happened to trigger all of that, I don't know, but last lap, I suppose it was time to make that last bid to gain positions, wasn't it? And into Rocket is the best place to do it, so yeah, it's not uncommon for it all to go wrong up there. Sadly, that has led to a DNF for a couple of drivers, but 23 of them still make it to the flag, and Tom Merritt was the first to see the checkered flag. He is your winner in round number 5 of the Brscc Fiesta Junior Championship, with Archie Davis 2nd and Dara McInerney completing the podium places. So an interesting race then. Merritt sort of seemed to have it largely under control, apart from those 2 laps in the middle where suddenly Davis just seemed to have a big advantage under braking. So I'll be interested to hear, perhaps John can ask the question of Tom Merritt down in Parc Ferme momentarily. I'll be interested to hear what led to that side-by-side battle. We have a qualifying session coming up next, by the way. So the next on-track action for those of you here at the track is the qualifying session for the 500cc Historic Formula 3 Championship. Then we are racing throughout. So we've got the Fiesta ST240s, our next race, then the Jeff Page Engineering Formula 4 Championship, final detail ST150s, and the Fiesta Juniors back out again before the lunch break. So a busy morning, and a busy morning in particular for the teams who now have a few damaged cars to try and repair. But hopefully we'll see a full quota of cars out for the second race a little bit later on. So we wait for cars to arrive down in Parc Fermé. The leaders are just arriving there now. And here is your provisional result for race 1 for the Fiesta Juniors. Tom Merritt, the winner, Archie Davis second, and Darren McInerney third, with Isaac Doble and Daniela Sutton completing the top 5. Lewis Islin, a strong 6th position from 10th on the grid. Oliver Heron was 7th, ahead of Christopher Doble, Aaron Beattie, and championship leader Jack Burgess, only 10th. Things not going his way so far this weekend. Oscar Hummerstone and Callie Clifford were next, ahead of Max Fenton and Bobby Holmes. 14th, 15th for Kasper Tomilewski, despite that tangle on the last lap. Harry Lindley and Jack Sant were next, ahead of Jake Howard and Max Horler. Harry Russell, Neil Hampson, Max Murray, and Thomas Simpson, with Hayden Gray and Eden Spanswick, the 2 drivers who didn't make it to the checkered flag after the dramas up at Rocket on the final lap. So, entertaining start to the day. We would expect nothing less from the juniors. We get to do it twice more later on in the day, a triple header for the Fiesta Juniors on this Brscc Summer Festival Sunday at Anglesey. And it's almost time, I think, to hear from our podium finishers down in Parc Fermé. So John Ratcliffe has scurried downstairs, and we'll be getting all of the stories. We've got plenty of time to chat to them as well, of course, with this qualifying session coming up next. So we can really delve into all of the goings-on in that race. Fascinating battle between those leading 3, and a few feel-good stories further back as well. So chat to as many drivers as you like, John. Let's head down there and hear from them now with John Ratcliffe, our podium finishers at the end of an entertaining Fiesta Junior race.
Hello everyone, you join us down here in Parc Fermé then. What a race to kick off the day there with the Fiesta Juniors. Let's have a chat to our top 3. We'll head straight over and see if we can find Mr. Thomas Merritt. Thomas is over here just getting congratulated for what was a fantastic race. I'm going to have to grab him away. Thomas, mind if I have a little chat with you? I mean, we spoke yesterday. You're feeling pretty good after that pole. It was rather close, but you led from pole to flag, but I don't think it was quite that easy, was it?
No, definitely very stressful. I had my teammate Archie behind me, which I know I could trust. He's a fantastic driver, and it was a really, really good race. Really close, fair, competitive. We knew we had the pace from qualifying, but the tow's really effective, so we were just aiming to knuckle down and build the gap, which we did when they started squabbling. So yeah, fantastic result, with a few of my championship roles a little bit further down. So yeah, on to race 2 and 3 now.
Yeah, awesome. You guys were working together well. It was only when we got into sort of the last 2 or 3 minutes. Archie went for a bit of a cheeky move at the top. Were you expecting that one? Because we weren't in the commentary box.
I certainly was. Me behind the wheel, being a little bit of a questionable driver, I must say. Missed 3rd gear accidentally. So that's why I pulled up alongside, but managed to fight my way back and secure the win, which is awesome.
Well, there we go. There's the explanation for why that move was on. But you held him off and you got the win, so well done.
Thank you.
Cheers, thank you, mate. Right, we'll see if we can find said driver, Mr. Archie Davies. Archie, mind if we have a quick chat, Archie?
Yeah.
What a race. You guys were following well. You guys are teammates working nicely.
Yeah.
He says he missed a gear, and you saw that opportunity, went for it, but it just didn't quite work out.
No, so yeah, I saw basically changing to 3rd day. He obviously missed it, as he did. I went for the gap, but he was on my outside and took it on the next corner. So yeah, good race though, very close.
You guys were battling so well. It was very exciting because we've still got 2 more races left to come today. What are we thinking? Top step later, potentially still on?
Yeah, hopefully we can either stay in the position or gain one. Hopefully not lose one, but we'll see how it goes. So yeah,
wish you the best of luck. Well done, P2 to kick off the day. Yeah. Cheers, mate. Well done. Thank you very much. See if we can find the 507. Aha, Mr. McInerney. Impressive race from yourself, battling through well. Some really good pace as well. I'm pretty sure, at least when I left the commentary box, you started the fastest lap. So lots of positives to take through to the next couple of races and a podium to start the day.
Yeah, really happy with that. It's only my 3rd ever podium, so hopefully 2 steps higher next one.
Exactly, of course. Hopefully, even further up. You were P1 in the Rookie Independence, so a P1 to take home, but I know you'll be wanting that overall win in the next 2. You wanting it? You think it's a possibility?
Yeah, definitely. I'm very happy being top independent. It's only me and my dad really doing it, so really happy with it.
Awesome. Well done, mate. Well, best of luck for the next 2 races. We'll be watching. Cheers, mate. Thank you very much. There we go then. Great to hear from our top 3 there in the first Fiesta Junior race of the day. Of course, we've got 3 to come so far today. But as we were mentioning in the commentary box earlier on, of course, the Fiesta Junior Scholarship for this year now open for you to book in. Let's learn a little bit more about that.
I've seen the smiles on the faces of all the drivers getting out, and the coaches as well are really enjoying their time in the Fiesta Junior Mark 7. So I want to sort of work with these drivers, find that next person that's going to be the next big driver in the Fiesta Championship.
Scholarship like this, if I'd have had the opportunity, I would have been so over the moon. And you know, these lads and the girls are so humble, and they really make you feel privileged to sit alongside some of the best talent, I reckon, in the country, if not in Europe. It's good to see how much it means to some of them. I'm just loving being around it. It's really good.
The Fiesta Juniors is where I started. Such a spread of varying different experiences, so much potential and so much talent.
I've been a part of a number of scholarships over the years, and this has just been head and shoulders above the rest.
So the Brscc scholarship then, as I said, get yourself involved. If you want to get on the grid for next year's Brscc Fiesta Junior Championship, head over to the Brscc website and you can enter there. It costs £695 plus VAT. You will have a choice of 2 qualifying days. Option 1 is the 31st of October. Option 2 is the 1st of November. And the grand final, the day after the 2nd of November. If you're lucky enough to get through to that, then you're in with a chance of winning the £60,000 plus prize. Next year's championship. That might be well. Great news indeed. Right, qualifying session coming up next, and as I said, it's the final qualifying weekend. It's the 560 Formula 3 series, guesting here this weekend. And it's always fascinating when you go on a championship website starting with previous results. This championship's website, the results go back to 1949. The first race over in Brussels, Belgium. It has run until the present day. And delighted to have them here on the package at Anglesey. They'll have 2 races over the course of the day. These days, doesn't run as a championship, a series of races. So they can't get points to worry too much about, but these fascinating cars manoeuvred around the assembly area in a way that you don't often see, shall we say. Drivers using their hands to shimmy the car along as they get fired up down there by the teams. Two of them proved a little bit trickier to get going, but the mechanism there to spin the rear wheels around and get the engine fired up. 500cc Formula 3 racing, which, as I said, has been around since the 1940s, and in the UK, I think, really more since the 1950s. I do know that my local circuit, Upton Park, which is not a million miles away from here, the first ever race that took place there was a 500cc Formula 3 race. Mid-1950s, wasn't it? 1953, I want to say. I'll probably be told that that was wrong, but anyway, these cars may not be setting the fastest lap times of the weekend, but we look forward to seeing, hopefully, some good racing from them a little bit later on. And drivers just taking a moment or two now to get themselves up to speed. And a relatively short session, 15 minutes, but because it's going to be a fairly long lap for these cars, they're not going to get a huge amount of those laps in. So the drivers will be keen to get a move on. There's a glimpse of one of the cars heading through the hairpin. That's number 13 of Mike Dudeman in the 1949 Larkins machine. Most of these cars, not all, but most of them are Coopers of various generations, anything ranging from, I think, Mark II is the oldest one, all the way up to the more Mark 10, which was built as recently as 1956. The newest car on the grid will be a late 1950s car, I'd imagine. Yes, a Cooper Mark II from 1957, I think, is about the newest thing that we've got out there. But despite the age of the cars, the drivers still will push them hard to get a lap time out of them. You sort of have to, really, because whilst 500cc these days in a car that weighs very little, such as these, would get you quite a good amount of power. In the 1950s, that wasn't really the case, so you don't have a huge amount of power at your disposal. It's all about mid-corner speed, carrying that momentum around the circuit, and particularly through the first part of the Anglesey International Circuit lap, which is fairly high speed. It's important that you do keep that minimum corner speed up as much as you can. 98 there, turns through Rocket. That's James Wilson, one of the Mark 10, the newer Mark 10 Coopers. There are 3 classes of car entered in this race, all these races that are coming up later on. We've got the CP1, the CP2 and CP3 car, and then an invitational car, which is the Ewan Cameron machine, the Cooper Mark 6, which is not clearly running to standard series regulations, but happy to have it out there to bolster the grid. 16 of them out on track so far. That means, yes, all 16 on the entry list have ventured out onto the circuit this morning. We're about to get our first glimpse of what the lap times are going to be. I think the 17 car of Peter De La Roche is going to set the first lap time. Peter, a regular front runner in the series, 57.6 is his first effort. There is a car here going very slowly up the school straight. No, sorry, not the school straight, that's into the hairpin, isn't it? At the end of the lap, and the driver waving other people by. That is that 98 car that we saw earlier on of James Wilson. So James Wilson was a little bit off the pace, I felt, last time I saw him. More off the pace, almost waiting for a gap in the traffic. Now I think he is sort of heading towards the pit entrance. I think he's going to be heading for the pit lane very soon. Clearly ailing, so that's a bit of a shame for him. More lap times coming in then. Is anyone going to beat Peter De La Roche? The answer is no. 5.3 seconds, the margin at the moment between fastest time and second fastest time. Well, the 98 car then, interestingly, does go around for another lap. Doesn't sound particularly healthy to me, but it does go back around for another go. But that lap time was at some... In fact, that was his out, wasn't it? It was quite late out of the pit lane, that 98 machine. Up to third goes the number 1 car, that's Alex Wilson. One of the few non-Coopers, that's a Martin F3, which has jumped up to third position. Only 100th of a second slower than the second fastest car, that being 38, Hamish Cameron Everly. now, dare I say it, starts to come out from behind the clouds. The weather forecast I saw at the start of the weekend did say that today was going to be the nicer day. We were very lucky yesterday, really, that we had some heavy rain in the morning, but beyond that it turned into quite a nice day. So I'm hoping that today's going to be even more pleasant. It's a bit windier than it was yesterday. It's not too bad. Favourable track conditions for the drivers to enjoy. Peter Delaroche has now improved upon his best lap time to a 1:56.0, 6.8 seconds is now his margin in hand over Hamish Cameron Everly. The number 8 car seems to be running with virtually no bodywork at all, rattles over the exit curb at the hairpin, but the camber on the rear tyres of that Martin, of Jack Bond. The rear wheels hopping around all over the place as he drifted wide over the exit curb from the hairpin. That's got to be a super lightweight 500cc Formula 3 car. Pulls across the line. It was a quick lap, actually. It was second fastest. 9 seconds, though, slower than this man on screen now, the green Cooper of Peter Delaroche. Just see his head sticking up above the grassy bank at the top of the circuit. Heads down towards the right-hander at Peel corner. Up to 5th position goes the number 23. It's George Shackleton, Cooper mark 11. And George Shackleton with a 2-minute 3.2. So 7 seconds off pole, but only about 2 seconds slower than the top 4. You've got Peter Delaroche, who's in a class of his own at the moment. Then you've got the next 3 all within a second of each other. So Jack Bond, number 8 in 2nd place. 3rd quickest, number 38, Hamish Cameron Everly. And the number 1 machine of Alex Wilson. They're the 2nd, 3rd and 4th place cars at the moment on the grid. And then another 2-second gap to 4th place, 5th place, George Shackleton. So only a 10.5 quicker than number 16 Stuart Wright at the moment. Track start-finish rate, we were expecting a car to move. It's heading to the pit lane instead. That's 94 of Douglas McClay, Cooper Mark 8. There's through turn 1 there. We see the number 29 car. That's the Cooper Mark 2 of Chris Wilson. Now that car looks quite large, doesn't it really, in comparison to some of the others out there. A very bulky body on that car, slightly less aerodynamic maybe, but a little bit more stable through the corners, you have to imagine, which, especially if we do get some rain later on, would probably be an advantage. Peter Delaroche, by the way, not quite able to improve upon his previous best lap time last time around. He was only 2/10 off it though, so it's consistently running quicker than anybody else can. Was McClay, by the way. I said he was in the pit lane. I wasn't lying to you. He did come in, but he did a tour down the pit lane and exited straight away. Didn't stop at any point. He's looking over, though. Look at the pit lane as he goes down the school straight. So clearly facing some sort of an issue. Maybe he was wondering where his team were. I was expecting to see them there to help him when he came in. Chris Wilson continues on his way. Chris Wilson is the fastest of the CP1 cars. So I believe it's based upon age, because all of the cars run to the same set of regulations. It's just different years that they were constructed. So CP3 is the more modern cars, fastest of those Peter Delaroche. CP2 then, quickest in that class is the number 1. Oh, and the number 80 is off. I think pulled off rather than gone off. And that is... have number 80 on the entry list, helpfully. Surname, Oliver Dent, who is listed on the entry as 88. There were 2 88s, he and Oliver Clothier. And so I think he's switched his number to 80. So Oliver Dent is walking away from his stricken car, somewhere near the sea, I can tell you that, which means he's up either at Church Corner or Rocket. Yes, he's most of the way up the hill towards Rocket, pulled off over on the left-hand side of the road. So yellow flags out there, and he will watch the remainder of the session leant against the barriers over to the left-hand side of the track. There isn't a marshal's post up there, really, but he doesn't need the assistance of the marshal, so he'll just watch on as the rest of the cars head through. He was 13th quickest at the moment in the session. Did just lose a place, actually, to the number 33 of Jonathan Morris, who has picked up a few places. Second quickest of the CP2 cars. Target line, we get number 16, that's CP3 class cars, Stuart Wright, 11 Cooper, followed next by the 23, and that was an improved lap time actually there from George Shackleton. There he is on screen. George Shackleton, third place. Oh, and there's drama for Alex Wilson, who's pulling over on the start-finish line. So Alex Wilson's number 1 car, which was 5th position, there it is. Pride no more, and the Martin F3 500 machine pulls over. He has a cursory glimpse at the engine. Switches. Oh, the spin actually for the number 8 car. What's all going on now? Jack Bond, second provisionally on the grid, has just had a spin at Rocket. Continues on his way. He had just improved on the previous lap actually to be within 1.7 seconds of pole, so it's getting a bit more competitive at the front, except Jack Bond's just had a spin pushing for an even faster lap time. Peter Delaroche in the pit lane now as well, and with only 2.5 minutes to go, I don't think we'll see him setting another lap, so there's a chance here that Jack Bond, or indeed, to be fair, George Shackleton or Hamish Cameron Evley could still pose a threat to the pole sitter, because they're all within a second of each other. They're within 2.5 seconds or so of the fastest time. First chance, I think, to see the distinctive Cooper Mark 6 of Ewan Cameron here, heading through Church Corner. That's a really distinct engine note as well, as it rumbles its way up the school straight. He is 10th quickest at the moment. Into the pit lane has also come the number 98 machine of James Wilson, so we're missing a few now. We've got 2 stopped at the side of the road, 2 in the pit lane. So we're down to just 12 cars still running. There's no danger, I suppose, of falling over any lapped traffic. That being said, 2 cars going across the line together there. In fact, 3 of them really in pretty close proximity. One of those was Shackleton. Into the pit lane now comes the 16 of Stuart Wright. Decides that that's all this qualifying session is going to yield for them. Their way into the pits, back to the paddock presumably, to have a little tinker with the car and see if they can find some more performance from it ahead of the races later on. A minute and a bit to go, checkered flag being unfurled on the pit wall in preparation for the end of the session. Is Jack Bond going to be able to challenge Peter Delaroche for pole position? That's the question. The number 8 Martin. The remaining Martin now in the session. Oh, he spun again! It's the second lap in a row he's spun up at Rocket, Jack Bond, so no is the answer to my question. He's not going to challenge for pole position on this lap. And is he undoing the belts? Yes, he is. So he's getting out of the car this time. So he's sort of gesticulating to the marshals from across the circuit to try and figure out where they want him to put the car. Right there is probably fine. I think what they really need to do, Jack, is get out of the car and get to a place of safety. He's staying in the car for now. We are close to the end of the session, I suppose, so he probably feels that if he just stays there, they can push him back on the track, and I think he's just stalled the engine this time, hasn't he? And we saw in the assembly area, they do need the help of the teams to get these things fired up, so when you stall it out on track, there's nothing you can do, really, and you're just stuck there for the remainder of the session. So that's a shame, because Jack Bond was clearly pushing and felt that he might have something to show for Delaroche, but Peter is going to end up with the pole position now, it would seem. We did just have an improvement for George Shackleton, but George Shackleton then gets demoted to 4th position because Hamish Cameron Evely goes 3rd. It's very competitive, actually, amongst that leading group. Oh, there's another car stopped now. There's no one left at this rate. 29 this is, thank you. That is Chris Wilson, who has stopped where? Not in my sight. Possibly up at Peel, I think. Yes, I think I can see yellow flags in the distance. Yes, it's up there. Excellent. There should be a rule in motorsport that motor racing directors and producers should learn corner names. Yes, up at Peel Corner, I believe, is where that car has stopped. And so there's a fair bit of work for the Marshals to do after this race, not even a race, qualifying session for the 500cc Formula 3s. And we'll hopefully not have to wait too long before getting the Fiesta ST240s out on track. But yeah, started to say we did have a bit of shuffling there towards the front at the end of the session, and a couple of improvements actually. Hamish Cameron Evely went third, but then was immediately beaten again by George Shackleton. So Shackleton and Cameron Evely trading that third place, and they were only 55 hundredths of a second apart at the end of the session, so that bodes very well for the races later on. Top four covered by 2 seconds, but second back to fourth was only 0.3 of a second, so pretty evenly matched, and that's always been a part of 500cc Formula 3 racing, really. The cars were, back in the 50s, built to a fairly tight set of regulations. As primitive as the cars may look to us now, they are capable of producing some good racing. So yeah, looking forward to these races later on. It is Peter Delaroche who sets the fastest time, and so we'll start on pole position provisionally for race 1. Jack Bond second, and George Shackleton in third. Hamish Cameron Everly and Alex Wilson are in the top 5 as well. Alex Wilson the fastest of the CP2 cars. All of the others in that top 5, all of the yellow back numbers are CP3s. Andy Rayner, Stuart Wright, Finley McIntosh, James Wilson and Ewan Cameron complete the top 10. Ewan Cameron, the Invitational class car. Jonathan Morris, 11th quickest ahead of Chris Wilson. Chris Wilson was the second of the CP1 cars. Oliver Dent and Mike Dudeman next. And then in 15th position, we'll have Douglas McClay and Oliver Clothier, 16th place at the conclusion of the session. So, wait for the ST240s to be released onto the circuit. We're going to have to wait a little while for that to happen, though, I think. So there's plenty of time for John Ratcliffe to chat to drivers down in the assembly area. That will be coming up next here from Anglesey, our second race of the day, the Airtech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship.
You joined me down in Parc Fermé once again then. How fantastic was it to see those historic Formula 3s? You've got to be a madman to race one of those, but better than me, it was amazing to see them out on circuit. Let's have a chat to some of the drivers on the grid then for the Fiesta ST240s. We're going to jump straight in with our pole sitter. Winner of race number 1 yesterday. I know you're getting in the zone, Mr. Alistair Kellett. But you must be feeling pretty good. Win yesterday, looking to repeat that today?
Yeah, win yesterday, starting on pole, so a bit interesting this morning. It's a lot cooler than yesterday just to get the tyres up to temperature, but we'll get around the first lap and see what happens.
So do we think that roll-up lap then, warming up the tyres, is going to be absolutely crucial for the race start?
Yeah, you need to get heat in the back tyres because it gets fairly squirrely around the back, so yeah, it should be okay.
Okay, so just hold on for the first lap and then see what happens, basically?
Try and get in the lead first, hold on the first lap and try and control it from there.
Okay, cool. We'll see if you can do it. Look forward to it. Good luck. There we go then. Mr. Alistair Kellett raced through to the win yesterday in race number 1. Let's see how we can go in race number 2. We're going to try and jump in here with the 89 of Jason O'Connell. Now, Jason, thanks for popping the door open for me, Jason. Of course, you were the top amateur driver yesterday, P2 overall. Of course, it's nice to be the top amateur, but you want to be the top overall, right?
That is the plan, yeah. I'm going to go for it again today and see. Hopefully get a good start and head down and see how we go. I had good pace yesterday, so we'll see. We'll give it my best shot anyway.
We're just talking to Alistair. He said quite cooler today. It's going to be difficult to get heat in those tyres. What do you think you can do on lap number 1? You think a cheeky move or sort of try and settle in?
We'll see. The plan maybe settle in and see what happens, but if there's an opportunity there, I'll go for it, obviously. So
cool. Well, we'll be keeping our eyes on him. Best of luck, mate. I'll close your door for you. There we go, he's getting ready to go. Let's see if we can quickly chat to third place on the grid then. The number 4, Mr. Miller, pops the window down. Hello, sir.
Hello.
How are you feeling this morning?
Yeah, good, yeah. Yeah, things are a bit cooler today, so I say the first few laps would be interesting on cold tyres, but yeah, we'll take it as it comes and see what happens.
That seems to be the theme here with a lot of our drivers dealing with those cold conditions. Now, you had the fastest lap yesterday in race number 1. Yeah. Are we going to transition that pace into leading form?
Well, hopefully, yeah. We'll just see, get off the line and get around the first lap and see where we are. I think sitting in behind Jason yesterday, the tyres went off very quick then after that, and the brakes kind of overheated a bit, so I'd say if we got a bit of clean air now, you might stretch your legs a bit. So we'll just We'll see what happens. Get off the line and see where we go.
Cool. All right, best of luck. Cheers. Thank you very much for the chat. Right, then I think there's still a couple of cars carrying. We might just have time to talk to the 234 of Zachary Lucas. Now, Zachary is on 4th place on the grid. Zach, you had a brilliant start yesterday in race number 1. Got 4th place overall in the end. Thinking the same again today?
Yeah, hopefully we get another good start and can make a couple of places up on the start and just keep cracking through the race and see where we can get.
Awesome. Well, we'll see. Have you noticed at all, but depending on the side of the grid, in terms of the grip that you get, of course it's going to be colder today as well. Do you think that's going to matter even more, which side of the grid that you're on for this start?
Yeah, of course, but we've just got to play it step by step and do the best we can.
Okay, cool. A lot of the drivers have been saying, just get around the first lap and then see what happens. Is it kind of the same for you?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, cool. Best of luck. Best of luck. Well then, great to hear from 4 of our drivers getting ready for this ST240 Championship race. Like we said, yesterday was rather exciting. Let's hope that continues here for race number 2.
Thank you, John. Yes, the AirTech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 drivers will be heading out on circuit shortly. They're just completing the recovery work being done after that 500cc Formula 3 session. And as I said, we'll have those cars out racing a little bit later on in the day. But back to Fiesta action now. And the Fiesta Seniors, as they always used to be affectionately known, the ST240s who raced yesterday and put on a good show for us. And what our second race will have in store for us. Race number 1 was won, you may remember, by Alistair Kellett, but only just. Jason O'Connell, the AM class driver, was chasing him down and was only 0.7 of a second or so behind him at the flag. Gary Miller, the double winner from Alton Park, was next. Zach Lucas and George Foxlow completed the top 5. It was a good win for Alistair Kellett, an important win as well, really, because it was his first win of the year, the reigning champion who last year, by this point, had already notched up a couple of race victories. Now, finally, has his first win in 2025, but the standout performer, really, was Jason O'Connell. Jason picking up the win in the AM class. Now, he will be starting on the front row in this race because the grid for race 2 is based upon the results of the first race. So it's Kellett and O'Connell row 1, Gary Miller and Zach Lucas row 2, George Foxlow and Sean Reynolds on the 3rd row, Connor Blackburn and Dan Robinson will share row number 4. Simon Horan and Luke Waugh are together on the 5th row, ahead of Graham Colfer, who started right near the front in race 1 but faded to 11th by the flag. He's got Maggie Webster alongside on row 6. 7th row, Chris Blackburn and James Pope, and Harry Hayes will bring up the rear of the 15-car grid. So Kellett, the overall winner, and therefore the winner in the pro class yesterday as well. Gary Miller came 3rd in that race and scores 3rd place points. I did erroneously say yesterday that you score points based upon your class position in this championship. You don't, of course. You score points based upon your final finishing position. The AMs score on the same point system as the pros. So, in other words, Jason O'Connell finished 1st of the AMs yesterday, but 2nd overall, therefore scores 2nd place points, 48 points. And Gary Miller, who was 2nd of the pros, scores 3rd place points, finishing 3rd in the race. And my thanks to Scott Woodwis for very helpfully at 11:30 last night reminding me that I was talking absolute rubbish about the points system in Fiesta ST240s. Even when he's not here at Anglesey, Scott Woodwis is keeping me in check, which is good to see. Scott, of course, over at Donington Park for the other Brscc event that's taking place this weekend. A busy day for the club, a busy season for the club, as always it seems to be, with basically a race meeting almost every weekend, and a lot of them live stream these days. The next live streamed event will be at Croft, the 12th and 13th of July. That's the next round of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. And that event will also incorporate racing from the PBS Brakes Supersport Endurance Cup, the Pro Sport Sprint Series, the Demon Tweaks Audi TT Cup Racing Championship with modified Fords will be up in the northeast for that live stream event on the 12th and 13th of July. But before that, they've got other events which are coming up as well. Alton Park, for example, in a week's time. They are also responsible for organising duties in the British GT Championship at both Spa and Snetterton. So there's a lot for the BRSCC organisation team to do this year, and we are very grateful for all of the hard work that they do to bring us this top quality racing action. speaking of, hope we're about to see more of that from the ST240s then. Their green flag lap gets underway, and the cars in now glorious sunshine head around the circuit as the conditions continue to improve. We are treated to those spectacular views over the Irish Sea, the Welsh mountains off in the distance. I still maintain, John Ratcliffe, there is no nicer place to be on a nice sunny day than the Anglesey Circuit, particularly here in the commentary tower. We've got a spectacular view of everything. Most of the circuit we can see. We've got the cracking view, the best view in British motorsport, no doubt about it, and the weather is even playing ball for us as well today.
I think you're tempting fate there, saying beautiful sunshine here at Anglesey, but it is a stunning, stunning circuit. Often it's difficult to keep your eyes on the action because the nature is just so beautiful around here. I remember during the second race in Fun Cup last year when I was on circuit, it was honestly difficult to follow my lines because I was just so beautiful in the sunset. Everything looks so amazing. As a brief shot of about where we are from the window. Can they see us? Hello.
They can. There we go.
Hello. Hello out there. We are watching from up the top of race control. Not only does it give us a lovely view of nature, it gives us a great view of the circuit as well. Pretty much the whole thing for Fun Cup. It was the whole thing, but of course heading down to that hairpin, they do go out of view for us, but luckily we've got the live stream pictures to keep us up to date. But like we were saying, yeah, an exciting race to come. Great to chat with the drivers down in the collecting area as they were getting ready to go, but I think the general consensus was quite a bit chillier today. It's going to be difficult to get some heat in those tyres.
Yes, despite the fact it's brighter, I agree with you. The ambient temperature is a little bit lower. It's earlier in the day, of course, than they were on circuit for their first race yesterday. And front-wheel drive, short wheelbase, tin tops, that rear tyre temperature is the key, isn't it? And particularly when you turn through corners like Church on the first lap, that left rear tyre, you'd better have it warmed up, otherwise you can very easily find yourself getting sideways. A few drivers did, in fact, in the early stages of yesterday's race. You spoke to Alistair Kellett at the end of yesterday's race after his first win of the year. Did he seem relieved that he had that first win, or just sort of a bit frustrated in a way that it had taken him this long?
I think he was pretty happy about it. I think you've always got to be happy when you get that first win. I think he was trying to carry that momentum on in today, but I think, as always, the drivers keeping the game face on before the race. They don't want to say anything that's going to come to bite them afterwards. And I can go, oh, you said this before, you didn't do it. So I think they're all just keeping nice and relaxed, getting themselves ready to go and getting themselves in the zone for this race. Definitely think the goal for us, though, a repeat of what we saw yesterday in the first race today, but plenty of speedy drivers hot on his heels, ready to make sure that he can't repeat yesterday.
Yeah, Jason O'Connell leading amongst them, really, looking for a first outright victory now, having claimed the AM win earlier on. It's not the first AM class win that he's had. In fact, I think I'm right in saying he's won the AM class in every race so far this season. Yes, I think he has, but we're getting further up the overall finishing positions with every round that's gone by as well. And as I said, that is significant for your championship standing. So his lead in the points in the AM class coming into the weekend was getting on for 30 points. I think it was 26 points coming in. He'll have extended that, of course, after another class victory yesterday. And the Irish driver starts from the outside of row 1. It is a 2x2 starting grid for the ST240s, as I thought it was. So it's only the juniors that have that staggered grid, so a slightly more congested run through the first corner, but the drivers, more experienced, of course, should be able to handle that without any major dramas, he says. Red lights go on, red lights will go out now, and away they go. Very evenly matched off the front row then, although the second phase of the start is poor for O'Connell. So Kellett will lead through turn 1, and Gary Miller's up the inside for second place. Gary Miller in the red machine goes through, so actually not a great start in the end for O'Connell. He's third, nearly fourth as they arrive down at the banking, because Zach Lucas is alongside him, and Zach Lucas really powers round the outside at the banking to take third position, I reckon. So, well, he's almost got the move made as they turn into Church. He's got most of his car ahead. He's more committed on the outside line, and Lucas does go through into third position, so not a brilliant start that, I'm afraid, for O'Connell from the front row. Still leads the AM class, but he's down to fourth place overall. That might soon become fifth with Sean Reynolds closing in on him. Sean is the grey and fluorescent yellow machine, but backs out of that potential move before they hit the brakes. They all scramble for the apex into Rocket. He's in a clean run through Rocket, a few snatch brakes further back, a little bit of door handle bashing, but they're all still there on the other side, and it was a brilliant start that from the reigning champion.
So yet again then, just like we saw in the juniors, the side of the grid which you would expect to be less grippy and give you a more difficult start has seemingly been the better line so far this morning. They've had a great start from that inside row of the grid, powered on through. So first, third and 4th or 5th on the grid and now up into the top 3. And yeah, sadly, O'Connell dropping back. He's managed to halt that negative momentum, though. I thought there was a great run from the driver behind as they headed up into Rocket, but wasn't able to make the most of it. Sits in behind and now under quite a bit of pressure now from the two... that's who's gone off. Oh, dear. That's a bit wider than you'd like to be out of that corner.
Might have been Maggie Webster. I couldn't quite see her. It looks vaguely like her colours. We'll double check that in a moment. She bounces back onto the road, yeah, no, it wasn't Maggie, I beg your pardon. It was the 174 of Chris Blackburn who was wide, and not the only one, because the 664 also does the same. Connor Blackburn heading out of the final turn. Simon Horrobin, meanwhile, pulling out a line and slowing down. So the Fiesta Racing veteran, I'm afraid, is in some trouble.
Indeed, yeah, kicked up some dirt there on the inside. Looks to be back up to speed, though, as they continue on through this second lap, side by side into Church. That's always a bit of a scary one, especially when the rear snaps out like that. The 144 of George Foxlow getting it all sideways there through Church. Did very well to hold that one and keeps his foot in. Sadly, I don't think the slipstream is going to be quite enough to open up for a move. He could very much prove me wrong, though. He thinks about that inside line, nice and late on the brakes, but will sit in behind now. They're in 6th place. And Luke Waugh as well, looking to pile the pressure on. I think he's actually just been overtaken the early part of this lap then by Daniel Robinson, looking to find a way back through into 7th place, but hasn't been able to do it up there.
Yeah, Simon Horrobin definitely is coasting home now. So Simon Horrobin's race looks like it's done. A big lunge up the inside from Chris Blackburn to try and find a way past Connor Blackburn. The two of them going door handle to door handle. And, yep, that's a move made in the end up at Peel Corner. Maggie Webster is the car ahead, as here for the race lead, Gary Miller is on the attack at the hairpin. So Gary Miller to the outside of Alistair Kellett. This gap was 0.8 of a second at the start of the lap. It's absolutely nothing now as we head down towards the final corner, where Kellett once again is going to have to think about defending the inside line. So Gary Miller, double winner last time out at Alton Park. Is he going to go right round the outside of Kellett? He's trying it, but there isn't quite going to be the space, I don't think. So Kellett retains the advantage. Gary Miller, though, is making his intentions clear. He wants to get back to the top step of the podium, and Alistair Kellett is the man standing in his way.
He is indeed. Gary piling on the pressure. He's just taken the fastest lap on the last time around the circuit then. He's feeling pretty confident that he can go for this race lead, but crucially here in the ST240s, race slightly longer than the other Fiesta classes we see today, 20 minutes rather than 15 for a lot of them. So a little bit longer to race, a little bit longer to make those moves, but a little bit longer for things to go wrong as well. So drivers got to keep out of trouble, but Gary already piling on the pressure here. We're not even 5 minutes into this one. Up to Rocket they go, and clearly Alistair Kellett feeling under a bit of pressure there, just holding that middle line as they head into the corner. That'll lose him a little bit of time, but he covers off any potential moves from the driver in behind. And if they do continue to battle like this and go even more side by side, they're going to lose lots of time. Zachary Lucas right there in the top 3, looking to get involved with this leading battle as well. They were able to clear Jason O'Connell by a little bit, but it looks like he's picked up some good pace on this lap so far. He's starting to try and close back into the 2-3-4.
Gary Miller, one of those drivers who's just sort of steadily improved over the years, came into the Fiesta Championship a few seasons ago, was immediately a top 10 runner, then started to knock on the door of the top 5, then started to pick up some podiums, and it was last year really that he properly sort of established himself as a regular race winner and title contender. In the end it was Kellett who came out on top last year, but consistently throughout the time that Miller has been in the championship, Alistair Kellett has been the man winning. So this is not other drivers getting slower or quick drivers going on to do other things and that's allowing Gary Miller to do well. It is genuinely that Gary gets faster with every season, and this I think he definitely sees is his best chance to win the championship. He led the points coming into the weekend. Kellett took a chunk of them out of him yesterday, and Gary wants to make sure it's not a repeat of that here this morning. We are 5 minutes in, the top 3 absolutely together. Gary Miller we did see taking a little bit of a agricultural line through the hairpin that time, and John, it looks like he's left a little bit of circuit furniture in the middle of the road.
Yeah, the bollards are scared of Gary Miller, aren't they? He came through there, he tried to do exactly what he did on the last lap, get a wide line to cut through and get the up and under on the exit and try and go side by side with Alistair Kellett. Wasn't able to do so on the first attempt, and on that second attempt Kellett was wise to it, covered him off there on the exit of the corner, and that just meant that Gary had to dive up the inside onto the grass, taking out that bollard down at the hairpin. We also saw him go a little bit wide out of the final corner through the bus stop. Lost him a bit of momentum. I think that's probably carried on throughout the rest of this lap. Just dropped him out of striking contention for the moment anyway. They continue on round the 2-3-4. Zachary Lucas still very much well within a shout. I thought O'Connell had found a new wave of pace, but sadly it seems that the gap has stayed pretty much stagnant.
Yes, for now, but we'll see. Once this lot start really battling, that could all change, couldn't it? There is the 5th place battle still raging on. Sean Reynolds retaining that 5th place ahead of George Foxlow. Dan Robinson in behind as the leading trio arrive at the hairpin pretty much as one. So Zach Lucas maybe has been a bit quicker than the two ahead of him on this lap so far. Zach Lucas, who is only one-time a winner so far this season. Again, that's a bit of a surprise for a man who really took the fight to Alistair Kellett last season. It was a non-finish for Lucas, or a non-start, I seem to remember, at Thruxton, that really ended Zach's championship campaign last year. But he, this time around, just hasn't been able to get onto the top step of the podium with the regularity we've seen in the past. And again, he's sat sort of behind those two, but not actively taking part in the battle for the time being. Kellett with the fastest lap, 1:40.905, so that is a full 9/10 slower than they were going yesterday. So that does suggest that track conditions maybe aren't at their best. Of course, they will be limited on the number of tyres that they can carry through a weekend. They run slick tyres as well, so they do wear out with every session that goes by. So not a huge surprise maybe that the fastest laps so far were set earlier in the weekend, but even so, Kellett going quick enough to keep that leading margin at a comfortable one, unlike the margin that Sean Reynolds has over George Foxlow.
Oh, door closed really, really late there by the 777 of Sean Reynolds. I thought there had to be contact there as they both got to the apex at pretty much the same time, but just about enough room given there by Reynolds, and Foxlow has to back out of that one. These three still absolutely nose to tail in their battle to get into the top 5. But yeah, as you were saying, Kellett taking that fastest lap, but it was a personal best from both 2nd of Miller and 3rd of Lucas on the same lap as well, and they were all within a 1/10 of a second on the last lap. So despite getting that purple lap time for Kellett, doesn't really tell the full story. All drivers still very, very close in terms of pace out there. No moves for 5th place down at the hairpin. None of them quite close enough. I mean, that momentum lost from Foxlow up at the top part of the circuit. And as they head on down to the final corner, you can see the leaders ahead as well. It looks like Kellett has had a good second part to this lap. He's got the biggest gap that I think we've seen all race. A bit more of over-the-grass action for a few drivers further down the pack as well.
And that was Maggie Webster this time, going wide at the hairpin in 11th position, but not losing a place as a result. So yeah, you're right, Kellett, new fastest lap, 40.7 that time, and he was now about half a second quicker than the cars behind. So Kellett doing really what we've seen Alistair Kellett do time and time again over recent years. Once he establishes himself in the front of the field, he is a very difficult man to beat. Once those tyres are in the ideal operating window, he's generally got the pace to manage the race. We've had a pit lane visitor, by the way. The car of Harry Hayes has been in. Harry started at the back of the grid. Despite the fact he didn't finish last yesterday. Harry was 13th yesterday of 15 finishes, so quite why he started at the back today, I'm not so sure. George Foxlow's back to the inside here. Oh, of the 777 car, they lean on each other slightly, and then of course he tries to slam the door on Dan Robinson, which he does manage to do, so the positions stay as they are, but Sean Reynolds just being given a little bit of a rough up there from George Foxlow behind. George, I think now starting to get a bit frustrated. He feels that that's his best opportunity to pass, but the inside line going into Rocket is not always the easiest way through.
No, indeed. That's exactly what I thought was going to happen on the last lap. Exactly what I thought was going to happen. And finally, they've repeated it on this one, and they have had a bit of rubbing there up at Rocket. Like you mentioned, I think maybe George might be better going for that outside line. If the inside is covered by the 777, try and hang it around the outside and then grab the inside for the right-hander straight after. But to be fair, we're up here in the nice cushy commentary box. That's very much easier said than done from up here. What a lead now for Alistair Kellett. Extends to nearly 1.5 seconds at the front of the order. What a great exit at the final corner from George Foxlow. Goes side by side with Reynolds as they come across the line. They'll be side by side through the first corner as well. Will room be given as they go all the way to that exit curb and all the way to the grass? For the driver on the outside, Reynolds will just about hold that inside line though down into the banking. And now we've got Daniel Robinson trying to get involved as well. He'll go for the upper and under to get that good exit out of the banking. He'll look to make it 3 wide then as we head down into Church Corner. It all settles itself out, tries to hang it late there around the outside is Reynolds, but he's going to lose the place to Foxlow, and potentially now as they come through the exit, Daniel Robinson's got a great run as well.
Yeah, Luke Waugh closing in on these two as well, so they've sort of handed that to Foxlow temporarily. How late on the brakes can Sean Reynolds be? He's got the inside line into Rocket, right round the outside will go Dan Robinson, and that buys him a ticket to the inside line for the right-hander. He makes absolutely sure that he's got the inside line for the right-hander, and once again wing mirrors get folded in, but the place does change hands, and Luke Waugh will look to do the same thing into Peel perhaps. So Sean Reynolds sort of knocked out of his rhythm a little bit there, quite literally up at Rocket. Does well to not lose another place to Luke Waugh, but 2 places lost. Foxlow's through, Robinson's through, and that is how that round the outside move should work up at Rocket Corner.
Yeah, nicely aggressively done, wasn't it? You see there, especially on a circuit like this, the momentum's so key there. You get overtaken by one, you lose that momentum, and you start slipping back further and further. He did a good job, though, did Sean, to make sure he didn't slip back even further and let Luke Waugh steal away 7th place as well. But yeah, how aggressive was that from Dan Robinson there? Just making sure, no, I'm here on the inside. You're going to give me this room. Do not squeeze me all the way to the grass. Forced his way through. Fairly done. Steals away that position. We head on then to lap number 8 of this race. And we watch this battle for 5th continue on through into the first corner. It's been fantastic, this race so far. Just over 7.5 minutes still left to go in this one. As it feels decently longer than the other ones, as we saw early pressure at the sharp end of the order, but Alistair Kellett now continuing to manage that gap at about 1.5, 1.6 seconds. I think the key point really is, I'm sure we'll look forward in a few moments' time, Jason O'Connell right on the back now, Zachary Lucas for the overall top 3.
Yeah, O'Connell coming on strong in the second half of the race, just did his personal best lap of the race, and he's up the inside of Lucas into Rocket. That's a brilliant move if he can get the car stopped, which he sort of does, not entirely within track limits though. Bounces back onto the road in front of Lucas, but that may be looked at after. That was, dare I say it, a little bit of a Max Verstappen-esque move, that wasn't it? He got to the apex first, but didn't really stay within the white lines on corner exit. Whether he's allowed to keep the 3rd place or not, we shall wait and see. But for now, Jason O'Connell does take 3rd place away from Zach Lucas, and he wasn't really taking no for an answer there, was he?
He certainly wasn't. Great move up the inside, late on the brakes. He had great confidence to go for that move up into Rocket, and now it's the 2-3-4 with Zachary Lucas looking to set up a move into the final corner. Goes wide, tries to get that up and under, needs to get a good exit to make it work there, and I don't think it's quite been good enough for the 2-3-4. I don't think I'd quite call that a Max Verstappen-esque move. There was no contact, so wouldn't quite call it that. Great from Jason O'Connell, but yeah, slightly outbrakes himself to try and get the move done, and like you say, stewards might take a look at that one. Either way, on the road, he's got 3rd place overall and still very much the top-rated amateur driver.
Indeed so. Yeah, the fact there wasn't contact, I think, was largely down to the actions of Zach Lucas, though, rather than Jason O'Connell on that occasion. But Zach saw it coming, in fairness to him, opened the steering and allowed Jason through. And now Jason will try to set off after the leading 2, but he's 3.5 seconds back from Gary Miller. That's not a gap that's going to be closed all that easily. Gary himself 1.7 adrift now of Alistair Kellett, who still holds the fastest lap, 1.7 at the moment, about 6/10 or so off the pace they were running in yesterday afternoon's first race. So gap now growing between O'Connell and Lucas as we head towards the braking zone at Rocket. We hang back to see what's going on with the next group of cars. Foxlow being caught now by Dan Robinson. So Dan Robinson, having fought his way past Sean Reynolds a lap or 2 ago on this part of the circuit, is now showing some really strong pace. On the previous lap, well, only actually 1/10 of a second quicker than Foxlow, so it must have been the lap before where Dan Robinson really took some time out of the 5th place man. And I noticed behind, Luke Waugh is now 7th ahead of Sean Reynolds. This is the Maggie Webster and Chris Blackburn battle. Maggie takes a very wide line into Peel Corner, turns into the apex, not allowing the move to be made. Drop downhill, Maggie Webster, former Fiesta Junior driver. Nice to see that we do still get junior drivers moving up into the ST240 category. It used to be a little bit easier when both categories ran the ST150 shaped Fiesta. You could literally convert a car to run in both championships if you wanted to, but nowadays you don't see that quite so often. But still, nice to see Maggie taking that step up from juniors into the ST240 category and learning her craft with every race that she does. She's in the top 10, looking to try and hang on to that over the remaining 4.5 minutes.
Indeed, yeah, plenty still to come then. Leaders chasing down a back marker at the moment, so we'll see how easily they're able to get past, and whether the 26 of Hayes will move aside and allow the leaders through, or whether we'll see a bit more of the Fun Cup situation we saw yesterday of hopefully not any active defending like we saw in the Fun Cup, but either way, we'll leave that to yesterday. 4 minutes still left to go in this one, and again, Alistair Kellett has extended that gap at the front, nearly 3 seconds now. Unbelievable pace in this one from Alistair. I mean, he's doing everything he said when he was chatting to me before the race started, just get through lap 1 and see if I can drive away. Well, he's done just that, hasn't he?
Yeah, I mean, that is the Alistair Kellett way. He sometimes does seem to just need a couple of laps to ease himself into it, but that's those years of experience. He knows that on cold tyres it's easy to make a mistake that could end up costing you, so he just takes it a bit easy for the first few laps. He can look sometimes like he's vulnerable to attack, and indeed was vulnerable to Gary Miller earlier in the race. But once things settle down, he's just such a consistent driver. Metronomically, he goes around the track as Alistair Kellett. Nothing too flashy, doesn't push the issue too much, doesn't take too many risks, but he's won so many races in this category before. Once you give him a second lead or so, he's very tough to catch. Dan Robinson, pulling off. Dan Robinson pulling off from 6th position. Oh, that's a shame. I thought it was an odd line he was taking into the hairpin there. I think something's broken on that car, and Dan Robinson pulls over at the side of the race. Not the only one. That's Webster again for the second time running wide, and this time actually does lose place to Chris Blackburn. She'll still be in the top 10 though, because of the demise of Dan Robinson, who I was just saying was putting in a really good drive, chasing after George Foxlow, and unfortunately he won't see the checkered flag.
Let's not continue your omens from yesterday, mate. Let's leave those in the past. But yeah, gutting that. It was racing so well, was Dan Robinson. But sadly, it didn't look, we didn't really see any damage on there. It didn't look like it looked something internally, engine-wise, maybe having an issue or something else. Either way, he could feel that immediately. Pulls straight over to the side, and you can see him there hopping out of the car and over the barrier to safety. But never nice to see someone not make it to the checkered flag, particularly when they are racing so well, putting in some really good moves and having a positive race. But hopefully, can carry those positives, can carry that momentum into the next race later on today.
Yeah, Dan Robinson's second in the AM Championship as well coming into this weekend, so that's a significant loss of points in regard to the AM class. It means that the second of the AM drivers will now be, well actually Luke Ward was already the second AM driver in this race. Third is now Chris Blackburn, and he is the leading AM class Masters driver. Alistair Kellett, of course, your overall race leader, is also leading in Pro and in the Pro Masters class as well. Don't think he gets 3 trophies for that, but 3 class wins at least will go his way. And he'll be very pleased with his weekend's work so far. Still got another race later on today, of course, to try and... in fact, no, sorry, just 2 races, isn't it, for the ST240s this weekend. So this is looking like being a pretty perfect weekend for Kellett. He goes through to start his final lap, and there he is, the champion, reigning champion. He's not quite the championship leader yet, but I think this race win might well propel him ahead of Gary Miller in the points now. Gary at least minimising the damage being done though, because he is on course for second place points, which is 46, so 4 fewer than Kellett. Kellett will pick up the bonus point for the fastest laps. That's a 5-point swing. He was only 8 points behind coming into the weekend, so given the fact that he took the best part of 7 points, I think, out of Gary yesterday, my rough calculations tell me that this should now be the championship lead for Alistair Kellett, before dropped scores, of course. Kellett is dropping slightly fewer, I think, than Gary Miller. No, slightly more, actually, now, I think, after yesterday's results. So, yeah, it's going to be very, very close between these two, but Alistair Kellett now starting to come on song as we head towards the middle part of the season. We'll hit the halfway mark next time at Silverstone. First 2 visits to the Silverstone National Circuit. 6 races in the middle of the year for the Fiesta ST240s will take place at the home of British Motor Racing on the shorter national layout. And it's a place that Alistair Kellett has had success in the past, so I'm sure he'll be looking forward to those 2 events. He turns into the hairpin then for the final time. 2 more corners away from home, and a double race win here on the Anglesey International Circuit for the reigning champ. Car number 1 is back in position number 1 in the race and in the championship as well. And that's exactly where he feels that he deserves to be. He turns his way through the final corner. Alistair Kellett will see the checkered flag and claim victory in race number 2 for the Airtech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship. Gary Miller comes home second, and Jason O'Connell is on the podium in third. A double podium finish for Jason O'Connell and a double win in the AM class this weekend. Zach Lucas fourth, George Foxlow will come home in the end in a fairly lonely 5th position after most of the drivers that he had been battling with in that race fell largely out of contention. Luke Waugh is next, second of the AMs, then Sean Reynolds, Graham Colfer back in the top 10, Chris Blackburn and Maggie Webster after an entertaining race will come home at the back of that top 10. And what a black smoke from the back of James Pope's car there as it came across the line. Hopefully that's not something to worry about. So, Fiesta ST240's then done for the day. And we look forward to... Oh, they're having 3 races. Oh, their championship table says they're having 2 races, but Paul McCurley tells me they're having 3. Paul does have a timetable next to him, so we'll let that be the deciding factor. Yes, they do have a 3rd race later on, so the points table alludes to the fact it's only 2 races, but good news, we get a 3rd race later on in the afternoon. And we'll look forward to seeing who comes out on top in that one. Alistair Kellett then the winner, Gary Miller 2nd, Jason O'Connell 3rd, Zach Lucas 4th, and George Foxlow 5th, ahead of Luke Waugh, Sean Reynolds, Graham Colfer, Chris Blackburn, and Maggie Webster. Connor Blackburn 11th, James Pope in 12th, with Simon Horriman. He did actually get back up to speed after slowing dramatically early on, but was some way adrift in the end in 13th. Harry Hayes was a lap down after his pit lane visit in 14th, and Dan Robinson, the only non-finisher after his car pulled over close to the checkered flag up at the hairpin on the international loop. So his car will need to be recovered before our next race gets underway. That's for the Jeff Page Engineering Formula Ford Championship, their 2nd race of the Anglesey weekend. And we continue on then towards lunch. We've got 3 races before the lunch break. We've got Formula Fords, the ST150s, and the Fiesta Junior Championship, which will take us into lunch, and then the City Car Cup are back out. We've got the 2 races for the Formula 3 Championship later on as well. And it's a busy day that takes us all the way up to about 5:15, all being well, on this Brscc summer race weekend here at Anglesey. So, cars arriving down in Parc Ferme. And we are able, I believe, to head down and hear from them now with John Ratcliffe, our podium finishers for the Airtech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Parc Ferme yet again. What a race that was in the Fiesta ST240s. Battles up and down the order, but no battles for this one. Mr. Alistair Kellett. We spoke to Alistair before the race. Obviously, he was just looking to make it through the first lap with those cold rear tyres. He did so, and once he got into the swing of things, he drove away. Alistair, you've only just jumped out of the car, but we were speaking before the race. I was just saying you wanted to get through lap 1, get those tyres up to speed. Once you did, you were off.
Yeah, got the start and Gary's behind me and was fine, and then I just was trying to be careful in the first couple of laps of the tyres because it's very abrasive here. So, and Gary was on me all the time. Though I just kept my head and just tried to keep the tyres. And then I think Gary dropped off, and that just gave me the space, and I just got my head down. It's plain sailing after that.
Yeah, I thought we were going to get stuck in defending on him, to be honest, as he was really going for it, particularly up into the hairpin. But then you just managed to break away, get that gap, and then it seemed plain sailing from there, relatively.
Yeah, I was just, as I said, I was just trying to manage the tyres the first 5 minutes of the race, and I think Gary then used up his tyres while he was trying to get past me. So I just bided my time, and once I got my head down, I was fine then.
Kept the tyres good, brought it home. Well done. Cheers, Alistair. Hopefully we see more of you later on. Right then, let's have a chat with Mr. Gary Miller. Gary,
yeah,
you were all over Alistair for a good few laps there, and then sadly just dropped off after that.
I was. The mechanical gods were on Alistair's side because I lost 4th gear. So I came out onto the back straight one stage to pull the 4th gear, and there's nothing there. So I had to manage the race going from 3rd to 5th for the rest of the race. So I just looked in the mirror and I knew I wouldn't catch Alistair with that then. So I just looked in the mirror. I knew I was far enough ahead from Jason. Just hoped the gearbox would last at the end of the race. So it did, thankfully. So we'll have to change it now for race 2. But yeah, it was a great battle for the first few laps. I thought I had him once or twice, but look, it would have been for nothing in the end after losing 4th gear. So thankful to bring it home second and just do a gearbox now, and away we go for the next one.
Very impressive to bring it home in P2. He seemed to think it was your tyres going off, but clearly still some tyres to be used in the later race.
4th gear left the chat, unfortunately, so we'll find the gearbox with 4th gear and go again.
Cool. Well, best of luck in that. Cheers, mate. Thank you very much. See if we can chat to as well, if you've got a bit of time. Amateur Victor, 3rd place overall. Once again, Mr. O'Connell. An exciting race. A bit of a poor start, I hope you don't mind me saying, off the line, but you managed to fight back through to P3.
Yeah, terrible start. It's one of my weaknesses is my starts, but yeah, made a bit of progress then, and I had a run at Zach going into the top of the hairpin up the top. So I says, if I don't go for it now, I'll never get a chance. And I went for it. It was a bit of a lunge, but made it stick, and we didn't touch. So I was happy enough to come away with third after a poor start. So can't complain.
Yeah, that was a serious move up there. Super late on the brakes. We almost thought you were going to go straight on off into the grass, but you managed to just about keep it on the black stuff. Good move, and it was nice of him to give you a bit of room as well at the apex.
Yeah, no, fair play to him. It was a bit of a lunge, now, I have to say, but I just said if I don't do it now, I'll not get a chance again. So I had to go for it, you know, and it's stuck anyway. So happy enough.
Exactly. That's racing. You got it done. Third place. Pretty happy with that.
Yeah, very happy. Yeah, well, I would have liked to win, but look, can't complain. Third place is okay.
All right, cool. We'll see whether you can do it next time out. Cheers, mate. Thank you very much. Well, good to chat then with the top three. Then in the ST240s, plenty more action coming your way though.
Thank you, John. Cars not yet on the track for our next race, but they will very shortly be released from the assembly area for our second single-seater action, or second Ford action, I should say, of the weekend, the Super Classic Formula Ford Championships, Jeff Page Engineering Super Classic Formula Ford Championship to give it its full title. Yesterday's race was a pretty competitive one. Oliver Roberts and Ben Powney did battle for the win, with Oliver Roberts managing to get the better start and defended the lead in the early stages, eventually winning by 1.4 seconds. Tom Hawkins, meanwhile, championship leader and reigning champion, had a bit of a tough time starting from the pit lane and had to fight his way through the order up into third position. The Formula Fords then will be out on track. In fact, they're being released now, so we will start the build-up for the Formula Ford race now then, and the grid will be based upon that result from yesterday. So Oliver Roberts will once again have pole position. And we'll be hoping to try and repeat that strong start that he had yesterday. Roberts then on pole, Powney starting alongside with Tom Hawkins and Christopher Stones on row number 2. Andrew Schofield and Vincent Jay share the third row, and Colin Williams and Ian Parkington are together on row number 4. Various classes represented there. We'll get into the class structure a bit later on. Matthew Smith and Nigel Dolan are on row 5. Row 6, Neil Hunt and Oliver Buckton. Row 7 should be Nigel Grant and Simon Fraser, but Nigel Grant's name is absent from that list for some reason, so we'll see. Maybe he's a non-starter, with Bernard Leclerc and Murren Parkington bringing up the rear of the 16-car grid. So are we missing the number 43 Merlin of Nigel Grant? Yes, I think we might be. Yes, we are, in fact, definitely missing it. So Nigel Grant, a non-starter. That's a shame. The only Super Classic D entrant here this weekend, and the oldest car on the grid will no longer be the Merlin, unfortunately. So that car taking no further part, at least in this race anyway. They do have a third race later on, so hopefully we'll see him back out for that one. Green flag lap then about to get underway, and it will be Oliver Roberts and Ben Powney from the front row of the grid. And again, we'll see whether or not it is going to be a good start from Oliver Roberts. Tom Hawkins there lighting up the rear tyres, slaloming his way down to the first corner, and making absolutely sure that, first of all, he's warmed up the rear tyres. I think that was definitely achieved. And secondly, that he's laid down plenty of rubber on the start-finish line down below the commentary box. So the cars then make their way around. It was an overall win for Oliver Roberts, but a Class B win as well. One of the slightly older 1980s Van Diemen's claiming the win, although I did make the point yesterday, it's one of the more modern Class B cars. Class B takes you from, as far as age of car, from 1982 to 1989. Well, that is a 1989 Van Diemen, so it was the very newest generation of car that is allowed into Super Classic B. Another year later, and it would have become a Super Classic A car. And it's only actually 3 years older than the Jamin and Ben Powney. Tom Hawkins in a 1995 Swift will start third. 1988 Van Diemen of Chris Stones fourth. So all of those front-running cars of a similar age, despite the fact they are running across 2 different classes. Super Classic C was won fairly handsomely in the end by Colin Williams. Colin Williams in his PRS beating the Crossley 25F of Ian Parkington by 8 seconds or so. Murren Parkington in his Crossley also running in Super Classic C was a full lap down. It's fascinating to see what Tom Hawkins can do in this race. Hawkins, interestingly, didn't set the fastest lap of the race. He was the fastest Super Classic A driver yesterday with a 1:36.7, but that was fractionally, and I mean, we're talking 100th of a second, slower than Oliver Roberts. So point is, I don't think he's going to have a significant pace advantage over Oliver Roberts, but he does at least now start at the front of the field, and a Super Classic A victory, he would hope, should be heading his way, all being well, but obviously there was some sort of drama yesterday morning. And, in fact, John is next to me, throwing his line across here, John, but do you remember, you presumably had a chance to chat to that's probably going to be the answer to most things, isn't it? Tom Hawkins, did you chat to him yesterday? He finished 3rd overall.
For a lot of yesterday, we were running through them so quickly, I haven't really got to chat to the winner.
I'm not convinced you did you?
No, I don't think I did.
Hopefully you do today, because I want to know why he didn't start from pole yesterday, where he should have been starting, or front row anyway, for that first race. He started either from the pit lane or the back of the grid, and certainly was not present at the front of the field. This time he is, though, 3rd on the grid anyway, having charged from the back of the grid to 3rd yesterday. John, do you think a race win's on the cards?
Yeah, definitely potential. I mean, he's got the number 1 on the car, so that clearly means something, doesn't it? So we'll see whether he can run through. Starting nice and close to the front, we saw those top 2 battling so well yesterday out there, though, so if he wants to get involved with the scrap, he's going to have to bring his A game.
Yeah, well, he is usually a good starter, Tom Hawkins, and he's got that inside line, which has prevailed in the previous 2 races so far today. But these are very different machines indeed. Rear-wheel drive, lightweight single-seaters, the 1600cc Ford-engined cars, which have been a staple of British motor racing for half a century or so. And, well, more than that really now. And they're still going strong. Right then, green flag waved at the back of the grid. Oliver Roberts and Ben Powney make up the front row. Red lights go out now, and it's a good start made by Oliver Roberts. From pole position, Tom Hawkins holding on to 3rd, but not really challenging either of the front row men, so it will be grid order, I think, for the first 4 or 5 through target for the first time. And Oliver Roberts, so far so good, keeps the Class B Van Diemen in the race lead. Tom Hawkins hunting around the outside of Ben Powney into the banking. Not able to make that pass stick. They exit the second corner, head towards Church, and then we head to the most important part of the circuit, particularly on this opening lap when they're all bunched together. The front of the school straight, the Formula Ford slipstream trade kicks into life, and here comes the first challenge for the lead. They almost ended up 3 wide there because Hawkins was making a move on Powney, who at the same time went to the inside of Roberts. Powney goes to the lead then. Roberts does well, in fairness, to slot in between the 2 of them, yeah, surprised in a way that Tom Hawkins is still only 3rd.
Yeah, impressive stuff. Hawkins had an amazing run up the hill, didn't he? It would look like they were going to go 3 wide. I think he realised probably not enough space for all 3 of us up here, considering it's the first lap. Maybe I'll back out of that one and have a bit of a rethink. It was a great start off of the grid from Oliver Roberts, but just that slipstream up the back, not so straight, not helping him there as he drops down to 2nd place. But already the top 3 looking to try and scamper away, and I think the 3 that we were expecting to do just that.
Yes, indeed so, but they're not in the order they ran for much of yesterday's race. It is Ben Powney then who finds his way to the front. Remember, Powney and Hawkins battling for the Super Classic A Championship. They both are in the same class. They've got a Class B car between them, but in this category, they do score points based on class finishing position. So Hawkins, if he's going to have any chance of winning his class, needs to get past Roberts and then set off after the race leader. So it's Powney, Roberts and Hawkins the leading 3. Chris Stones is in 4th, 5th Andrew Schofield, 6th Vincent Jay. So the rest of them are all in grid order across the top half dozen or so. In fact, the next positional change is Nigel Dolan moving up to 8th position in his Super Classic A great machine, the Van Diemen RF90, moving up a couple of positions from where he started. Leaders, though, head towards the school straight, and it's Hawkins the man on the move, isn't he? He's had a really good run through Church. He's already in the slipstream, but he was almost too close to Oliver Roberts. Didn't really generate any momentum off the corner, and Oliver, in fact, is closing on the leader quicker than Hawkins is closing on him. There's a challenge for the lead to the inside, but no, Roberts just a bit too far back.
Had to rethink that one, didn't he? Properly squirrely under brakes. He thought, oh, the move's on. No, it's definitely not on. Has to back out of that one. Does well to hold on to the snap there under braking. Holds off. Stays in 2nd place. This is fantastic to watch this, though. Powney, Roberts and Hawkins continuing to build that gap. It was almost 2 seconds last time across the line. I can only imagine that is going to continue to extend. But it's Stones there in 4th place on the number 49. He's holding off the rest of the pack. He's got Schofield and Jay not too distantly behind as well. And it's not much further to Colin Williams then in 7th place. You see them there heading down through into the hairpin. As wide for 2nd place Roberts, taking what I would more expect to be the line out of there, covering all of the track surface and getting the best exit he can. It was much more tight, though, from Powney. I thought that was going to be a poor exit for him, but he's held onto it, down through into the bus stop. Onto a new lap we go.
Indeed so difference in lines, but not much difference in lap time, in fairness. A 37.3 from the leader, a slightly faster 37.3 for Roberts, and a 37.4 for Hawkins. Fastest lap to Roberts that time around, and that was largely because of that significant slipstream he had up the hill. He's so much closer to Powney now than he was a lap ago. He's almost investigating the gearbox on the Jamin as it rounds the banking. And this is going to be an even more exciting run up the hill, I think, because they're all closer together heading out of Church. That second place car just seems to hunker down into the slipstream more effectively, doesn't it? Roberts closing on the leader, who has to go to the inside line to defend, so Powney to the left-hand side of the road. Roberts is presented only with the outside line and doesn't fancy it on this occasion because he doesn't want to risk leaving the door open to Hawkins behind.
Indeed, yeah, it's a risky one there if he wants to try and hang it around the outside. And of course, a very tight section of the circuit. We've seen it a lot in the Fun Cups, we've seen it a lot in the Fiestas as well. It all closes up at then the right-hand part of Rocket straight after that heavy braking zone. And often we'll see a bit of door banging. Well, you can't really do that in these. There's no door banging, it's all wheel banging, and you'll find they get interlocked pretty quickly.
Yes, that is not advisable in general, really, but certainly not in open-wheel single-seater racing. It's side-by-side for the lead towards the hairpin, though. Roberts to the outside has his nose ahead. He's late on the brakes, but not late enough. Powney gets to the apex first. This, though, is developing into a proper Formula Ford race, this, isn't it? As Powney has got to the front, but just seemingly doesn't have the pace to get away. And now that he's defending, you feel that this is going to only get more and more lively with each lap that goes by, because he's backing Roberts up into Hawkins, who's desperate for a result after yesterday's disappointment. They're side by side again. A switch back for Roberts out of the final turn. They were almost level at the line, but by the time they get to turn one, Roberts has got the job done. So Oliver Roberts to the lead of the race. A second lead change between these two, and it might not be the last.
Indeed, after getting that fastest lap, we were sort of expecting that move to come at some point from Oliver Roberts, but I certainly wasn't expecting it at the final corner. What a brilliant exit from the number 16. Roberts and Powney were feisty as ever yesterday in race number 1, continuing that on here on Sunday into race number 2. And look at this, the 37 of Powney now under pressure from Tom Hawkins in behind. And of course, not only is this a battle for second, as you mentioned earlier, a battle for the class win as well. Thinking about that inside line as Hawkins doesn't go for it this time, though. He's still got just under 10 minutes left to go in this race. Plenty more opportunities to come for Hawkins. Or will we see Powney have a resurgence and try and retake that lead?
Yeah, Powney's car, though, doesn't seem quite as strong in a straight line, maybe as Roberts' machine, which is interesting, isn't it? Because Roberts is the older of these three cars, but it just seems to have a slightly more aerodynamic shape, maybe. The Van Diemen, of course, 3 different makes of car here, a Van Diemen, a Jamin and a Swift, and it does seem that maybe they've all got subtly different strengths and weaknesses. Roberts then, now that he's found his way to the front, can he assert his authority on this race and establish some sort of dominance? It's rare in Formula Ford racing, and that's not the way to do it. A big slide out of the hairpin there. He got a bit too wide over the exit curve, did the leader, and he's opened the door now for Powney to come back at him. Powney to the inside of the final corner, late on the brakes and goes back through. Fantastic stuff.
Impressive stuff there, just dropping that rear left onto the grass to the number 16 of Oliver Roberts. And of course, that won't actually count as an official lead chase, I don't think, because Powney was just leading as they went side by side across the line last time. He gets back ahead this time, and almost a little bit wide yet again from the second place runner of Oliver Roberts. He flirts with the exit of the track limits there as we've got a car off on the grass, I can see outside of the first corner. Seems to have just gone a little bit wide off onto the grass. We'll double check exactly who that is in a few moments. But the top 3 staying as they were as they headed onto this lap, but slipstream galore as they head up to the top of the track.
Yeah, again, look, Roberts' car just works so well up the back straight, and he's desperately late on the brakes this time. Goes right round the outside, turns into the corner. He's on the dirty side of the road, but it doesn't matter. He's got the inside for the right-hander, and he shuffles his way back through. Powney just closes the door on Tom Hawkins, who's had the best seat in the house, a grandstand view of this battle, but he'd much rather be getting involved in it, wouldn't he, than simply watching it unfold in front. He's not really, though, looked likely to do so. It's all been Powney and Roberts, with Hawkins just sort of there with them.
Yeah, he sort of just had the best seat in the house, hasn't he, for this one? Just watching on, waiting for the perfect opportunity. I can tell you it was the 22 of Vincent J who had gone off at the first corner, so he's lost a lot of time and a number of places as well. I think he would have sit down to the bottom end of the top 10, if not a little bit further back. Top 3 still as they were then. Yeah, I was expecting maybe a little bit more from Hawkins. We saw him drive through the field yesterday with some really, really good pace. just hasn't quite been able to challenge in this one. Even when the top two have been trading places and losing momentum, he hasn't been able to sneak his way through. Still sitting there in third place relatively comfortably. Definitely on pace with the two ahead, but opportunities not opening up for him just yet.
In fairness, though, Hawkins' fastest lap yesterday was pretty comparable with Roberts and Powney's. He was about a tenth slower than Roberts' ultimate pace and a tenth quicker than Powney. So the three of them were very evenly matched, and I think it just looked better for Hawkins yesterday because he was overtaking lots of slower cars, and now he's up there with the leading two. He's finding things a little bit trickier. Out of church they go, though. He is a bit closer this time to Ben Powney, who's not quite as close to Oliver Roberts, so it might be an opportunity here for Hawkins, Hawkins to make the move. Looks to the inside, but no, not late enough on the brakes. The two cars ahead just seem to get into the corner slightly better, and so for this occasion at least, the positions stay as they were. 6 minutes of the race to go. Half a second was separating the leading two at the start of the lap. It's much the same, I think, as they turn through Peel Corner for the 6th time of asking. Interestingly, the fastest lap of the race has just been set by Andrew Schofield in 4th position. So Andrew Schofield, a 1:37.3. Quite sure where he pulled that lap from, but that was faster than anyone's been so far, and a tenth quicker than the race leader.
Indeed, yeah. A good bit faster than anyone's been so far in this race, and quite a bit faster than the three ahead on the last lap specifically. He's looking to close that gap. Just over 5 minutes left to go. He's still got quite a bit of a gap. It was 4 seconds at the start of this lap. We'll see if it's gone down any further. Realistically, he's hoping the top three ahead start to battle a little bit more than they have been doing and start to lose each other a bit more time. They head on to another lap of this race. Now, on to lap number 7 we go of this one. And after Oliver Roberts took the lead, he's looked, I was going to say comfortable, as comfortable as you can be when there's only 0.4 of a second back to the next driver. But really, he's looked like the only car out of this top three battle that is able to mount a serious charge up into Rocket using the slipstream. The other two just don't look quite so comfortable, just don't seem to quite have that overall top speed at the fastest part of the track.
And that's key, isn't it? Because it's the best overtaking opportunity. So if he's second, he's got a good chance of overtaking for the lead. And if he's in the lead, he's got a better chance of defending. And I think a big part of that is because he's so good through Church Corner. So he builds the gap going onto the straight, and then the other two just can't get to him, even with the power of the slipstream. Again, doesn't feel the need to defend this time into Rocket. Powney, interestingly, set the fastest lap last time round, though, so he's stolen that fastest lap back away from Andrew Schofield and was a full tenth quicker than the race leader. So there's nothing to choose between them. They're trading lap times. All of the leading three set their personal best lap last time around, and they were all within a tenth of a second of each other. So nip and tuck stuff at the front of the pack. But I agree with you, Roberts looks like the one more likely to be able to keep control of the race.
Indeed. Sadly for Andrew Schofield, he's lost the fastest lap and he's dropped back from these leading three up to over 5 seconds now, back to the 72. So some brief, blistering pace from Andrew Schofield. Sadly hasn't been able to continue that on to that next lap. Goes back the way of Ben Powney in second place. That fastest lap, a 37.2. Now the one to beat. It was 37.2 from Hawkins in behind as well. And a new personal best from the leader, 37.3. A bit slower than the two behind. You wouldn't have thought that watching the gap. It doesn't seem to have closed at all between first and second place. But we keep a watchful eye. Look back at a couple of drivers in behind as well, continuing to battle on as the gaps continue to extend between these battle packs. Second and third, absolutely nose to tail there round the banking, despite getting the fastest lap 2 laps to go for Ben Powney. Tom Hawkins, it's all over the rear end of that car as they're heading through Church now. To the exit they go. Will the slipstream come into effect? Can Hawkins finally launch an overtake?
Yeah, well, they've dropped away from the leaders, so there's less of a slipstream now for Powney to use in his defence, and this is what's allowing Hawkins to almost draw level. Just doesn't have the performance up the hill, does he? And so the Ben Powney car stays in front for now. Remember, this is for second place overall. It's for a class win, though. These are the top two Super Classic A-class cars, and it remains then Powney in the J-Man ahead of Hawkins in the Swift for now. But will it remain that way to the flag? The further back they drop from the leader, and that gap's got to be getting on for a second now, the harder it will become, surely, for Powney to defend this.
It definitely will. 2.5 minutes left to go then in this one. It seems like with the slipstream, there seems to be sort of two phases of it up the back straight, as more pressure being launched there by Tom Hawkins on the back of Ben Powney, looking for the up and under, won't quite open up for him. We'll try and go side by side to the exit, but yeah, it looks like it's in sort of two phases. Out the first phase, out of Church, Hawkins gets a lovely run. You can see the slipstream working. It's just as they go up through the right kink, it just seems to not be quite so strong up in that part of the circuit. He loses that slipstream effect to what he was enjoying in the first stage, and sadly just can't get enough alongside to think about a move. Not too long left to go. They continue to lose time to Oliver Roberts out in the lead of the race. I think first might be slipping away from these two, and they're left to squabble over second.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting though to look at the two cars. They look quite drastically different. I know that Formula Fords are renowned for being very tightly controlled set of regulations. There's not really a lot to choose in performance between them, but you can see that the Swift of Tom Hawkins, it looks bulkier, more bulbous at the front, doesn't it, than the Jamin ahead of him. He's had a much better run through Church this time, though, and might just be able to get fully alongside. I think he will. He's got the inside line through the two kinks, but that's the outside when we reach the braking zone at the top of the hill. And again, the last third of the straight, that Swift just seems to run out of steam slightly, doesn't it? And I do wonder whether it's the difference in aerodynamic shape of the cars that's just playing into the hands of Ben Powney ever so slightly. And Ben will only have to defend one more time up into that rocket corner, and then he should be home free in second position, unless, of course, the attack comes somewhere else and launch up the inside from Hawkins. And I think he's made that stick. Yes, he has, into the left-hander at the top of the corkscrew. Hawkins goes through. He had to get inventive. He's not got the job done yet, though, because he's run wide on the exit, and Powney is back alongside into the hairpin. He's on the outside line, and so Hawkins should be able to defend on the inside, and he does. But that was really the only way that move was going to be made, wasn't it? Because the traditional overtaking opportunity at Rocket wasn't really available to Hawkins for the reasons we've been discussing, and so he had to try and surprise Ben Powney, and that he did. I don't think Ben saw that one coming. So again, Hawkins not yet home free, because there's another run up the school straight to be done, and we know that that's where his Swift has been a little bit weaker compared to the Jamin and Powney. So it's now down to Hawkins to try and build as big a gap as he can through the first part of the lap, so that when they go onto the school straight, maybe Powney isn't close enough. And to be fair to Hawkins, he's doing a good job of that. That's a good 3 car lengths or so that he's pulled heading into Church Corner. Now is the moment of truth, as it were, as they head up the back straight. Is Powney going to be able to get close enough? And if he can get close enough, can he do anything with this run into the braking zone? I think the answer to the first question is no. The answer to the second question is the same, I'm afraid. So Tom Hawkins hangs on. Powney not able to challenge there. Hawkins now just needs to make sure he doesn't put a foot wrong, and a class win should be going his way. It won't be an overall race win, though, it seems. Oliver Roberts looks set to do the double. We're hoping to make that a hat-trick of victories later on in the day, but I can't wait for that third Formula Ford race if it's anything like this one. We are in for a really, really entertaining race. Formula Ford racing at its best, this has been. And Oliver Roberts will be delighted if he manages to hang on and claim this race victory. So down towards the hairpin they head for the final time. Roberts, Hawkins, Powney, I believe, will still be the order. Down towards the final corner they're heading now. And look to see who emerges from that final turn with the lead. It is, in a lot of traffic, going to be Oliver Roberts, but that was a little scary moment he didn't need at the final turn. Roberts gets the win, second for Hawkins. Ben Powney comes home in third position, with Andrew Schofield fourth and Chris Stones coming home at the back of the top 5. Then, in fact, there he goes, Chris Stones across the line in the 1988 Van Diemen. Then we've got the number 8 of Nigel Dolan, and Colin Williams should be next, although he's been involved in a race-long battle with Neil Hunt and Ian Parkington. And Neil Hunt will have to sit behind Colin to the flag. Parkington had a bit of a wobble off the final corner, comes across the line in 9th, and Matthew Smith completes the top 10. So, entertaining race, certainly. That was a very good example of Formula Ford racing, and we get to do it all over again a little bit later on this afternoon. The final Formula Ford race at 2:10 this afternoon, and we will be waiting to see who comes out on top in that one. So, towards the Parc Fermé area they will go, and we'll hear from our podium finishers in a moment or two. But for now, let's run through the provisional results of our second Jeff Page Engineering Formula 4 Championship race of the weekend. Oliver Roberts the winner after a race-long battle with Tom Hawkins and Ben Powney, who complete the overall podium but finish first and second respectively in Super Classic A. Andrew Schofield and Chris Stones complete the top 5 ahead of Nigel Dolan. Colin Williams in 7th position wins in Super Classic C ahead of Neil Hunt and Ian Parkington, with Matthew Smith in 10th. Vincent J 11th, Oliver Buckton 12th. Murray Parkington was the first car 1 lap down in 13th, and Simon Fraser 14th. They were the drivers that Oliver Roberts caught right at the end of the race to put a lap on them through the final turn, and it will be Bernard Leclerc who completes the 15 runners at the end of the race. And we've still got cars coming through to take the checkered flag, I believe, for a second time, rather confusingly. But anyway, let's head down, shall we, to Parc Fermé, where I believe John is ready. Yes, I think he is. And we can hear now then from our podium finishers at the end of what was a proper bit of Formula Ford racing.
Right then, down in Parc Fermé yet again. What a race that was in the Jeff Page Engineering Formula Ford Championship. We've got the drivers heading down into Parc Fermé. Now, a great squabble at the front of the order. We expected those top 3 to scamper off, and they did just that. What a race it was between those top 3, though. And look at the beautiful machines heading back into safety here in Parc Fermé. Jumping out of the car, the number 16 of Oliver Roberts, of course, winner in Class B, and not only winner in Class B, winner overall in that race. He quickly removes all of his safety gear because he's so excited to have a chat with me after that race win, but he can't get his helmet off. Ollie's got it sorted. Ollie, it was great to chat with you yesterday.
Yeah.
Once again, I'm having a chat with you. That could only mean good things. Well done. What a race.
I enjoy it so much, that's all.
You just love me so much. That's all it is, mate. That's the reason you're winning all these races, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Talk me through that one, though. It was a good battle. You certainly weren't having an easy one out there. You had to fight for that.
No, it was the battle that we should have had all season, but through technical problems throughout the last 2 rounds, we haven't been able to do so. So it's been great having the 3 of us, and it was a case of who was going to lead into the headwind. And I thought, well, I'll just let Ben do it for a few laps because it's hard work watching your mirrors and watching them all come at you like wasps. So I thought I'll give him the hard work for 3 laps and then we'll have another go at it.
An angry swarm of Formula Fords, not something you really want to see in your mirrors. You seem to have fantastic top speed, though, up into Rocket, seemingly much better than the other 2 drivers you were battling with. What did you put that down to?
The DFE and the engine.
Gotcha, so just a little bit quicker up to the top then. Surely it's all on your talent, mate.
Absolutely. I'd like to think so, but it was, as you saw, it was only the last probably 4 laps that I broke them. Yeah. I think they must have been fighting. I then broke their toe, which then allowed me to have the brake up the straight, which then allowed me to then take a bit of breathing space.
Yeah, we saw you didn't have to defend until those last few laps, and made it a bit more simple. You brought it home, another race win. Must be pretty happy with that.
Absolutely, that's how we do it 3 out of 3.
Awesome. We'll wait and see. Cheers, mate. Thanks for chatting with us. Right then, let's have a look for a bit further down then. Mr. Tom Hawkins.
Hi.
Tom, brilliant racing from yourself. You were sort of sat there in the best seat of the house for a lot of that, watching the battle ahead, and then you got involved in the sort of second part of the race. Talk us through it.
Yeah, I just thought I didn't quite have the pace to sort of get up in behind them in the first sort of couple of laps as my tyres came in, and then my tyres started to come in nicely, and yeah, and then I thought like those 2 might have a go at each other into Rocket, and I might be able to nip in and take the lead, but that didn't work out. So then I thought, right, better start being a bit more aggressive, and yeah, I managed to get Ben, I think, like a couple of laps towards the end and try and catch Ollie, but there's just nothing in it. Like they're so close, we're so close. So yeah, really good.
No, we're watching, thoroughly enjoying it, but well done, P2 overall. We'll see whether you can top that later on in race number 3. We'll wait and see. Thanks for chatting with us. Right then, sadly, I'm sorry, mate, we don't have time to chat with 3rd place. Drivers already heading out on circuit for the next one. I'll hand it back over to Andy.
Race 2 for the Vinyl Detail Fiesta ST150 Championship is up next, and more tin top racing courtesy of the Brscc's always popular Fiesta Championship. Really nice to see all 3 of the Fiesta series in fine health in 2025, and the ST150s, the older generation of Fiesta STs, are doing really, really well. We've got 24 of them out this weekend. We have more that often come along to other rounds at slightly more central locations, shall we say, and the grid of 24 cars line up as follows. It's based upon the result of yesterday's race, which was won by Max Buxton, so he has pole position. Dylan Davis, though, was really strong yesterday and will be starting from the outside of row 1 in this one. Sam Watkins and Michael Blackburn are together on row 2. Billy Blockley and Robbie Harrison row 3. Robbie, if memory serves, started a bit further forward than that yesterday. George Foxlow and James Ford are together on the 4th row of the grid. The top 10 completed by Sophie Kinghorn and Liam Browning. Mott Blunt and Aidan Vickers on row 6. Stephanie Saw and Gary Cooper share the 7th row with Zavary Zavissa and Graham Balaam on row number 8. 9th row is former XR3 racer Ron Lushtad and Chris Rowlands, with Lee Barron and Lewis Barron, also former XR Challenge competitors, completing the top 20. Mark Webb and Oliver Reed on row 11. Jade Goodwin and Andrew Ward complete 24-car lineup. So that is how they line up on the grid for this one. As I said, that's also the way that they finished in yesterday's race. And as part of that grid, I mentioned George Foxlow. Now, that is, I believe, the same George Foxlow who's also racing in the ST240s. So George Foxlow doing double duty this weekend, getting 2 fixes of Fiesta racing. So 6 races and 2 qualifying sessions he's competing in this weekend, is George, in 2 subtly different cars, really. I mean, obviously, these cars are older. That's fairly obvious. They are not quite as fast as the fully turbocharged 240 brake horsepower Fiesta ST240s. They don't run on slick tyres. It's a semi-slick for the ST150s. So they do require slightly different driving styles. These cars are just in general a lot stiffer. They sort of bounce through the corners a little bit more. They are shorter wheelbase, so they're a little bit less stable through the high-speed stuff as well. And yet George has been fairly consistent across both categories in the sort of middle of the top 10 every time he's been on track so far. So it'll be interesting to see how he gets on in this second ST150 race of the weekend. I think you're right in saying George hasn't raced. Yeah, sorry, he has been doing the full season in this championship because he's second in the championship coming into this weekend, is George. Not having actually quite the same sort of weekend here that he's had at Snetterton and Mallory, where he was a consistent podium finisher, had 2 second place finishes and a 5th place, I believe it was, at Snetterton. And was again on the podium in race 1 at Mallory Park. So it's been a fairly consistent season for George, yet to win a race. And he'll be starting from 7th in this one, so perhaps his chances of winning not set to increase here this morning. Max Buxton, however, was the championship leader coming in. He took his 3rd win of the season yesterday. And bounced back from what was a slightly less glamorous run at Mallory Park, shall we say. He won 2 races at Snetterton and was 3rd in race 1, whereas Mallory Park he was not on the podium at all. So Buxton back to podium form, back to winning ways in race 1 yesterday. But Dylan Davis will be starting alongside him, and Dylan Davis came through from a little bit lower on the grid, I seem to recall, in yesterday's first race. Yes, Dylan was 6th on the grid and came through to finish in 2nd position. So hoping now he only needs to make 1 more overtake in this one, John. And he's starting, in theory, for the best place, the outside of row 1, but that hasn't been the place to start so far today. Consistently, it seems the pole position has been the advantage, which sounds like an obvious thing to say, but it's not always the case here in Anglesey.
No, exactly. Definitely yesterday we for sure saw the opposite, but it hasn't quite played out so far this morning here for Sunday's action. I think the main thing for the race start in this one is we hope we don't see a repeat of the race start yesterday on, where we saw 3 drivers ending up on the infield, but they barely even got away from the line. I was watching it back last night, getting a nice little zoom in, and what happened was 2 drivers on the sort of both on the outside of the grid had quite a good start. The driver in the middle had a bit of a poor start. They both moved across to cover, and as they sandwiched him in the middle, they then all spun across to the right-hand side. So taking all 3 of them out, I think it was just a case neither of them realised that they were quite 3 wide. They were all trying to cover each other off in one way or another, and it didn't quite end so well. So a few of those starting from the back of the grid in this one.
Yes, no major damage was done. I think a few bent steering arms maybe, but it could have been a lot worse. They were going at relatively low speed, I suppose, at the time. But yeah, that's the danger of these 2x2 grids that we have for all of our other categories other than the juniors. It is easy to get tangled together on what is a fairly narrow run into that first corner. It's a very short run into the first turn as well, so the drivers really do need to take advantage of any gap that presents itself, because once you get through that first corner, it can become a little bit harder to make progress. So Max Buxton and Dylan Davis, front row. Sam Watkins and Michael Blackburn, row 2. Who's going to get the best of the starts in this one, I wonder?
Robbie Harrison, quite far out of his box at the moment.
He was yesterday, I think, wasn't he, when he was on the front row. So he's taking nothing to chance as far as being out of position on the grid. He's almost so far back, though, that he is out of position, really, isn't he? But anyway, not creating a danger for himself or anyone else. Hopefully he gets a slightly better start today. Let's find out. Red lights go off, and it's a good start from Buxton from pole position. Blackburn away well from row 2 and squeezes between Dylan Davis and Sam Watkins to go second place. So Michael Blackburn from 4th on the grid jumps into second position. That's much more like it for the reigning champion, and Blackburn will be challenging for the lead before too much longer. Round the banking they go for the first time. Hold your breath. Yep, all seems to be clean so far. Michael Blackburn then with a much better start, still amazingly winless in 2025. He's had a disastrous start to the season, a non-finish back at the start of the year at Snetterton, and he looks to bounce back and get his season underway now, one of his favourite tracks here at Anglesey, and so far race 2 is going very well. He's up to second, but for how much longer?
Aidan Vickers and Stephanie Saw had the most amazing of starts off of the grid there. We launch up into Rocket for the first time in this one. Close door to door there between the two red cars fighting over 4th, and really, really close. There is Stephanie right in the middle of a 3-way squabble there as they head up through into the top section of the circuit. She gets out ahead of the other two with 3 wide ahead also.
Oh, this is for second place, and Michael Blackburn's been absolutely mugged. What happened there? Blackburn suddenly drops out of the top 4, out of the top 5, in fact, nearly. That was, he must have had a poor run out of Rocket, and Dylan Davis and Sam Watkins went either side of him. They're now side by side for 3rd as they drop down through the left-hander. Watkins on the outside line, and no, it's not Dylan Davis, is it? That might be Billy Blockley, actually. I think it is the 3rd of the red cars in that leading group. On the outside line, heading into the braking zone, Blackburn desperately trying to salvage the situation. That's George Foxlow, who's now gone through on the inside, and Michael Blackburn will be wondering where it all went wrong. Half a lap ago, he was in second place, and I think he's likely to cross the line at the end of lap 1 down in 6th.
Yeah, that's gutting for Blackburn, racing well yesterday and had a decent start to this one so far. But yeah, maybe, I mean, we saw a couple of races ago in the T240s, driver missing a gear out of that top section of the circuit and having a poor exit, and thus having an issue. We've got a spinner at the final corner though, one driver off into the grass, and it's the number 44, that is, who's gone for a spin. That's Lee Barron, who's round at the final corner. Has he got it back underway? Yes, he has. He will rejoin this race, but sadly right from the back of the pack.
He had a spin, I think, at Rocket, didn't he, yesterday? Well, both of the Barons ended off yesterday. No, I think he was the one that pulled over on the international loop, and he's pulling over again now, possibly with some damage. Yeah, I think the right front tyre's off the rim as a result of that. So first retirement, unfortunately, and again, it is a Baron pulling off to the side of the road. Meanwhile, back towards the front, Sam Watkins here in 3rd position. Got Billy Blockley all over him as they head towards Rocket Corner for the second time. Blackburn there with George Foxlow back behind him now, so Blackburn starting the recovery drive, and Aidan Vickers launches to the inside into Rocket Corner and manages to gain a position. That was James Ford, I think, that he went past. James now battling with Stephanie Saw, who's got her teammate Liam Browning behind. The two teammates, they weren't working too well together on that opening lap, were they? As they bounced off each other slightly through the Rocket complex, keeping it clean though on the second time through. So dramatic first lap and a half or so. Things now starting to settle down. Through all of it, though, it is Max Buxton, yesterday's winner, who establishes himself with a healthy lead.
Indeed, yeah. I mean, as much as it can settle down in a Fiesta ST150 race, it's so exciting. So far this weekend, we've got a driver off on the infield there, the 83, that is, going off. That's Sophie Kinghorn off to the inside and going all the way down the banking. She might end up cutting the hairpin down there and trying to rejoin. An odd place to go off, though. There must have been a bit of rubbing as they got to the exit, and she got speared off to the infield. You can see there Lee Barron as well out of the car now, and sadly, as we say, wheel off the rim on the front right as well. So I think we can assume either he went for a move down the inside or someone went round his outside and they made a bit of contact there, and wheel coming a cropper. Out of the race goes him. Sophie looks to have rejoined the group. Whereabouts though, I'm not 100% sure. Has she dropped down the order considerably as she continues to do so. Yeah, down to 18, so 5 places lost in all of that, but we're side by side.
This is for the lead. Max Buxton with Dylan Davis round the outside through the banking. And Max Buxton was a bit slow, I think, through those first couple of corners. It gave Dylan Davis the chance to get alongside, but not yet the chance to move through. They're nose to tail then as they head up the school straight. And Dylan Davis looks one way, looks the other, tries to find enough of an edge to get alongside, which he has. He's on the outside line into Rocket. He's later on the brakes into Rocket, but can he get across to the inside line? Answer, no. Buxton will run him out of road. That was pretty forceful stuff from Buxton, but he did not want to allow Dylan Davis to have the inside line for the right-hander, closed the door firmly in his face, but that was just about fair, I think.
Yeah, I think Dylan might be feeling a bit aggrieved by that one. I think if he wanted to be more aggressive, he could have caused a bit of an incident there if he just decided to hang it up the inside. I think he had the right to do so, but Buxton, like you say, really slamming the door in his face and making sure that he holds on to that lead, and he needs to be that aggressive if he wants to keep the number 21 behind, given that he stole that fastest lap on the last time around. 49 dead for the number 21 versus a 49.6 best lap, also set on the last lap for the number 10 of Buxton ahead. Good battle beginning then between those two. Sadly, with the time lost out of the corner there for Dylan Davis, he's just fallen off ever so slightly with the pace he's showing. I don't think it should take too long for him to close right back up to the rear end of that driver ahead. And in behind as well, Watkins and Blockley nose to tail, and Blackburn looking to have a bit of a resurgence after those earlier issues.
Yeah, he's in 5th. He's just put in his personal best lap of the race, but no quicker really than the 2 cars ahead. In fact, the 2 cars ahead, Sam Watkins and Billy Blockley, just set identical lap times to the 1,000th of a second, a 1:49.555 for the pair of them. So extremely close in lap time between those two. The leaders, though, once again are absolutely together as they round Church Corner, fastest corner on the track, and make their way up the hill. Davis a length or so further back this time, but that might not be a bad thing. It means he can carry a bit of momentum up into Rocket, whereas he got sort of stalled out behind Buxton a lap ago. Max, once again, defends the inside line, forces Dylan Davis to the outside. That's not quite going to work. Dylan knows what will happen now if he tries to go around the outside at Rocket. He might have to think of another approach.
Will indeed. Yeah, looking to restart the charge. I was just watching outside the window. Of course, Lee Barron, we saw him exit the race a few laps ago. He's got the best seat in the house. He's got a seat that money can't buy there in the middle of the infield, watching on. Of course, he'll want to be in the race, so he'll still be pretty gutted. But he's at least got a nice afternoon of watching there in the middle of the circuit. Or still morning, actually. We've still got 45 minutes left to go of the morning. We've got so much racing already packed in. I felt like we'd already gone through to lunch, but not quite just yet. Still this race and one more before we go to that lunch break. And once again, we'll see the juniors up again to close us out into lunch, which should be rather exciting. Still 8 minutes of this ST150 race still to go then. And we just wait for those battles to rekindle at the sharp end. Still holding that fastest lap is Dylan Davis. It was just under 4 tenths when they crossed the line last time. It looks relatively similar as they come across the gantry. It's actually extended ever so slightly up to about 6 tenths. And crucially in behind as well, Watkins has given himself a little bit of breathing room ahead of Blockley and Blackburn as well, as he looks and tries to chase down those 2 ahead.
Yep, so stabilising a little bit at the front of the field then as everyone starts to sort of settle into their race rhythm. Buxton ahead of Davis, ahead of Watkins. Sam Watkins was twice a winner this year, actually, so genuinely is a title contender. It's only that non-finish in the middle race at Snetterton that has seen him drop away from the leading 2 in the leading 3 in the championship. But that will count as a dropped score, so he's very much still a part of this championship equation. He's not, though, a part of the race-winning equation, though, is he really? Because Dylan Davis and Max Buxton have really broken away from him. They are absolutely nose to tail as they run through Rocket Corner. And Dylan Davis then just trying to outfox Max Buxton, but that's not going to be an easy job to do, I don't think. Max is wise to that attempted move into Rocket. And it just doesn't look to me, John, as though anywhere else around the circuit, Dylan Davis has enough of an edge to make a move. And that really is what it came down to in that Formula Ford race earlier. Tom Hawkins realised he couldn't overtake at Rocket, so he had to find somewhere else to make a move. And it was this corner here where he did make that decisive move for second. I think Dylan Davis is going to have to think equally as creatively.
Yeah, in that last race, though, he had a bit of an engine advantage as well heading up to the top. Not so much in this one. They'll all be pretty much identical in this. There's a slippery surface flag out into the hairpin I've just spotted. So I don't think that's rain unless there's a completely different climate over there at the hairpin. Maybe someone's dropped something down into that heavy braking zone, and drivers just need to be a little bit more careful.
Yeah, because it's not necessarily fluid. It's often referred to as the slippery surface flag. It's really just a surface flag, so there's something on the track that shouldn't be. So it could be dirt, it could be debris, it could be a bollard again. We've seen that a few times today, so not necessarily anything to be concerned of. No one's pitted, so if it is a mechanical issue for someone they haven't stopped, that's both good news because they haven't retired, but also maybe bad news because they might be spilling fluid around the whole circuit if that is the case. Seems okay though, I don't see anyone slipping and sliding around just yet. We've got 5.5 minutes of this one to go. And here we go again through Church Corner. Dylan Davis a little bit closer, in fact quite a bit closer this time. Carries a lot of speed through the turn, and I think there was a bit too much speed through the turn really. He just understeered wide onto that exit curb, and that kills your momentum all the way up the hill. The slipstream starts to catch him now, and he starts to close back in on Buxton, but it's going to be a rinse and repeat of previous laps. Look, he shows his nose to the outside, but it's not enough to get alongside Buxton, and Max is quite good, isn't he, at just parking the car on the apex, not running wide, and then compromising his line through the next corner. So Buxton's defending well, and Dylan Davis, I think, is running out of ideas.
Yeah, it's a tough one, isn't it? He just can't seem to find another place where he's looking for that move, or he looks close enough to think about it. And Buxton's really got him sussed out there up into Rocket, and then can't seem to do anything out of Rocket through Peel. Can't get close enough to go for a little cheeky move, a cheeky send up the inside, and really, opportunities beginning to dwindle now for Dylan Davis. We've still got just less than 5 minutes left to go in this one, but Buxton looks relatively comfortable out there. Seems to have the measure of the 21 driver in behind. Samuel Watkins now beginning ever so slightly to close that gap. I mean, it was 1.6 seconds when we started this lap. Doesn't look like it's 1.6 seconds now, does it, Andy?
No, well, that's partly because Watkins just set the fastest lap, so he was half a second quicker than the one the previous lap. I think he's taken even more time out of them this time, and again, this will change the dynamic now in that leading group. It takes pressure off Buxton in a way because it applies pressure to the man in the middle, Dylan Davis, who's going to have to try and attack and defend at the same time. So the final 4 minutes of this race could be particularly busy for Dylan Davis, and if he's going to make a move for the lead, it sort of has to be now, doesn't it? Because if he waits too long, he's going to start feeling the heat from the fastest man on the track behind, Sam Watkins, who improves now upon that fastest lap with a 1:48.852, 8/10 quicker than the race leader. And it's not like Max Buxton is defending everywhere. He's only really defending into one corner at Rocket. So this, I think, is a genuine pace advantage for Sam Watkins. The question is it too little too late?
Indeed, time is continuing to tick down then, and once again, another good run up into Rocket for Davis. Really has to cover that inside line. This time does the 10 of Buxton, trying it around the outside is Dylan Davis. Can he hold the slide? No, he cannot. We'll have to slot back in, and just about fends off the 98 of Watkins as well. He had a bit of a sniff there for second place. He's got a good run up into Peel. It's not quite going to be enough, though, to launch a challenge. It's always a difficult one there up into Peel, particularly with the camber of the corner. Really difficult to get a move done and hold your speed through, carry on side by side, then down into this left-hander through the corkscrew. But yes, top three, line astern then, the closest they've all been so far in this race. But it looks as though, as you were saying, that pressure being applied to Davis, and maybe he's just slightly turning his attention away from Buxton and focusing on Watkins in behind. He's in that difficult spot, though. He's got to be thinking at 200% brain capacity to look both ahead and behind and continue driving as fast as he can. It's definitely very much easier said than done for us. There's Blackburn just flirting with the grass on the outside as well.
It was a really good lap from Watkins. He was 2/10 underneath yesterday's fastest lap time. He's the only driver to have beaten that lap time in this one, so everyone else going a bit slower than yesterday. Sam Watkins going much quicker. He's closed in again this time. It's not a lap, it's not a fastest lap, but it's quicker than the two cars ahead, and the leading three covered by just under 3/4 of a second with 2 laps to go now, so running out of time. Buxton with this narrow advantage into the banking, defends the inside line that time. You can sort of get away with that through the banking though, because the banking catches you, stops you running too wide up the hill, and Buxton still gets a decent exit. It's again all going to come down to his exit from this turn there. They all hug that inside curb, rotating the car nicely through Church. Wider though, look over the exit curb is Dylan Davis, and that is a sign, I think, of just how hard he's pushing. He knows that this is his one chance to get through, and he's really asking everything of the car and the tyres through Church Corner. Just asking maybe a bit too much. He's on the outside, they lean on each other into Rocket. Out wide goes Dylan Davis, and does this open the door for Watkins? No, not quite, but this is the danger, isn't it, John, for Dylan Davis? He's got to be mindful of what Watkins is doing behind him.
He's under so much pressure, lots of pressure. Late move to the inside there at Peel. I said it was a difficult one to get done. It is going to be a challenge there for Watkins. You know how he's finding this extra pace out there, though?
How?
It's that Welsh flag on the
Of course, home advantage. That's exactly it. And maybe that's propelled him to the inside line into the left-hander look, because he's having another go now. And this one might be a bit more successful. Has he gone through? Oh, he's not quite cleared Dylan Davis. And now they're bringing Billy Blockley into play. So it's a three-way fight for second now as we head for the hairpin for the penultimate time. Davis stands his ground on the inside. And the three red cars, a commentator's nightmare this, are under a blanket heading out of the hairpin and towards the final corner. I think that's Dylan Davis still just about in front, but he may well have to defend that inside line into the last turn. They're letting Max Buxton off the hook here. Oh, and launching from behind, Billy Blockley had a big go at Watkins, but could not go round the outside at the final turn. So the positions stay the same. Davis, who's got a big black donut now on the side of his car, where he banged wheels with Sam Watkins a moment ago. He's still second, Watkins third, Blockley third, and the second place man is all over the grass out of the first corner. So Dylan Davis desperately trying to escape now from Sam Watkins. He's sideways on dirty tyres at the banking, and 2 corners in, this has been a very spectacular lap. There's a cloud of smoke. Oh, someone's engine's blown going into the last corner. They pulled over out of the way. I think that is Stephanie Saw. Yes, it is Stephanie Saw, whose car has expired. She's well out of harm's way. There she is, just on the right-hand side of the road going into the final turn. But that may require yellow flags on the final lap, and hopefully it's not dropped any oil into the final braking zone. Sam Watkins goes up the inside of Dylan Davis from a different postcode. He can't stop the car. He's right off the road, and I think will lose third place as a result. Yes, he does. Billy Blockley took full advantage of that and moves up into a podium place. That was a bit of desperation, really, from Sam Watkins, as he was just growing in frustration, I think, that he hadn't got past Dylan Davis yet, and in the end loses a podium place. He's got 3 more corners left to try and get it back. Realistically, 2 corners, though, because the final turn is under yellow flag conditions. So no overtaking allowed at the final corner. It will all come down then to the hairpin in a moment or two. Good battle going on behind here between Aidan Vickers and James Ford as they head towards the top of the corkscrew. Side by side as they sweep downhill. I think Aidan Vickers managed to keep James Ford at bay for the time being. For the second or third time in this lap, Dylan Davis is off the road at the hairpin, but he stays in second position. They head towards the yellow flag zone, so no more overtaking allowed then. And Max Buxton it is, who's going to come home a race winner in race number 2 for the Vinyl Detail Fiesta ST150 Championship. A well-managed defensive drive that from Buxton. He gets the win, Dylan Davis second, and Billy Blockley inherits third on the final lap after Sam Watkins' antics up at Rocket Corner. Michael Blackburn in the end a fairly lonely 5th ahead of George Foxlow, and Robbie Harrison comes through in 7th position. Then comes that battle we caught a glimpse of on the final lap, and it is still Aidan Vickers 8th, but it's no longer James Ford 9th. Mark Blunt managed to find a way past him, and James Ford ends up in 10th place. So James was on the attack and ended up losing a spot in the closing stages, much the same really as Sam Watkins up ahead of him. So brilliant race. Max Buxton with a fantastic defensive drive there. That was exactly as it should be, really. He knew exactly where to place the car, didn't overly defend, didn't do anything silly, didn't overly squeeze Dylan Davis off the road. There was that one moment at Rocket where Dylan tried the outside and was just sort of shown the edge of the track by Max Buxton. But it was a well-managed drive for Max. Another race win. That's now his 4th of the year. And he's starting to hit his stride, isn't he? It's the 2nd time this year that he's won 2 races at an event. He has yet to win all 3. It's only the 2nd triple header, in fairness. Mallory Park was a double header. But if Max can repeat that feat later on today, then you'd have to say he becomes the firm championship favourite. So Max Buxton then is your winner at the end of an entertaining 2nd Vinyl Detail Fiesta ST150 Championship race of the weekend. We'll take a look, I think, in a moment at the provisional race results It's a blustery and now slightly more overcast Anglesey Circuit. It's not raining at the moment. I don't see any rain in the immediate area, but it's certainly feeling a little bit less summery than it was yesterday evening. Max Buxton won't mind though. He's the winner by 1.5 seconds over Dylan Davis and Billy Blockley. Sam Watkins 4th and Michael Blackburn in 5th, ahead of George Foxlow and Robbie Harrison. Aidan Vickers 8th, Mark Blunt 9th, and James Ford completes the top 10 ahead of Zavri Zavisa, Liam Browning, Jade Goodwin, and Gary Cooper in 14th place. 15th, Sophie Kinghorn ahead of Oliver Reed and Andrew Ward. Mark Webb 18th, Graham Bain 19th, and Ron Lufstad in 20th position. Stephanie Saw ran until the final couple of laps when her engine went bang into the final corner, and Lewis Bowron was an early retirement after that little collision that he had at the final corner. So we've got the cars making their way into Parc Fermé. John Ratcliffe will be there ready to receive them and have a chat with our podium finishers. We have now just the one more race before lunch. It's the second appearance of the day of the Brscc Fiesta Junior Championship drivers. And I believe John Ratcliffe is ready down in Parc Fermé. Yes, he is. So let's head down there now and hear from our ST150 podium finishers.
Wow, wow, wow. What a race then in the Vinyl Detail Fiesta ST150 Championship. Some serious excitement out there on circuit. Wasn't quite sure he was going to win that one, but at the end of the day, it was number 10 of Max Buxton. If we have time, I do want to speak to the 98 of Watkins. That was a serious send on the last lap, wasn't it? Let's head through, though, to the number 10 of Max Buxton. Did a good job. Watch yourself, Johnny. Don't get yourself run over. We head on through. We'll try and give him a little bit of time to get the helmet and safety device off. A happy man, though, is Mr. Max Buxton. What a fantastic race from Max in that one. Was under a heck of a lot of pressure for a lot of that. But as they say, pressure makes diamonds. And Max is certainly shining today. Max, speaking to you yet again, what a brilliant race. Like I say, you're under quite a bit of pressure, but you dealt with it really well.
Yeah, great race. So happy to get the win again. And let's move on to race 3, reverse grid. Let's see what we can do from either 6th, 7th or 8th.
Already thinking about that then. Race 2 already out of your mind, already fully focused on the next one?
Yeah, just more points in the bag, championship points, that's what we're focused on. So the win's great, but we need to be consistent, we need to keep getting points, so that's the main object.
Perfect. Brief celebrations then. Enjoy it for a little bit at least, and then get ready for race 3. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Cheers. Thank you very much, mate. Much appreciated. Right then, let's have a little look further back. Mr. Dylan Davis. Dylan, head back round here for me if you don't mind. Second place in that one. Thought you might lose second place on that last land. It was a bit of a send from Mr. Watkins, wasn't it, up in the top section of the circuit, but he went a bit deep. You cut back, held on to second place.
Yeah, I mean, I got a good start, held on to second, and then managed to attack Max a bit, but I just cooked everything. I had no brakes, no tyres by the end of it. So that last lap, I just tried to brake as early as I can so I can get stopped. I saw Sam come flying up the inside, so I managed to avoid that, and then I saw a little bit of a gap behind me, so I just tried crawling around to the finish, but it was all right. Yeah.
No, well spotted. It's always difficult looking in your mirrors in the braking zone. You avoided them though. Still should be pretty happy with the P2, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, at times I thought I could have won that, but it's fine. We'll just work on the next race. I think it's a reverse grid, so we'll see how that goes.
We will indeed see how that goes. Well, best of luck, mate. Thanks for chatting with me. Much appreciated. And finally, the 315. I don't know if Billy Blockley's still around here at all anyway. He might have run off to go and have a chat with a few people. But it looks as though I think we've still got some cars getting saved from the track. So we'll continue having a walk around and see if we can have a chat to a couple of people. We'll see if Billy Blockley shows his face. Now, I do know one person in this paddock, and I'm going to jump straight onto her. Jade, head back here. Come on, you need your time on camera. You want to talk to me now?
Time on camera.
Sadly, you haven't given me the ability to say it's a good win from Goodwin just yet.
Got it in.
You had those issues in the first race, a bit of an issue at the start. It all sort of closed up a bit in yesterday's race. This one went a little bit better though.
Oh, definitely. I mean, yesterday in testing we blew gearbox, so we've got a new gearbox in, and she's a little bit Ouija board at the moment. So is it in third? I don't know. Does the car know? We don't know. But we're somehow circulating still. Made some good moves in that one, sort of trying to get back up to where we were yesterday and hoping to keep going forward.
Cool, so just basically trying to coax a gear out of her at some point, trying to get around the circuit. Of course, you've got one race left to go. What's the sort of plan of attack for that one?
Survive.
We'll see if Jade can do that. Right, cheers, Jade. Thank you very much for chatting with us. It looks as though I think the Fiesta Juniors are about getting ready to go. I can't find our third place man, so I'll send it back up to yourself, Andy, in the comms box.
Brscc Fiesta Junior Championship then heading up next. A little bit of recovery work still ongoing down in the Part Ferme area. They're trying to bring the Stephanie Saw car in. Lewis Barron's car's been moved out of the way already though, so we're nearly good to go with our second junior action of the day. It doesn't seem that long ago, well it wasn't that long ago really, only a couple of hours ago that the juniors were last on the circuit, and their first race was won by Tom Merritt, who was very excitable when he spoke to John down in Part Ferme after the race, and good to see his enthusiasm. He's been getting quicker and quicker over the last year or so. Genuine championship contender now. In fact, he is the championship leader, I would imagine, now after that race, because he won, and points leader coming into the weekend, Jack Burgess, was only 10th, so major advantage for Tom Merritt in the points after that one. And we're looking to try and consolidate that now in race number 2. The grid for this one again will be based upon the race results earlier on, I'd imagine. Yes, it is. So it's Tom Merritt from Archie Davis again on the front row. And keep an eye perhaps to some cars towards the back of the top 10 to move forward. Burgess definitely one of those who should be able to do a little bit better than 10th place this time. The grid then as follows. If you weren't with us for that first race earlier on today, this is also the way in which they finished. So Tom Merritt, Archie Davis and Dara McInerney were the podium finishers. Dara McInerney with a really strong drive. Isaac Doble will start 4th ahead of Daniela Sutton, who was a bit lonely in 5th in the end. And Lewis Islim in 6th position. Oliver Heron 7th, and Chris Doble completing the top 8. And the top 10 then rounded out by Aaron Beattie and the erstwhile championship leader Jack Burgess in the 194 car. Then Oscar Hommerstone and Callie Clifford make up row 6, row 7, Max Fenton and Bobby Holmes, with Harry Lindley and Jack Sant on row number 8. Row 9 of the grid for Jake Howarth and Max Horler. Harry Russell and Neil Hampson complete the top 20. Then it's Max Murray, Thomas Simpson, Hayden Gray and Eden Spanswick. Now, question mark over Eden Spanswick and in fact, there was another driver, wasn't there, involved in that incident at the end of the earlier race. I did make a note of this on a piece of paper I've now very helpfully lost. It was Kasper Tomoleski, wasn't it? Tomoleski was the one who had quite a bit of damage at the end of this morning's race. Although he actually got to the line, didn't he? So it was Eden Spanswick who had the major damage, I think, wasn't it? With the blue and white car that went heavily into the tyres. And I'm not entirely sure whether that car is in assembly area, perhaps with sponsors. On that, we can head down. Is there? Good news. Right, let's head down into the assembly area, shall we then, for a bit of pre-race build-up with John. In a moment or two, we'll head down to John. Now we'll head down to John, who is ready to go in assembly area.
Junior, second time we've seen them out for a race today. Now we've got the top 4 over to the left-hand side here. We've not yet spoken to Miss Daniela Sutton. Daniela, I'm going to struggle to get my microphone in here to have a chat with you, but I'll do my best. Of course, I remember speaking to you when you were racing in TKMs and the British Car Championships. You moved into cars and you've been doing a stellar job, I must say.
Thank you. Well, yeah, it's been fantastic, a fantastic opportunity, which came about after winning the Brscc Fiesta Junior Scholarship, which is great for drivers who want to get into the sport and make that jump from karting to cars, or make that jump into cars just as a new driver, with Lewis Isling winning it this year, which is fantastic, and it really shows that they're bringing new talent through. But it also wouldn't be possible without my sponsors, Mawson Group, V Mobility, Bauer Media, Hits Radio, and my brand new sponsor, welcome, to De Novo Solutions. So thank you to all of those and everyone else who supports me.
Awesome. You've got to get the sponsors in, of course. They help you go racing. Now, you've transitioned over from karts to cars. You've been being pretty successful. What have you found is sort of the main difference jumping from one discipline to the other?
Obviously the car reacts differently to a kart does. Karts are rear wheel drive, the car is front wheel drive, so that's quite a difference as well to get used to, as well as the suspension, the way the car moves under braking and everything. But I've thoroughly enjoyed it, and hopefully aiming for the top, for the highest echelons of motorsport in the future.
Awesome. I mean, if I can get the microphone out. You've been doing a great job, as I say. What's the plan of attack for this one? I think you're starting P5 in this one. What's the plan for the race ahead?
Obviously aim for pole, have a clean race, nice race, and go out there to win it.
Cool.
Well, best of luck, Daniela. Thank you for chatting with me. Much appreciated. Just about managing to get the microphone in there. It looks as though, I don't think we've got drivers heading out on circuit just yet, so we'll have a little run down to the front of the grid and see if we could chat with our pole sitter. I'm actually getting a bit bored of talking to Thomas, to be honest. He's been so good this weekend. I'm sorry, so I'm going to jump in the door. Thomas, I've spoken to you so much this weekend, mate. You must be getting a bit sick of me. Well done so far. Of course, pole, race number 1 win. You're starting on pole again for this one. Same again?
Hopefully, that's the plan. It's going to be an interesting start. Obviously, there's a bit of oil being laid down from this previous race, so we'll see how we fare. We'll scout out on the outlap, but ultimately, I think we're in a really good position, and really just the same again. Nice defensive driving, and hopefully bring home another win.
Is there a particular driver that you're watching for in the mirrors that you think could come through, or is it fair game for everyone? You just keep on your lines, you keep doing what you're doing?
I think it's going to be a little bit interesting. Obviously, my teammate next to me, fantastic driver Archie, he's going to be fired up, and he's always a rapid driver. So I think he's potentially one to watch. A few people making the decisions to go on slightly scrub tyres. We're on new, so hopefully we're in a great position, and we can sort of gap the pack and then have our own battle on our own.
Cool, so maybe a bit of working together to begin with and then gloves off for the end.
Hopefully that's the plan.
Awesome, well best of luck, mate. Hopefully I'll chat with you again in a few moments' time. Cheers, mate, thank you very much. Well, he's been absolutely rapid. He's been flying all weekend, has Thomas. Can he do it again from the front of the grid? Not too long to wait and find out. And Mr. Andy McEwen, I was right, it was a slippery surface flag. Thank you very much, Andy. There is some oil dropped out there. It still looks like we've got a bit of time. I might as well see if I can dive in to chat to second place. They're getting a little bit of assistance from the race car consultants team at the moment. The final little bits and bobs, a few checks and a few notes to take into the race. And like we said, Mr. Davies alongside on that front row of the grid, alongside Mr. Merritt, our teammates, of course, both part of the race car consultants team. And just getting those final bits and bobs sorted. Well, actually, we're about to get run over. So I think I'll hand it back up to you in the commentary box, Andy.
Probably a good idea, John. Yes, thank you. So cars will be released onto the grid momentarily. They were just doing a bit of sweeping up work. There's some cement dust that's been laid down on the run into the final corner where Stephanie Saw's car expired a little earlier on. So that's been dealt with by the marshals. Good work, as always, by the marshals to get the track cleared and ready to go. And yeah, we are almost ready then with this second Fiesta Junior race of the day. So, pole position for Tom Merritt, who talks almost as quickly as he drives, doesn't he, Tom Merritt? He's full of enthusiasm, and a very, very quick driver is Tom, and pretty sure will have now taken the championship lead. Sticker front tyres on that car, I noticed, and they've put a new set of tyres on the front of the number 12 car, which lines up on pole position. Single file, or staggered grid it is for the juniors for this weekend. A very well turned out car that is as well by Race Car Consultants, the number 12 machine. Race Car Consultants lead the team's championship as well, quite convincingly, over 200 points clear of BPC Motorsport. Now, in fairness, they do have strength in numbers to Race Car Consultants. They run by far the most cars on the grid. They're one of the top teams these days in Fiesta racing and other things, in fairness, but they really have made a name for themselves running Fiestas across all three of the series, and they are a tough team to beat, and they've got a car on pole position. They've got other cars in that leading group as well. In fact, I think 3 of the top 5 cars are all run by the Race Car Consultants team. So Tom Merritt looking to try and deliver them another race win, and what would be his 3rd win of the season. And actually, if he wins this, a 3rd win in a row as well, which is a rare occurrence in Fiesta Junior racing. As the last race at Mallory Park went his way too. So takes a minute to get everyone lined up at the back of the grid, but I think they have now just about managed to do so. A couple of them pulling in on the sort of braking zone. There you can see, look, they're having to do a massive U-turn halfway up the straight behind the paddock area. So it's not the easiest of places to grid up a sort of large grid, especially when they are in this staggered grid format rather than 2x2. Obviously, normally 2 cars sharing a row, only 1 car per row on this format. And it's a fairly short start-finish straight, really. Maybe the shortest in the country, I would say. In fact, I'm almost certain it is. So, yeah, short run into turn 1 and only really room for, the top 10 or so to line up on the actual straight. Some of them have to line up partway around the final corner, which can't be ideal. Right, green flag lap does now get underway, and Thomas Merritt leads them off on their formation lap. They've been sat in the assembly area for quite some time, so they'll be grateful of an opportunity to get some heat into the tyres and set themselves up for their second race of the day. Busy day this for the junior drivers and teams, really. 3 races all crammed into one day. They have had triple headers before, and they'll have another 3 later on this year at Snetterton, Silverstone and Donington. The Snetterton 300 circuit having already hosted a triple header earlier on in the year in the season opener too, although the final race never happened, unfortunately, due to time constraints. So the Snetterton event later on in the year will be the sole triple header down in the southeast. We'll see a completely unique challenge for the drivers. It's a tricky circuit, a technically demanding one that requires quite a lot of patience out of the drivers as well. So it's a good place for the juniors to come and learn their craft and yeah, to get a good lap time around here. It's really not one of those tracks that you can overdrive and still get away with going quite quickly. Got to rein it in a bit, be smooth and calculated, careful on your throttle and brake application, gentle on the steering. Like some tracks, Cadwell Park, for example, where you really sort of hack away, throw the car into the turns and hope for the best. Here, you've got to be smooth. It rewards smooth drivers, and that's something that Tom Merritt certainly is. Demonstrated that already this morning, and wants now that second victory in race number 2. So, John Ratcliffe rejoins me in the commentary box. Race 1 went to Tom Merritt. Is race 2 likely to go the same way, do you think? I think he won race 1 by a slightly larger margin than at one point it looked like he would, but he never really looked like he was in that much danger, did he?
No, he didn't. Sweaty Boy is back in the comms box. I mean, it's nice and breezy out there, but 3 flights of stairs, not enjoyable, but we're getting through it. Great to be chatting with all of the drivers heading out there. Like I was saying with Thomas, I think he's getting a bit sick of chatting with me now. He needs to stop winning so much if he wants to stop talking to me, but yeah, he's been pretty comfortable out there. He seems to be a cool, calm, collected character, doesn't he, Thomas? Knows what he needs to do, goes out there and does it. I think we could see a repeat of that in this one.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's a good chance you'll be talking to him again at the end of this one, but crams a lot of words into the 90 seconds or so that he spends with you, doesn't he, Tom? He's a very good talker, which is good. You know, I think I've always said, myself and Richard John Neal have this conversation frequently. When you are a young teenage junior driver and you're racing at the front and you're looking to build a career in motorsport, being a quick driver, that's half of the equation. But in these times in particular, having a good personality that you can market is also the other 50%. And Tom definitely has that, doesn't he? He's a good talker on camera. He's confident in what he says. And I think he's going to be very, very confident at marketing himself going forward. And it would help, of course, if he had Fiesta Junior Championship to back him on his motorsport journey as well. He leads the way then in the points. He is lining up at the front of the grid and gunning for a second victory of the day. The rev's starting to rise then. The green flag's been waved at the back of the grid. And race number 2 for the Brscc Fiesta Junior Championship here at Anglesey gets underway. Tom Merritt with a good start once again from pole position. He's going to lead them into the first turn. Looks like Lewis Islin's made a good start further back as well. He's up alongside Daniela Sutton and sweeps around the outside of her into the first corner. So a couple of changes further back, but it's grid order amongst the leaders. As for the second time in a row, the pole sitter leads them through target corner for the first time. So Tom Merritt gets off the line well, but as we saw earlier on today, Archie Davis is wasting no time closing in on the leading driver. There's a change for third as well. Isaac Doble nips up the inside of Dara McInerney through Church Corner. So Joseph Doble, well, he hasn't actually Isaac Doble. I knew I'd get the Dobles mixed up at some point. Isaac Doble hasn't yet completed the move on McInerney. They're side by side up the hill, and Archie Davis, look, is closing in on the race leader. Is this the chance to attack? No, not into Rocket on the opening lap. There's a big move there from Daniela Sutton to go back into the top 5. That was nicely done on Lewis Islin. Doble and McInerney are still debating third place. I think, John, that will go the way of Doble.
Yeah, I thought I'd interview Daniela Sutton for a bit. There's a bit out of a grid box and then lost a couple of places on that initial start. Got a good run out of Church, but with the help of the silver car in, there's now a couple of places behind her. The number 19 of Doble gave her a lovely push up that back straight and allowed for not only one overtake, but 2 overtakes. Through she goes into 5th place and leaving a couple of drivers in her dust. But already, as we expected, those top 2 with a beautiful break away. The 12 and the 87, Merritt and Davies, the 2 teammates working together well. Bit late on the brakes though for the 507 of McNerney. He's going to go a bit wide, I think dropping down to maybe even 5th. Has spun round on the exit nearly. It looked as though an issue, and it is an issue for the driver there. Just couldn't get the power out of the corner. Nearly got turned around by a driver in behind and pulls over to the infield.
Yeah, well, the car behind did run into them, but there's nothing they could do because that car just didn't accelerate. That, again, looks a bit like a drive shaft type issue, doesn't it? Because their car just didn't accelerate off the corner at all and has now pulled over at the side of the road. So that's a shame. We've lost somebody then. Who is it that we've lost? I think it might be Callie Clifford, you know. Callie Clifford's name is dropping down the order. Yeah, that's Callie, isn't it? The white and pink car, unfortunately, out of the race. She's the only driver, though, not to make it through to the end of lap 1. And the field led by Tom Merritt by 0.4 of a second over Archie Davies. Then a big gap back to Isaac Doble 3rd. Daniela Sutton after that heroic move at Rocket is 4th. The big loser on the opening lap is Dara McInerney. Started 3rd, 8th now after that wayward moment up at the hairpin. And we've got a red flag. The red flag is coming out. Now, this... Well, why is this? Because there is Callie Clifford getting out of her car, so she's okay. And we got another incident somewhere. The race is being stopped anyway. They must feel that that car needs to be recovered and can't be left there.
We've got another car going slowly up towards the top of the hill, getting overtaken by a lot of drivers. That white one that's dropping to the back, I can't quite tell who that is. They've got a bit of an issue, but yeah, not sure about the red flag. Clearly it's something that we can't spot from the commentary box. The low loader's heading out to, I assume, pick up Miss Callie Clifford, but yeah, we've seen previous races. I mean, in the last couple, we've seen a couple of drivers heading off to the green stuff and just waiting out there for the race to be over. But clearly, something happening that they feel is a bit more serious and in need of the red flags to come out. But race brought to a halt. It's Callie's got it re-going again. She's got it going again. So she's going to rejoin, hopefully, the pack, or at least get it back to the pit lane. But yeah, I think we're slightly confused here in the box at the moment.
I can only assume, unless something has happened that we can't see, I can only assume that race control thought it was going to take quite a long time to recover that car, and they didn't want to waste a load of time behind the safety car. We're running nicely on time at the moment, and they're not planning on rushing through the rest of the day, so they obviously felt that they had plenty of time to stop the race, recover the car, get the race back underway again, but I don't think they now need to do that because, Callie Clifford's just driven past our commentary position and is, I think, hoping that she'll be able to take the restart. I'm not sure she will be allowed to, but she's at least getting the car back to the start-finish area under her own steam. The marshals are preparing to re-grid the cars, and, well, the good news, I suppose, John, is that this should be a fairly brief interruption to the race, but, yeah, quite why we went red flag, I'm not so sure.
Yeah, not 100% sure. Either way, drivers then going to get re-gridded in their original grid positions. Crucially, someone that's going to have a big smile on their face is Dara McInerney. Of course, Dara having some issues there late down into the hairpin on that first lap, went a bit wide and got swallowed up by the rest of the pack, down from 3rd to 8th on that first lap of proceedings. He'll be very happy if they re-grid in that original grid order. He heads back into 3rd place and gets a second chance to have a bit of a better start. But already, they're heading around the final corner to try and get this one restarted indeed. And now, the top 2, the teammates, will have to once again try and create that nice breakaway.
Indeed so. Well, we're probably a few minutes away still from a restarted race. We've got another green flag lap, of course, to go through as well. So that gives us a few minutes to look ahead to the end of the year and the Brscc Fiesta Junior Scholarship, which was launched officially this weekend. Let's take a little look at some more information. If you're interested in getting on the grid for this championship next year, and let's face it, why wouldn't you be, then here is how you can get involved.
Seen the smiles on the faces of all the drivers getting out, and the coaches as well are really enjoying their time in the Fiesta Junior Mark 7. So I want to sort of work with these drivers, find that next person that's going to be the next big driver in the Fiesta Championship.
scholarship like this, if I'd have had the opportunity, I would have been so over the moon. And, you know, these lads and the girls are so humble, and they really make you feel privileged to sit alongside some of the best talent, I reckon, in the country, if not in Europe. It's good to see how much it means to some of them. I'm just loving being around it. It's really good.
The Fiesta Juniors is where I started. Such a spread of varying different experiences, so much potential and so much talent.
I've been a part of a number of scholarships over the years, and this has just been head and shoulders above the rest.
So the Brscc Fiesta Junior Scholarship, if you want to get involved, head over to the Brscc website and place your entry. You've got a choice of 2 qualifying days, the 31st of October and the 1st of November, ahead of the grand final on the 2nd of November. And if you win, you'll be on this grid next year. You receive a prize package in excess of £60,000 and the Fiesta Junior Scholarship backed by Goodyear for 2025 and into the 2026 season. And, well, if you are good enough to win, then you should be good enough to be running at the front in this field, because that's exactly what Daniela Sutton is doing, admittedly now in her 2nd year as a scholarship winner, but she is doing a really good job and, yeah, qualifying well yesterday, 4th on the grid, finished 5th, and she starts 5th again for this restarted 2nd race of the weekend. So, the car's released onto the green flag lap, and Tom Merritt has another race start to deal with here. But John, his launches off the line so far have been pretty impeccable, haven't they?
Yeah, they've been impressive, haven't they? Nothing really to separate the two on the front row. They've been pulling away really, really nicely. And as we mentioned when we were chatting with Thomas before this one, expecting some working together for the first half, the first 3 quarters maybe, and then gloves come off maybe a little bit more as they head into the final part of the race, because of course they want to bring home a good result for the team, race car consultants, but equally they both want to win the race. So we'll see when those gloves do come off. Whether they built enough gap is going to be the critical part. They built a gap impressively quickly in that first attempt at the start. I think that was really helped by 3rd place Mandara Manoni going wide at the hairpin and all getting a bit scruffy in for 3rd place. They were able to make that lovely, lovely breakaway. Let's see if they can do it again, and a repeat here on the 2nd attempt at this start. And we'll see if it plays out similarly to the first attempt. I can't imagine it will, though. You can never really call it in the Fiesta Juniors.
No, certainly not. But, yeah, Tom Merritt so far looks pretty impeccable, doesn't he? I think Archie Davis is going to be keen, though, I think, to get one over on him here. Archie, 5th in the championship coming into the weekend, got his first win of the season at Mallory Park last time out, and will really want to try and keep that momentum going. So as much as he will be willing to work with Tom Merritt in the early stages, I don't think he wants to let Tom settle into too much of a rhythm, because it was the 2nd half of the race where Tom started to look more comfortable earlier on this morning. So I think Archie will probably want to strike fairly early. And let's see as and when that opportunity arises for him. Darren McInerney, of course, very grateful for another opportunity at a restart here, because he did not get it right the first time around. Lost a position through the first corner, but then got shuffled out wide up at the top of the track, didn't he? And fell to 8th place by the end of the point of the red flag. And now gets to restart the race from 3rd, which is where he finished earlier on today, the orange-blue car, which will start on the inside of row number 2. Whether he can maybe make a better go of it this time around. So Tom Merritt pulls into grid position number 1. The rest of them filing in behind as well. So Merritt and Davis, the battle at the front of the field. Difficult in this staggered grid format to gain a significant advantage over cars around you, especially in low-powered cars such as these. You don't tend to see a massive disparity in launch speed. But if Archie Davis is going to have a chance of beating Tom Merritt, you do feel like the first few laps, regardless of what plan they might have made pre-race, those first few laps might be the best opportunity for him to do so. Green flag waved again then at the back of the grid. It's a 12-minute restart for the Fiesta Juniors, and the lights go out now. Tom Merritt, yep, nails the start once again. This time it's Isaac Doble who's slow away, so Daniela Sutton moves to 4th, and Lewis Islin's going to try and go 5th place as well as they turn into turn 1. Islin had another car to his inside. That would have been Oliver Heron, I think, and they just about avoided contact. They're 3 abreast, though, into the second corner, and Doble's on the inside of that. Islin to the outside, and it's McInerney again losing ground.
Yeah, McInerney was slow there through the first corner, didn't have a great start, and drops back into this squabble once again. They even gave him a second chance, and sadly he's fallen back yet again into the package. You mentioned Doble through, trying to hang it around the outside there. Here's Lewis Islin. He nearly got turned around at the first corner as they tried to dive in 3 wide. Just about enough room given. Great racing from these Fiesta Juniors as they head up to Rocket once again. Look at the gap already now being made by the top 2, and there they are, 3 wide again into Rocket. Once again, room given. Great to see.
Yeah, Oliver Heron in the white and blue car had to take avoiding action there. He was late on the brakes, later than the cars ahead of him, and he had to jink to the inside to avoid them. I thought that was going to be big, but they gathered it together. Lewis Islin now in the Goodyear backed car around his outside, gets a little bit of a love tap, but not quite enough to lose the place. Hummerstone is off. Oscar Hummerstone up at Rocket. That's on the exit of the first part of Rocket. That looks to me like a fairly dangerous position, so we'll see what the call is here from race control. Remember, they've already had to shorten this race to keep us on timetable. They won't want to red flag it again. So let's wait and see what they decide to do. Up towards the head we go. Safety car is the call this time. So the safety car then is scrambled, and the drivers won't necessarily have seen that, partly because there are no safety car boards out at that particular marshal's post. Now the safety car's out on circuit. The flags and boards should be displayed around the circuit as well. The pack will arrive at the end of the lap, hopefully in single file order. Looks like they've largely got the message. A little bit of a scrum at the end of the straight. So it is Merritt the leader, Davis second, and Daniela Sutton in 3rd place. Daniela Sutton, I think I'm right in saying, has never had a podium in the Fiesta Junior Championship before, and she runs 3rd now ahead of Isaac Doble 4th, and 5th position for Lewis Isling. Christopher Doble is in 6th position. Dara McInerney down in 7th again ahead of Jack Sant, Bobby Holmes and Aaron Beattie, and yeah, it is just Oscar Hummerstone who's not made it through at the end of lap 1.
Well, I said it was unlikely, given the unpredictability of Fiesta Juniors, to be a repeat of the first attempt at the start, but it pretty much was once all was said and done, really. After 1 lap, we got a car off, we got a stoppage. McInerney, sadly, falling down a few places once again. Merritt and Davies already started to build a monstrous gap on that first lap of the race. Thanks for muting me, mate. Am I doing that badly again? Sorry. You were throwing things at me yesterday, now you're muting my mic. What is I'm only joking. I was just going to say, it was a great start this time from Daniela Sutton, up to 3rd place. Really good start from Daniela, and has got a bit lucky there, given the fact that safety cars come out. She's been able to close back up to the leaders. However, she was building a bit of a gap to the battle in behind between Doble, Islin, and the other Doble. So maybe, actually, she won't be enjoying this all closing up as it brings them back into the fight as well.
It's a mindset thing, isn't it? Some drivers will be thinking, right, this is an opportunity. I've caught the leaders. They were miles ahead of me, 3 seconds ahead of me at the end of the opening lap. Now I've caught them. I've got a chance to go further forward. And then other drivers, you're right, will start thinking more defensively. And, oh, well, my 3rd place might now be under some threat. I do suspect, and this is not a slight on Daniela at all, but because she's not had a podium before, her priority right now will be hold on to a podium. She might not be thinking necessarily about challenging 1st or 2nd. Wait and see how the race goes. You never know. She's got the speed this weekend to do that, that's for sure. But it may be that her priority is just to keep Isaac Doble and the rest behind once the race does get back underway. But yeah, hopefully she has a chance to get stuck into that lead battle, because that's the way you learn, isn't it? As an inexperienced driver, as of course all of these are, by getting stuck in, making mistakes ultimately in wheel-to-wheel combat. That is how you learn and get better.
Exactly that, yeah. And you know what they say, the best form of defence is attack. So if she can press on forward and try and get in and amongst it, squabbling with Merritt and Davies, then maybe she'll have a better chance of keeping Doble, Islin and the other Doble in behind her. Safety car lights still on at the moment. We can see outside the comms box window the safety car boards very much still out, so it does look as though we're going to be carrying on round for another lap here under safety car conditions. Of course, gutting for us as enjoyers are watching the action, that we're continuing with the clock ticking down whilst no racing is continuing on. But of course, gutting for the drivers as well. Their time out on circuit, time out there racing in anger continues to dwindle. Of course, they've got another race coming on later today, but still, especially as young drivers, you want to maximise the amount of track time and maximise the amount of time that you're learning.
They've picked up the Oscar Hummerstone car. It's just not back in the pit lane area. It's being towed back as we speak, so it shouldn't take too much longer before the race can get going. We've only just missed, really, having a restart this time. So one more lap behind the safety car, and we should be able to restart. But of course, it's already been shortened by 3 minutes, this race. Realistically, you're looking at another 2.5, 3 minutes before they're back around for a restart. So it's going to be a real sprint to the flag here. Probably only a 3-lap sprint at most when we do go racing again. And I suppose the one man who'll be reasonably pleased with that is Tom Merritt, because that's less defensive driving than he may have to do to keep Archie Davis behind. He and Archie had this plan then, didn't they, that they were going to work together for the early part of the race. Well, the early part of the race has been and gone. When we go racing, I think it's got to be attack, 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 hasn't it, for the cars behind Tom Merritt. They cannot let him get his head down and pull away.
Yeah, well, 15 minutes is already a decently short and sharp sprint race. If we're reducing it to, what's it going to be, 4 or 5 now, and that's a serious sprint race. I think the working together has mainly been taken up by the safety car for the moment. And like you say, yeah, I think the gloves will be off between these two when we do go to racing conditions once more. Yeah, the question is, can they pull away yet again and leave it just to the two of them to battle it out over the lead? Or are they going to bring some more drivers into the fray if they don't have those initial first couple of laps to build that gap? Will more drivers try and get involved? Well, I don't think we've got too long to wait and find out as we head through here into the last few minutes of this Fiesta Junior race number 2 of the weekend. Thomas Merritt continuing to be extremely impressive out there at the front of the order. It's been a perfect weekend so far, looking to continue that in race number 2. But he has certainly got it all to do. He's in the hot seat for the rest of this one, isn't he?
Yes, he is. Going to be a fascinating conclusion to the race then. They're rounding Peel. The lights will go out on the safety car fairly soon, I think, and we'll go racing again at the end of the lap. And Tom Merritt looking, as I said, for that 3rd consecutive victory in the championship. If he can do it, it will be quite the achievement, won't it then? So towards the left-hander they go, and down onto the international loop, where the weaving will intensify. The safety car pulls ever further away. It's now down to Tom Merritt to decide when he's going to accelerate. Does he go early, leave a big gap to the safety car and accelerate early, or try and bunch the ball up, create the maximum havoc in his wing mirrors so that he can maybe try and get away? The lights go out on the safety car then as it rounds the hairpin. It will bail for the pit lane, and Tom Merritt takes control of the pack then as they head towards the bus stop corner and around to the timing line. Jaguar safety car then heads off circuit. Will Tom Merritt choose to do? He's not gone yet. He's still weaving. He's still bunching the field together as they approach what would normally be the braking zone. It might now become the acceleration zone for Merritt, who just as he turns into the corner hits the loud pedal and builds, well, a Fiesta's length maybe advantage over Archie Davis. It's much the same really as it was initially in this race. Sutton 3rd, Doble 4th, Lewis Islin in 5th position. Of course, no overtaking before you cross the timing line, but once you get to turn 1, it is game on with just under 4 minutes to go. Around the banking they go, and it's Davis who now just needs to try and get in the wheel tracks of Tom Merritt, use that slipstream if possible up the back straight to have a go into Rocket Corner.
That restart was absolutely sublime from Thomas Merritt. You saw him weaving around, pretending like he was warming the tyres. He weaved to the right to open up the left-hander and then gunned it straight to the apex, allowed to get that car's distance away from his closest challenger of Archie Davies. Fantastic stuff from Thomas, but he is under pressure as they come up into Rocket, holds that inside line and forced to the outside goes Davies. Up the inside goes Isaac Doble, though. He's got that inside line. He's got 3rd place ahead of Daniela Stutton. Committed move from Isaac Doble and jumps up into the podium places.
I think Daniela probably thought she had that covered, but there was just a car's width left on the inside and Isaac Doble needed no second invitation. So Doble slips through and Daniela Sutton off the podium. Can she get herself back into the groove and have another go? We've still time to go in this one. Daniela Sutton will have 2 more laps at the end of this one to try try and get back into the top 3. They head then up the Tom Price straight towards the hairpin at the end of it. Another good overtaking opportunity this if you're close enough, but I don't think Archie Davis is close enough to Tom Merritt to attack. No, Tom doesn't feel the need to defend on the way in. Oh, big dive there from McInerney, and Aaron Beattie's off. Aaron Beattie pulling off at the top of the track. That was a mechanical issue, not a driver error by the looks of it. But it will lead to a non-finish regardless. There is Beattie, and yeah, that is race done, I'm afraid, for the 33 car. The rest of them, though, turn down through the final corner. Still about 3 Fiesta lengths between the top 2 as we begin now the penultimate lap.
Yeah, proper short, sharp stint this is, isn't it? Merritt's dealt with it really beautifully, though. I said he got that great start. It looked like Davies was closing in and trying to pile the pressure on, but Merritt just able to coax a bit of a gap between himself and the 87 over the second part of that restart lap. But as they head through down to Church once again, will Davies be close enough to launch a challenge? I will say, Isaac Doble, even though he made that late send down the inside of Rocket, was faster than both of the drivers ahead of him on that last lap. But given this is such a shortened race, I'm not sure he's going to have enough time to make use of that extra pace. They head up to Rocket. Davies not close enough this time. Merritt can take the preferred line there into Rocket and carry lots of speed. Daniela Sutton late on the brakes, but I don't think that's going to turn into a move.
Well, I think that was more a reaction to Lewis Islin having a little lunge on the inside. Speaking of a little lunge, well, that's not a little lunge. That was a huge lunge from the erstwhile championship leader Jack Burgess up the inside of Oliver Heron and Harry Lindley into Rocket. 2 places gained for Burgess, and he's up to 11th position now as a result of that. That was a phenomenal move. Aggressive, but it was fair. He made it cleanly as well and got into the Rocket complex ahead. Another car running wide just behind them as well. That's the 287 of Max Fenton, losing a place perhaps. The leading pack, though, head down towards the hairpin. Merritt, Davis, the leaders. Doble third. And Daniela Sutton, as I said, now starting to become a little bit more concerned with what Lewis Islin's doing behind her. That, of course, is our 2 most recent Fiesta Junior Scholarship winners doing battle for 4th place. The 24 winner, Daniela Sutton, sorry, 23 winner, Daniela Sutton, and the 24 winner, Lewis Islin, absolutely together, both running in the top 5. Great example of the talent that comes through that scholarship and the success that you can have if you're able to find, to claim the victory in the scholarship and get yourself out onto the track. So Merritt, Davis, the top 2. Doble is going after them, in fairness. New fastest lap for Doble, 48.50, but it's only half a tenth quicker than the leader and a full tenth quicker than Archie Davis, but still sits 3/4 of a second behind as we do begin what is now the final lap of the race. Merritt then with this reasonably comfortable advantage. They're pretty equally spread out, aren't they, really, those top 5? Merritt, Davis, Doble, Sutton and Islin. I don't think anyone's really close enough to make a move at the top of the hill. But they may well prove me wrong. We've seen a few late-breaking manoeuvres in this race already. And as they head to that part of the circuit, is there a challenge? No, not in the lead group. What's going on behind, though? There's bound to be something. There's Darren McInerney defending from Bobby Holmes, whose car looks like it's falling apart a little bit at the front. And then there's this battle, which I've just caught a glimpse of out of the window, going on even further back. Round the outside goes Max Fenton, trying to gain a place. I think that might just work as well for Fenton. That's Harry Lindley he's battling with. Lindley's actually gone past Fenton in the first part of the lap. And Fenton getting it back again as they go round Rocket Corner. McInerney then keeping Bobby Holmes at bay for 7th. They've got down through the left-hander. And 2 more corners to go for Tom Merritt on his way to win number 3 of the season. Win number 3 in a row as well. It's turning into a proper championship campaign, this, isn't it, then, for Tom Merritt. Accelerates down into the final corner. This group, that's Jack Burgess, now into the top 10. Jack Burgess, in fact, that's 9th. I think he's just taken his knock from Jack Sands. So 2 more places gained on this lap for a charging Jack Burgess, but Tom Merritt comes out of the final corner and claims the victory in the 2nd Fiesta Junior race of the weekend. Archie Davis 2nd, and Isaac Doble comes home 3rd ahead of Daniela Sutton and Lewis Islin, the 2 scholarship winners, both inside the top 5, and they'll be absolutely delighted with that race result. Then Christopher Doble and Darren McInerney are next, ahead of Bobby Holmes, Jack Burgess and Jack Sant. That's your top 10. So Burgess did get 9th position. I didn't really see what happened to Jack Burgess there. He lost a lot of places in the early stages of that restart and was fighting his way back into the top 10 in the closing stages of it. And made some good moves, but again, the man who led the championship coming into the weekend just not really fighting for the sort of results you would have expected to see him fighting for. So the local wildlife watches on in overcast and blustery conditions here at Anglesey Circuit, but Tom Merritt is mastering those conditions well, he's mastering the circuit well, and he is now starting to look like a real championship favourite as we head towards the mid-part of the season. They have a third race still to go later on to see whether he can do the Anglesey hat-trick and extend that winning streak to 4 races in a row. It's Merritt, the winner for the second time today, though, in the Fiesta Juniors. Archie Davis second and Isaac Doble in third. Isaac Doble, the best of rookie drivers. Then the 2 scholarship winners, Daniela Sutton and Lewis Islin, 4th and 5th, ahead of Chris Doble and Darren McInerney. Bobby Holmes, 8th, Jack Burgess, 9th, and Jack Sant in 10th position. Oliver Heron was 11th, ahead of Max Fenton. Harry Lindley, 13th, and Hayden Gray completes the top 14 runners. 15th position then for Max Horler. Kasper Tomolewski gets to the finish with the car intact, I think that time in 16th, ahead of Jake Howard. Eden Spanswick also manages to finish in that hastily repaired car. Shout out to the team for getting that car sorted, because the number 35 car was heavily damaged after its altercation with the barriers yesterday, and the team have done a fantastic job, the Police Car Consultants team of course, to get that car out and into 18th place. Neil Hampson was 19th, and Harry Russell completed the top 20. Max Murray and Thomas Simpson the last of the finishers, and Aaron Beattie the only non-finisher from the restarted race, but of course, well, we actually did lose Oscar Hommerstone before that, didn't we, which brought about the safety car period. Callie Clifford brought about the red flag when her car stopped, albeit briefly, up at the exit of the hairpin. So, the Fiesta Junior Championship then will take us into the lunch break, and so we have, are we on time? I think we largely, no, we're not even close, are we? No, we're 15 minutes late at the moment, so it'll be a slightly shortened lunch potentially as we head into the afternoon's running. But we have plenty more racing to come here from Anglesey. First of all, let's hear, though, from John Ratcliffe and our Fiesta Junior podium finishers.
You join me here down in Parc Fermé once again, and I think we're allowed to talk to Mr. Thomas Merritt again, aren't we? Because yet another perfect result continues. His perfect weekend does the number 12. We'll head on round and have another little chat with him as he tries to get himself out of the car. Do you want to get the stuff off, Thomas, or you want to keep your helmet on? Whatever's better for you, mate. Again, I continue talking to you, Thomas. You continue performing out there, so I'm going to keep speaking to you. What another impressive race as you've got tape there on the earplugs to keep them in. High-level engineering here in the Fiesta Juniors. Another impressive race. A bit of stop-start, that one, wasn't it? We had a red flag, then a safety car. So as a driver, you kind of got to build yourself up, and then you relax a bit again, and then build yourself up again. How did you manage to do that?
Very, very difficult race, actually. I really don't struggle under well being behind the safety car or with red flags. You know, weaving, I get a lot of sort of sickness, which isn't ideal, but yeah, it was a very tough race to manage on my personal side, but the car felt absolutely incredible with the new tyres. We managed to build the gap even with the tow, which was just great, and the consistency was there, so we're looking good for race 3 as well.
Awesome, looking good. I mean, a perfect weekend so far. I've got to say as well, I loved your restart. The little weaving, then diving to the outside to open the last corner and then gunning it. Absolutely perfect. I love to see it.
Yeah, it was really good restart. Really happy with it. We managed to build that gap and then didn't really look back from there. So yeah, mega job by the team. I want to thank Race Car Consultants and my sponsors, Integral, the event safety company, KSS, Kent Surrey Sussex Air Ambulance, and Fast Swarm. I wouldn't be here without them. So yeah, mega job.
Awesome. Well, I'm sure they'll be very excited to see you doing so well. And again, another 1-2 for the team as well. So all very positive.
Yeah, brilliant. Thank you.
Amazing. Well done, mate. Cheers for chatting with me. And we'll see if we can chat to some of the other drivers who are in the top 3 as well. I don't know if Archie Davies has run off. He's over here. Archie, have a little quick chat with you again. Again, a second place. Again, following your teammate. You guys are so close on pace, though. Yeah. And that one, you didn't really have too much time to try and launch an attack, really, did you?
Yeah, I know. Well, to be honest, we didn't have much time anyway because there was a safety car and there was the yellow flag and there was a red flag, I think. So, yeah, not much time to do things, but, yeah. See how the next one goes.
Exactly, yeah, did what you can. Still a second place, should be really happy with that. Into race 3 though, hopefully we'll get full racing distance, full racing time in that one. A particular plan going into that one at all, or continue the same and try and bring the fight to Thomas?
Yeah, again, I'll just try and move up, try my best, try and do it early on, because otherwise later on in the race, just you drop off and the toe and that, so yeah. it'll be good.
Cool. We wish you the best of luck. You clearly got the pace to do it, so we'll be keeping an eye. Thank you very much, mate. I don't know where Isaac Doble has gone, because obviously everyone's run over here. I can see someone with Doble on the back. Well, I know there's two Dobles. Hopefully I don't get the wrong one. Isaac, thank goodness your first name's on the front as well, so I can come and have a chat with you. Isaac, what a brilliant race that was. What a send up into Rocket, late on the brakes, but you got it done.
Yeah, well, I didn't know after the red flag how long was left, so I thought if we only have one lap, I'm going to have to make the move fast, and that's what I did, straight up the inside at Rocket.
Absolutely went for it. Clearly, you're feeling pretty confident under those brakes. You got yourself P3 overall. You must be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, I'm very happy. Only my third ever race weekend, already in the top 3 is mega. It's really good, yeah.
Wow, that's unbelievable. I was going to say, P1 in the rookies, third race ever. Unbelievable, mate. Clearly shown a lot of talent. Feeling good for race 3?
Yeah, feeling very good. Hopefully, maybe make even more progress.
Amazing, amazing. We'll be watching. Well done, mate. Thank you very much for having a little chat with me. And we'll see as well, 4th place as well. I can see Daniela over here. See if I can grab Daniela for a quick chat. Daniela, a bit easier to speak to you now that you're out of the car. I will say, your first start wasn't the best. Second attempt to start was a lot better. Got up to P3, but then Isaac, with a ridiculous send up at Rocket, I think that caught you a bit by surprise, didn't it?
Well, to be fair, I saw him in my mirrors and I just left him room, teammates as well. It's better to have a clean race than come out of the race with damage. And it was a great race, and hopefully we can push towards that front end in the second one. I came out with a bit of damage on my front right. We believe the tracking was out to the right, so going around left-handers, it had understeer and pull to the right from the first start. So hopefully once that's fixed, we can go and head for the top.
Okay, cool. Get that fixed. I mean, that's never ideal, having issues like that out on circuit. You managed to wrangle it around to P4 overall, though. I think you should still be really happy with that. And great to see yourself and Lewis as well. Of course, both the scholarship drivers up near the sharp end. You're pressing on really well. What's the plan for race 3?
Plan for race 3, same as the plan for race 2 and race 1. Push towards that front end. Hopefully get a podium, fingers crossed. It'll be 4 race car consultants' cars at the front. Hopefully we can work together and then fight it out at the end. And maybe come out with the win.
Awesome. Awesome. Well, the team doing really well. Daniela doing really well. Wish you the best of luck in race 3. Thanks for chatting with me, Daniela. Well, there we go then. Like I mentioned, 2 of the scholarship drivers doing very well there in race number 2. And if you want to get involved in the Brscc Fiesta Junior Championship, here's a bit more information for your eyes.
Seen the smiles on the faces of all the drivers getting out, and the coaches as well are really enjoying their time in the Fiesta Junior Mark 7. So I want to sort of work with these drivers, find that next person that's going to be the next big driver in the Fiesta Championship.
Scholarship like this, if I'd have had the opportunity, I would have been so over the moon. And you know, these lads and the girls are so humble, and they really make you feel privileged to sit alongside some of the best talent, I reckon, in the country, if not in Europe. It's good to see how much it means to some of them. I'm just loving being around it. It's really good.
The Fiesta Juniors is where I started. Such a spread of varying different experiences, so much potential and so much talent.
Been a part of a number of scholarships over the years, and this has just been head and shoulders above the rest.
Hello everyone, welcome back then to the Parc Ferme area. Of course, loads of BRSCC Fiesta Junior cars behind me. I'm joined with Esther. Now, tell me a little bit more about the Fiesta Juniors and, of course, the scholarship scheme that we've got going on. Of course, 2 drivers already racing out there who have won the scholarship scheme in the past, both doing very well as well, which is great to see.
They are doing very well, and it's really great to see them come through the scholarship. It's a really good opportunity for those drivers who are 13 to 17 to come and actually put themselves up against everybody else. We have 3 days, so 2 days is their test sessions, which when they're out doing car stuff with Josh Cook, potentially Paul O'Neill, Aidan Moffat, Jade Edwards and the likes. We put them through a fitness test. They have to do a little presentation on themselves, so it's almost like a bit of media training as well. And then 6 of them go forward to the final day. We do exactly the same repeats on the second day, and then the 12 of them battle it out to become what will be the 2026 scholarship winner moving forward. And yeah, Daniela and Lewis both doing really well this year. So have a look on the website. It has launched this weekend, and that will give you all the information that you need.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much for that information. Of course, an exciting championship and quite a pressure-filled environment, that getting through to the knockout stages and then pressing through to try and be the winner. But at the end of the day, if you want to make it in top-level motorsport, you need to be able to shine under that pressure. And clearly the drivers who have made it through very much signing out there on circuit. So BRSCC Fiesta Juniors going from strength to strength.
Yes, they are. I mean, this is the biggest grid we've had this year, and actually the biggest grid we've had before. So we've got 25 out. We've got 29 registered for the championship. We've fingers crossed by the last race at Brands Hatch we will be over 30, so that is amazing for this championship. Really proud of all of them.
Awesome. That's so amazing. Great to see, and hopefully it continues to get bigger and bigger. Provides great racing for us to watch at home. So awesome. Well, thank you very much for chatting with us.
Pleasure.
Much appreciated. I think we're going to head straight on round to the collecting area. City Car Cup already getting involved. So let's head over there now. Luckily the gate is open so we can make a swift exit on through. Now, hopefully Daniela's not going to run me over. Thank you very much, Daniela. We'll head on through. You can see a couple of our top drivers heading to the collecting area. Mr. Dyer was battling over the win yesterday. I think we'll probably see more of that when they head out on circuit later on. Now we'll see who we can grab. Of course, I want to chat about the Student Motorsport Challenge because it has become a big part of this racing series. And great to see, of course, a lot of the drivers, obviously not students, but the whole car being worked on by the students from the teams. Now, I was told to head over here, and hopefully we'll be able to get to chat to lots of the Student Motorsport crew. Sadly, doesn't look like I've got any assistants. And I'll be honest with you, I don't know who I'm supposed to be speaking to. So we'll get ourselves settled down in here. I think I'll hand back up to Andy in a moment's time, double check who I'm speaking to, and then you can fire it straight back to me. I'll be back in a moment.
Thank you, John. So we will very shortly have a chance to hear from our City Car Cup drivers, hopefully. There were 1 or 2 of them starting to arrive behind John Ratcliffe, so fingers crossed he'll be able to dive in and have a chat with them in a moment or 2. We've still got a little bit of time, about 10 minutes or so, we think, before the cars are released onto the track. We are planning on restarting at 20... Well, race will start, we're told, at 22, so that's in 15 minutes' time. They'll be sent out to the grid at 25 to, and it's about 5 minutes then for the gridding process to take place. So the assembly area will start to fill up over the next few minutes as the cloudy skies continue to gather over the Anglesey Circuit. We can still just about see the Welsh Mountains in the distance though, so not panicking too much about any inclement weather on its way, and hopefully the track conditions will stay favourable for the time being. Just to give you an idea then of how the next portion of the day will look, because we do have another break a little bit later for a full hour actually, so we sort of have like a mid-afternoon lunch break as well, which I'm sure a lot of people will be grateful for. We've got 5 races before then, so we've got the Nankang Tyre City Car Cup coming up next, then the 500cc Historic Formula 3 Championship, the Airtech Motorsport Fiesta ST240s will have their 3rd and final race, as will then the Jeff Page Engineering Formula 4 Championship and the BRSCC Fiesta Juniors at 20 to 3, and we must run on time for those 5 races, because we then have this church break at 3 o'clock. I was learning about this yesterday, so there is a church funnily enough, located just beyond Church Corner, the third corner of the track. It's down in the little bay down there, and you can only access it at low tide. So they only have, I think it's 2 or 3 services in the church on Sundays anyway throughout the year. And so when they do, on-track action has to stop for an hour whilst the service takes place. So the church break, it is quite literally that. So the track will fall quiet for an hour, and then we have 3 races at the end of the day: the ST150 Fiestas, the Nankang Tyre City Car Cup's 3rd race, and then the historic Formula 3 Championship at the end of the day. The cars continue to gather down in the assembly area, hoping John Ratcliffe is in amongst them somewhere, because now is a golden opportunity to get the thoughts of the drivers. And, oh well, peering out of my commentary box window, I can't actually immediately see him, so I think he is down there somewhere. But we'll hear from him hopefully in a moment or two. Oh yes, there he is. He's just greeting the drivers, I can see out of the window, as they arrive down at the Parc Fermé area. Lots of these City Car Cup cars to fit into the assembly area. 41 of them, to be precise, took to the track yesterday. And the majority of them, I think, finished the race. In fact, did we have any retirements? We had only the 1 retirement yesterday. Fen Curran was a non-finisher, but everybody else managed to make it to the end of the 15-minute race. So it goes to show, just because you've got a big grid of cars, doesn't mean it has to be absolute chaos out on track. It was a really clean race. And yeah, the second race, hopefully, is going to follow in the same vein. So we are excited for this next sequence of races. The next Brscc live stream event, as I said, I think yesterday, is going to be at Croft, the 12th and 13th of July. That's the next round of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. That's the next live streamed Brscc event. Then after, in fact, on the same weekend, on the 12th, the Saturday, there's an event at Alton Park being live streamed as well. That one will be the Mazda MX-5 Championship event. So you've got all 3 of the Brscc's Mazda MX-5 series, the Mark 1 Championship, the Super Cup for the Mark 3 cars, and the Mark 1 Clubman Championship. They'll be joined by the Final Detail ST150 Fiestas, who are here this weekend as well, as indeed are the Super Classic Formula Fords, with the Silver Lake DS3 Cup and the Fixed Wheel Production Cup also taken to the track at Alton Park. Right then, let's head down to the assembly area, where John Ratcliffe is catching up with our City Car Cup drivers.
Down here in the collecting area then for the City Car Cup, and I'm joined with some lovely people from the Student Motorsport Challenge. I've got Max and Millie alongside me. Now, Max and Millie, you want to tell me a little bit more about what the Student Motorsport Challenge is, how people can get involved, and what opportunities it can bring to them? I'll hand to you first, Max.
Student Motorsport is all about the way we get students involved in all sides of motorsport. We've got mechanics, engineers, all team members working on all of these cars, but we're also doing the media side of things. We are the presenters, and we'll be doing Facebook Lives, Instagram Lives, everything, TikTok. We've got it all. We've got a great media team, and we've got a bunch of photographers helping out us this weekend.
Awesome, awesome. Now, like you say, lots of opportunities to get involved. I'll dive over to yourself, Millie. How can people get involved? Where do they need to go, and what are those opportunities on the table for them?
Yeah, so if you want to get involved with us, you can go to any of our social media pages. studentmotorsport.com is our website, and you can email us and we'll get back to you. And it's basically all about giving students and young people that want to get into the motorsport industry those opportunities that you can't get just, that experience you can't get just sitting behind a desk in a classroom. So yeah, you really get hands-on experience that you wouldn't get anywhere else.
Exactly that. Well, it's an exciting opportunity for young people involved in racing, that's for sure. And it seems to be working well as well. We've got a lot of the teams from the Student Challenge up right near the sharp end getting involved, so clearly it's working well. And positives moving on into 2026 as well. What's the movements of 26? I'm hearing maybe more cars, maybe more people getting involved as well?
100%. We've had a lot of talk this weekend, especially this weekend. We've had lots of different university and colleges, I can't say who and what, the drivers or anything, but we've had a huge amount amount of different colleges coming to us this weekend talking about interest, and even drivers saying, I want to get this college involved, I want to do this, I want to do that. We've got mechanics as well going like, I want to try and get in the way. We got a mechanic becoming a driver at some point, which is huge, and it's trying to get everybody involved and intertwining, and for us it's a huge opportunity for our CVs and everything like that to get our name on the paper.
Exactly that. Well, everyone involved benefiting from it in some way, all gaining experience, and at the end of the day, enjoying themselves, enjoying being involved in motorsport and getting involved as well. So like I say, a lot of the student cars doing very well out there on circuit. It's only a few minutes until we go to their next race. I'll hand it back up to Andy in the comms box.
So, 5 minutes still before cars are released onto the track, but we will eventually, I promise you, give you some racing from the Anglesey International Circuit. The Nankang Tyre City Car Cup drivers are chomping at the bit, I'm sure, to head out onto the circuit. Some of them less so than others, because some of them are still arriving down in the assembly area. And it's quite the operation, actually, to get them all in, because, like I said, there are 41 of them. There isn't physically space in the fairly cramped assembly area to get them all in there. And so the queue extends out the entrance of the assembly area, much like the queue to get lunch, actually, in the cafe. That was extending out of the door by quite some way. It's a lot of people here at Anglesey, some spectators, don't get me wrong, but a lot of people who go into helping run the event. Of course, a lot of big teams here, actually, within the club racing ranks. Just in City Car Cup alone, I mean, that's 41 sets of team members and family members and friends and everyone else that comes along. So it's a busy paddock, nice to see, and that was a big part of the renovations that went on here. It's got to be about 20 years ago now that they renovated the Anglesey Circuit and built a completely new layout, which is the one that, of course, we're racing on this weekend. And they also renovated the pit and paddock complex, so new pit buildings, new control tower and commentary box, race control building, and extended the paddock space out significantly so that they could fit more cars. And it's just as well, because even at club racing level, the British motorsport scene is thriving still, particularly within the Brscc. They bring some big grids, some big teams, and they are not put off by the fact that Anglesey is a long way away, and they're certainly not put off by the facilities these days, because they are top quality. Lovely place to come and spend a weekend at the racetrack. There is the paddock area, and the I always want to call it the new building. It's not new anymore at all, but the spectacular views over the RSC. That's the back of the race control building, so we're on the top floor, race control down below us, race admin on the ground floor. From our perspective at the top, it is a fantastic panoramic view of not only the circuit, but the Irish Sea and the Welsh Mountains off in the distance. It's a glorious place to be, and an absolute favourite of mine. And this particular event, the summer race weekend, the Fun Cup into the night races, are of a particular highlight, I have to say. So the cars will be released, I believe, any moment now into the onto the grid. Pole position for this race belongs to Andrew Dyer, based on the fact that he won yesterday's race, but he didn't have things all his own way by any stretch of the imagination. He had a charging Richard Jepp behind him in second place. Richard was really the star of the show in some ways in yesterday's race, because Richard only qualified fifth, not a disaster on a 41 car grid, but fifth place he was on the grid. And he came moving through fifth on the grid to run in second by the flag. Just looked likely to challenge for the win. Actually goes right in on the leader by the flag, and it was less than a second between the top two at the time of the checkered flag. Now that, I think, is possibly the most famous person here in Anglesey this weekend, up in his favourite vantage point. Chris, one of our camera operators. that really undersells who he is, really, doesn't he? A legend of the motorsport broadcasting community, who has found the windiest spot to go and film from, up at the top of the Rocket complex. We give him this job because we can absolutely guarantee that he won't complain about the weather at the end of the day, being from the northeast of England. This is a lovely summer's day for him, and he also does enjoy being in the action hotspot, and the Rocket certainly has been that over the years and has delivered plenty of action over our summer race weekend so far. That action then set to recommence now, with the Nankang Tyre City Car Cup cars being unleashed out onto the grid, and Andrew Dyer and Richard Jepp will make up that front row of the grid, with Stuart Bliss and Chris Mackenzie row 2. Yesterday's grid did wonders for my OCD because we had 2 Toyota Argos on the front row, 2 Citroën DS3s, Citroën C1s on the second row of the grid, and the third row we had 2 of the Peugeots. This time around, though, that order has been slightly mixed around, it has to be said. Yeah, we've got Toyota and Peugeot row 1, Toyota and Citroën row 2, Toyota and Citroën row 3, Citroën and Peugeot row 4. But these new shape Peugeot 107s looking like they're the real deal now, aren't they, really? We still have some of the older shape Peugeots out there. It's the same car, essentially, underneath, just a facelifted version of it. It's a slightly different front and rear bodywork and lights, but no major performance advantage, I don't think. But a good-looking car, the 107, and Richard Jepp was the lead Peugeot in that race earlier on today. I'm looking back actually through the results this year to see whether or not we've had a Peugeot win yet. Stuart Bliss won the first race of the season at Snetterton in a Toyota. Race 2 went to Josh Jackson. Josh Jackson is not... he is here this weekend. Yes, he's in a Citroën. Of course, finished right at the back, a lap down after early dramas yesterday. Third race at Snetterton was a Chris Mackenzie win. Well, that's another Citroën driver. Alton, we only had 1 race in the end because of time constraints. Stuart Bliss was the winner. So we haven't had a Peugeot win this year. And I think I'm right in saying we didn't have a Peugeot win, at least one of the facelifted cars win, yesterday. Last season, I should say, either. And... so if Richard Jepp could get onto the top step of the podium in this one, it would be the first time, I believe, that the facelifted Peugeot has claimed a race win in the City Car Cup. But that will not be an easy task for Richard Jepp, because he's got Andrew Dyer keen to double up on race victories, is Andrew. Championship-wise, Stuart Bliss, because he had those 2 wins coming into the weekend, was the points leader, 11 points ahead of Alistair May. Now, Alistair May was only 6th yesterday, but did find himself in the thick of a lot of mid-race battles. But May losing a few points to Bliss, who in fairness was only 3 places further up the order than him in third. Jepp, second in the race, third in the championship coming into the weekend. He was only 3 points behind Alistair May. So out of all of that, I reckon that Jepp is now second in the points. He was able to take only a couple of points out of Stuart Bliss. So Stuart Bliss retained his championship lead. But that gets underway, and Andrew Dyer lights up the front tyres. It's not the only one there. There's Phil House did the same thing in his Peugeot a little bit further back. A lot of heat put into the front Nankang tyres on the Andrew Dyer machine. It's the rear tyres, though, really, that you need to worry about in these cars. Short wheelbase, front wheel drive, the rear tyres take a lot longer to heat up, and you really are rear grip limited anyway, at least in the early stages. Very good looking car, just about to come through turn 1 there. The red and white, I think it was 63 possibly, or 65 maybe. That was in a livery akin to the old Works Vauxhall British Touring cars back in the day. Anyway, we'll focus on that later. For now, here is the grid. It will take me most of the green flag lap to get through the 41 cars. Andrew Dyer and Richard Jepp on the front row together, because they were the top 2 in the race yesterday. Stuart Bliss and Chris Mackenzie row 2, with Brady Pollock and Alistair May on the third row. Alex Foden on row 4, alongside Phil House, another one of those new-shaped Peugeot 107s. And the top 10 then completed by Richard Snuggs and Joe Moss. Chris Parks and Toby Owen on row 6, ahead of Max Finn and Ben Spencer. Amelia Vincent and Harry Barker on row number 8. 9th row, Benjamin Bastow and Alex Jackson, with Adam Relds and Hayden Payne on row 10. 11th row, Chris Brewster and Jensen Jackson, with John Sykes and John Nicholson sharing row 12. Row 13, Sam Johnston, Peter Bauer, with Alistair Mehring and Elliot Lettis further back. Elliot Lettis definitely a little bit off colour this weekend for some reason. Genia Gravina Reid is 29th, and Nicholas Wilding completes the top 30. Head of Joseph Plowrout and Anthony Dalby, thank you. Then it's Ryan Middlemiss and Jamie Stretch, then Lee Parker and Ben Johnson, with Paul Mellor, Glenn Bee, Jack Wheeler, Josh Jackson and Fen Curran to complete the 41 runners for this second City Car Cup race of the weekend. And Fen Curran, the only non-finisher in yesterday's relatively very low attrition first race of the weekend. So up towards the hairpin they weave. It was a PCR 1-2 on the grid yesterday, but they were split in the end by that Peugeot of Richard Jett. All of them, though, are Student Motorsport Challenge entered cars. And the Student Motorsport Challenge, which is now in its 4th season of being part of the Nankang Tyre City Car Cup Championship, designed to provide real-world trackside motorsport experience for students primarily studying for an automotive or motorsport qualification, says their bio. It's a good job I'm reading these notes halfway through the weekend. They've now changed the name to the Student Motorsport Competition, not Challenge. Same initials, Student Motorsport Competition. There we go. For this weekend onwards. And a few colleges represented. You've got the City College Norwich, who run Elliot Lettis's car. West Suffolk College, who have a handful of cars out on the grid. West Suffolk College, Brooklands Technical College as well. Team Northbrook Racing. It's a very competitive thing these days, the Student Motorsport Competition. And those cars may not be prepared by the most experienced team members, but they are still clearly prepared to the highest of standards, because they locked out the podium positions in race number 1 yesterday. Will it be the same, though, in race 2? Chris Mackenzie looking to spoil that party in the Bitcoin Racing Citroen C1 that starts 4th on the grid, the first of the non-Student Motorsports competition drivers. It takes a while, doesn't it, for the back of the field to be gridded, but we're getting there slowly, I think. And with Andrew Dyer and Richard Jett sharing that front row, they have a very long wait, don't they, till the race gets underway. There you can see the back few rows just coming into position just around the final corner up by the pit entry. It's an awkward place to start a race, really, isn't it, now, because you're accelerating up through the gears but going round quite a tight off-camber corner, so it's not an easy start procedure for those at the back of the field. Those at the front, though, it's a bit more straightforward. It is Andrew Dyer and Richard Jett at the front of the grid. The red lights go out now, and a very even start, as you'd expect, really. Jett is certainly hanging with Dyer as they turn into the first corner, but Dyer's got the shorter run-through target, which should be flat out on the opening lap, you would imagine, for those at the front of the field anyway. And it will be yesterday's winner who hangs on to the lead heading out of the turn. They arrive at the banking with the Toyota Aygo defending the middle of the road there, so the Peugeot driver not able to get through. Mackenzie, though, has broken through into third, so Chris Mackenzie getting ahead of Stuart Bliss for third place. And he's still trying to complete that manoeuvre as we arrive down at Church, but I think he should be able to make the inside line work and claim third place. Maybe not, actually, because Stuart Bliss has some confidence on cold tyres, goes round the outside of him, and they're still side by side as they head up the hill. The leading two, though, working together. Look at this, with Richard Jett pushing Andrew Dyer up the hill, and it's working because they're distancing themselves considerably from the third place battle. Mackenzie on the outside, Stuart Bliss on the inside. Who's the last of the late breakers? Well, they both run wide in the end, and they might open the door for the cars behind to come through. Alistair May is one of them, and he gets shuffled out wide a little bit through the Rocket Complex. We'll sort that all out when they get to Peel. Mackenzie definitely still in third. Phil House is going slowly, and cars have to scatter onto the grass to avoid him. I think Phil maybe missed a gear there going up into Peel Corner, and others had to really take avoiding action. I think that might have possibly been Alistair May again losing a bit of ground. It's not been a great lap for him. The leading two, though, so far so good, John. They have distanced themselves considerably from the rest of the field. That is the benefit of working together.
Indeed, yeah. Both Bliss and Mackenzie trying to be the last of the late breakers there into Rocket, and both left it a bit too late, going a bit deep. Fighting it out though. Back ahead gets Mackenzie.
Yes, Mackenzie then with third position. They round the hairpin and head to the end of the opening lap of the race. A lively one, but generally speaking, a fairly clean one. A few body panels maybe are sporting other people's paintwork at the moment, but they're all still going. And they arrive at the final turn. A brilliant sight they make as they round the final corner and at the end of the opening lap. So Andrew Dyer, Richard Jett the top two, Chris Mackenzie third, Stuart Bliss in fourth, fifth position Alistair May. So actually it wasn't May getting shuffled down, it might have been Brady Pollock I was seeing. Brady Pollock in another blue car, the Toyota driver I think was the one who was losing ground on that opening lap. He is down in 10th position as they come across the line. Back we go again, Ben Spencer there in the Castrol livery Digo. He, remember, was one of the comeback drivers yesterday after going off the road on lap 1. Charged his way back through to eventually finish in an impressive 14th place. Well, he's knocking on the door of the top 10 now. There he is, look, just behind that side-by-side battle. It is Brady Pollock on the outside line still. Basically where Brady has been since the race started, and he's losing more places up the back straight.
He is indeed. Yeah, they're all pushing each other up towards Rocket once again, using that slipstream to their advantage and trying to be aggressive there to the inside. The 393 there covering off the move from the 47 in behind there. That's Parks and House battling over position. But yeah, sorry about that. Of course, we've lost our lunch break, so I've been wolfing down my chili con carne and chets, which if you're at the circuit, I can highly recommend.
Oh, really?
Absolutely beautiful. It was lovely, mate. But yeah, thank you very much for just covering that for a second, mate, while I wolf down some food. I'm sure we'll do the same for yourself in a few moments' time. But cars out on circuit, of course, we've got to make sure we're sticking to schedule so we can go to the church break later on this afternoon. And that is why we've rushed through lunch and we're continuing on racing action for you here from the Anglesey Circuit. Now, that was a windscreen wiper on for the 392 of Alistair May. Whether that was just an accidental press or whether he's thinking there is a bit of moisture out there. We've not seen any reports or heard anything as of yet down here. We were expecting it as we headed into the afternoon, but still waiting to see. A couple of drivers there a little bit wide out onto the grass on the exit of the hairpin there as they continue to squabble for the places in the top 10. But again, just like I said yesterday, when you're watching this class, it's just ridiculous. They just seemingly never end. There's more cars coming around the corner. Oh, there's more. Oh, there's more. Oh, there's more.
It's a brilliant sight, isn't it? One of the big success stories of British motor racing over recent years. And it was immediately popular as well. Some championships, it takes 2 or 3 years to get off the ground. And this one was just, it caught people's imagination, I think, didn't it? And it's a relatively affordable way of going racing. The cars might not be the flashiest, but that keeps the costs down. And the racing, you can't argue with the quality, can you? It's always close. And this one, I think, is shaping itself up nicely to be another absolute cracker. The leading two then continuing to gap Chris Mackenzie and Stuart Bliss, who battle for third. They're in fact going side by side up the back straight as there Brady Pollock continues to lose ground. That's Joe Moss, I think, now getting alongside in the 23 car. Yes, it is. Although actually Moss has lost a few positions since the start of the lap by the looks of it. Bliss to the outside of Mackenzie, and that should work. The outside of the left-hander is the inside of the right-hander. Will go the BCR driver into a podium place once again. So Chris Mackenzie, after that really good start, now starting to fade a little.
Yeah, that was really good, actually. Loads of room given by both of the drivers there. Nice, respectful racing up into the heaviest braking zone on the circuit. And then Mackenzie there, just going out a little bit wider into the second part of Rocket through the right-hander, trying maybe to get a bit of a switchback and use a good exit. I think in these slightly underpowered cars, though, it's probably not going to work. And indeed it didn't. He stays there in fourth place, but he's glued to that rear bumper of Stuart Bliss, who's now ahead of him there in third place. Of course, the Boston College racing team continuing to do a stellar job with those two cars out at the sharp end of the order. But it is now Andrew Dyer who leads the way, as he has been from the start of this one. Once again, drivers flirting with those track limits out of that corner. If you dip that rear left onto the green stuff, not going to help with traction all the way down that long straight, down into the bus stop corner, the final corner of the circuit. And we have seen plenty of drivers go for cheeky moves there. It's a difficult place to overtake. If you can get far enough alongside, you can get it done.
Track limits, what track limits? They're all running very wide out of the final corner and into the end of the second lap of the race, third lap of the race, sorry. Fastest lap set by the third place man, Stuart Bliss, and that was with that overtake. Yes, he had a slipstream up the back straight, but that's still a very impressive lap time that he's managed to get in there. So Dyer Jepp and Bliss. Oh, and there's contact at the first corner and a car's going around in front of the pack. Oh, that's not a good place to be stuck. Right in the middle of the road. Selected first gear and got going. That could have been an awful lot worse. Who was that, do we think?
Dolby and Meering it was. They were being aggressive down the start-finish straight. I think it was the 97 who was trying to cover off and squeeze the 83 to the inside. A bit too much squeezing as they got to the apex though, because the 83 still thought, I've got enough here, I'm going to hold it there. Wide goes Jepp, seriously wide, almost into another postcode.
Wow, that was very late on the brakes from Richard Jepp, ambitiously so, you'd have to say, and it did not work. So he ends up nearly losing second place, actually, to Stuart Bliss. Richard Jepp there, so late on the brakes was he that he was almost on the grass up at Rocket, and now he's understeering wide again at Peel. So hopefully, well, he's probably just got dirt on his tyres, to be fair, having gone rally crossing a couple of corners earlier. That takes all of the pressure, though, away from Andrew Dyer. Jepp was trying to challenge Dyer on the outside into Rocket, and yeah, a little bit too late on the brakes on that occasion, but we know he's got speed. Yesterday he showed that, so I think if he gets his head down and is left alone by Stuart Bliss, then they might still be able to catch the leader. The trouble is that Stuart Bliss has absolutely no reason to work with Richard Jepp here, because yes, I'm sure he would like to have a crack at the race win, but to do that it means catching his teammate who is out in front, and I don't think he's going to want to help Richard Jepp in that over the next few minutes. We have 7 minutes of the race to go. Already past half race distance, this one flying by for Andrew Dyer. The checkered flag probably can't come round soon enough. The Toyota Igo driver, 1 second clear of the Peugeot of Richard Jepp, the Toyota of Stuart Bliss third, the Citroen of Chris McKenzie in fourth, and another Citroen then of Alistair May, who's found his way back into 5th position now. So Alistair May actually putting together a reasonable drive at the moment. Heading through the banked corner at turn 2, line astern. So another fastest lap actually set by Bliss that time round as well, 158.798, 3/10 quicker than the leader. So I am confident, John, that if these two work together, they probably could catch the leader. I just somehow don't see that happening.
No, I definitely don't. He's got the slipstream now, hasn't he, with that mistake on a lap ago at this same corner from Jepp. It's allowed for Bliss to close in, use that slipstream up into Rocket. Not quite close enough to think about the move to the inside, though. Will stay within the wheel tracks of the 65 ahead, and they continue on, kicking up the dirt there. That was the 392 of Alistair May, getting all over the inside, then scything back to the outside as well, staying there in 5th place. And here is the number 41, Alex Foden, under pressure for 6th place. He's got Parks and House right behind him, and the 393 in Parks particularly all over his rear bumper, but he's got a little bit wide there through the right-hander as they head down into their slight braking zone, chuck it into the left, hold the slide as it goes downhill, slightly off camber as well, a very tricky corner, but you want to carry as much speed through as you'll then take it all the way down to the hairpin where a potential move could be on.
Yep, but the defensive line, I suspect, will be taken here. Yes, it is by Alex Foden. So this is 6th position they're battling over. Foden 6th, Parks, the light blue car, is 7th. Phil House, the Peugeot is 8th. And then look who's 9th, Ben Spencer. Ben Spencer, who on the first lap of yesterday's race was off the track and nearly 30th position or so up at Rocket, is now back inside the top 10 and continuing to charge forward. Through the last corner they go, challenge up the inside from Parks, and I think he's got past Alex Foden there, so Parks gains a place. Foden fights his way back in line just in front of Phil House and manages to keep the Peugeot driver behind him. But yeah, nice move up the inside there from Parks. He had a better run out of the hairpin, carried the speed down the straight, and in fairness, Foden didn't defend into the last corner, and so Parks was able to slip through into 6th place.
Indeed, some great racing then. Just over 4.5 minutes left to go. Time quickly ticking away here in this one, but battles continuing on. I will say the gap between the leaders as well has continued to close up once more as they head up towards Rocket again. These 4 staying line astern and going for a move now is the number 41. Moving to the inside then as they continue to battle over the middle part of the top 10. That's Foden trying to make a move. We look back to the leaders briefly. None of them able to make a move up at Rocket this time, and I'm sure the squabbling will continue in that group behind as well as they all try and make it through. You can see there in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen as they got through, they were at least 2 wide through there, if not potentially 3 in that battle in behind. But Richard Jepp, after making that serious dive bomb earlier on at Rocket, He lost quite a bit of time because of that, but he has now closed the gap once again. Impressive stuff.
There's no doubt to me that Jep is the fastest man on track, isn't he? Certainly in this lead bunch anyway, because, yeah, he was over a second adrift only a lap and a half ago. He's right back on the tail of Andrew Dyer now as they head down the Tom Price straight. So he's got the speed, but now he's got to try and find a way through. And the trouble is, if he goes for a move, he's got Dyer's teammate, Stuart Bliss, right behind him, waiting to take advantage. So it would be easy to end up losing second place here for Richard Jep. I doubt, though, he's going to choose to consolidate second. He'll be on the attack, as is Ben Spencer. That was a peach of a move on the inside of Alex Foden. Made that look easy at the hairpin, and another place is gained by Spencer. Driver of the weekend for me so far, Ben Spencer. The way that he's bounced back from that issue at the start of yesterday's race, and he should have the pace, I think, here to gain another position or two before the flag.
He should indeed. I mean, even though he had those issues in the race yesterday, he still ended up coming home as the top rookie.
Yeah.
So he was battling back through well in that, and he's battling well again here. Your drivers going side by side into the final corner. You can see them exiting, or entering your shot, I should say, in the background. They're still side by side, the 23 and the 47, that is, who are going side by side. Jackson and Moss continuing on side by side through the first corner. When will this battle end? Potentially when they get into the braking zone here of the banking. Inside line for the silver car. He's got the line, and someone else trying to dive in behind and get amongst it also.
Yeah, Joe Moss getting hung out to dry then at the banking, isn't he? And might lose another spot as they head to Church Corner. He's on the outside line, has his nose ahead, but that's not really the preferred line through Church, especially at this late stage in the weekend. There's a lot of rubber build-up and dirt on the outside line. Speaking of the outside, that's where Richard Jep is. He's trying it again into Rocket. Can't make it stick, but that time at least stayed vaguely within track limits. But now you see that danger that I was referring to. By going wide, he leaves himself vulnerable to attack from Stuart Bliss. And Stuart in the second of the BCR cars wanting to try and make it a 1-2 for the team, as it was at the end of qualifying. It's mysterious to me, though, John, that Richard Jep was only 5th quickest in qualifying, because, again, in race conditions, he's quite clearly faster than these two. He made so many great overtakes yesterday, but it's this one more overtake that he needs to make to grab the win that is proving elusive.
It is, yeah, it's proving a little bit challenging for him to find a way through. Often that can be the case, though, with some racing drivers. When you're out in a qualifying zone, 57's round at the top of the hill, East Surrey College car going for a spin, the 57 of Wheeler, that is facing the wrong direction. Well, if he did it by himself or if he got pushed, I don't know.
Well, there are two other cars stationary up there as well, so I think that, yes, draw your own conclusions. Oh, it's Jackson again. Oh, Josh Jackson, what a nightmare he's having. Josh Jackson, who won a race earlier on this season, I seem to remember, at Snetterton. Yes, he did. He won the second race at Snetterton, didn't finish the race after that, and that sort of tells the story of his season now, the way that it's going. He's a quick driver, but just not getting the look at this stage of the season. So, we're on to the final lap of the race, disappointingly. This has been a very entertaining race. I think all of those cars... No, there is... Oh, no, there are two cars still stationary in the Rocket Corner. Surely they're going to have to stop this, because those two cars look to me like they're in the middle of the road. The leaders are heading towards Church. It will at the very least be a yellow flag zone that greets them at the top of the hill, though. So that's Richard Jep's opportunity to overtake gone, surely. That's been the one place that he's looked like he might be able to take the challenge to Andrew Dyer. And he's going to head into a yellow flag zone, and that's going to mean he can't make the move. Still, those two cars are stationary there. They head towards the braking zone. There's a challenge here for second place. Stuart Bliss is up the inside. Now he's gone through, but did he do that in the yellow flag zone or just before it? He must think it was in the yellow flag zone, because he backs out of it and lets Jep go. But, well, in fairness, actually, those two cars are off the road, aren't they? From our angle, it looks like they're in the middle of the track, but there is, in fact, one of them got going, it looks like. So it's just Josh Jackson's car. There's the other one. It's just torn a little bit further round the corner. So, okay, it's not a road blockage, I suppose, but yellow flags meant no overtaking. That was a get-out-of-jail-free card, really, for Richard Jep, because I think he was about to lose second place there to Stuart Bliss. Stuart backed out of it and actually has dropped noticeably back from the leading two. So Jep's under no pressure now as they head down towards the hairpin for the final time. Will that allow him to launch an attack on the race leader? I just don't think he's quite close enough. They hit the brakes. Peugeot will close in with the concertina effect under braking. But he's not close enough to get an overlap. Carries all the speed that he can. Look at that, inch perfect right to the edge of the curb for Jep. but I don't think he's close enough still into the final turn, so it's going to be a very well-managed race this for Andrew Dyer. He came under threat a couple of times from Richard Jepp, who looked to me like the quicker of the two, but it doesn't matter if you can't find a way past the race leader. Andrew Dyer is the race leader out of the final corner, and for the second time this weekend, he's a race winner in the Nankang Tyre City Car Cup, and another victory in the student motorsport competition as well. Richard Jepp second, and Stuart Bliss comes home in third. Then it was Chris Mackenzie, Alistair May, Alex Foden and Ben Spencer who was punching the air with delight as he crossed the line as once again the rookie class winner, and another really good fight back that from 14th on the grid to finish in 7th place. I wonder what he can do in race number 3 tomorrow. Where did Ben Spencer qualify at the start of the weekend? He qualified 7th, so he's finally back to where he started the weekend now, Ben. And he can sort of reset for race 3, hoping that he can avoid the drama that befell him at the beginning of the first race. So entertaining racing as always from the Nankang Tyre City Car Cup and the Student Motorsport competition. They will be back out on track again later on today. Their third and final race will be the penultimate race of the day, race 18, at around about 4:30 is the plan. And we move on next to the first 500cc historic Formula 3 championship race of the weekend. Spectators are weathering the conditions, enjoying the racing though. Good to see smiles on their faces as the City Car Cup once again put on a show for the Anglesey crowd. Andrew Dyer, the race winner, Richard Jepp second and Stuart Bliss in third, ahead of Chris Mackenzie and Alistair May. Alex Foden sixth ahead of Ben Spencer. And it was Christopher Parks, Phil House and Rainey Pollock to complete the top 10. Max Finn was 11th, then Richard Snuggs in 12th, Toby Owen 13th and Alex Jackson in 14th position. Joe Moss was 15th, then it was Amelia Vincent and Chris Brewster, Hayden Payne, Ben Bastow and Adam Rell to complete the top 20. Elliot Lettis 21st, so made a bit of progress towards the top 20 in that one. Harry Barker, John Sykes, Sam Johnston and Jensen Jackson in 25th, then Peter Bauer and Ben Johnson. Then it was Nick Wilding, yes I haven't said his name, John Nicholson and Hallister Maring ahead of Junior Gravina Reid, Joseph Plowright, Paul Mellor, Jamie Stretch, Glenn B, Lee Parker, and then a lap down, but at least reaching the flag this time, was Ben Curran, with Ryan Middle missed 2 laps down. Jack Wheeler also, of course, was a non-finisher by the looks of it. Yes, he was involved with Josh Jackson, wasn't he, up at Rocket, so they both failed to finish the race. And I think there was one other either retirement or non-starter. Yes, Anthony Dolby. Anthony Dolby in the 83 retired to the pit lane, actually, a handful of laps into the race. So, we'll hear from John Ratcliffe shortly, down in the Parc Fermé area. And the City Car Cup drivers pull in. Then we go Formula 3 racing, with 500cc cars lining up and revving up in the assembly area. There's a little bit of recovery work to be done. They are in the process of doing that. We've got 2 flatbed trucks up at the Rocket complex, both recovering a car apiece. That should only take about 5 minutes or so, but it gives us a bit of time to chat with the podium finishers. And, the top 3 cars again were student motorsport competition drivers as well in that race. There is that recovery operation ongoing at the top of the hill, with that's the 57 car of Jack Wheeler. Always the case, isn't it, as well, that when you're having a bad weekend, it just sort of snowballs, because Jack Wheeler and Josh Jackson shared the 20th row of the grid for that race. They were 39th and 40th respectively, and ended up both non-finishing. Right, let's head down to Parc Fermé. John Ratcliffe ready to catch up with our podium finishers.
Hello everyone, you join me down here in Parc Fermé. Now, I'm a little bit out of breath. Firstly, because that race was so exciting, and secondly, because Silly John forgot his microphone. But we've got it now. Let's go and have a chat with some of the drivers then. Over here, we'll head over to the number 15. Yet again, one of the Boston College racing cars taking the win. Number 15. See if I can find the driver, Mr. Dyer. Can't spot him around anywhere close. I'm getting the pointing down there. Mr. Andrew Dyer, hopefully somewhere in this. Have we got Andrew Dyer over here? Andrew, yet another perfect race. I mean, it was rather close out there. Mr. Jet behind you had some great pace, but you kept him behind.
Yeah, it was quite a difficult race. I had to do a couple of a zig and a zag just to hold Rich behind. Yeah, just the wings weren't far back that time, so I weren't ripping around like a bald eagle. So not very good, but yeah, a lot of zigging and zagging.
Wasn't it you that told me yesterday that you won the race and now you weren't going to bother coming today?
Yeah, I thought it was Saturday again, to be honest with you. So yeah, just turned up. I actually didn't think I was going to win that. Rich was all over me, to be fair to him. He had the pace, to be fair, the faster car. But I think a few little mistakes from him, and otherwise he would have had the win.
Impressive stuff. Well, yet another win. See if we can do it again later on.
Hopefully.
Best of luck. Right, I'll grab Mr. Jep. I'll switch you two out. Thank you very much, sir. What a race from you. Fastest lap out there. Your pace was amazing. You went for some crazy moves, lost a bit of time, caught him back up again, but just couldn't find a way through.
Yeah, it's so good on the brakes, this thing. Great racing with these guys. A bit of a Boston College sandwich, you know, but Andrew's really clean, you know. I was working out, the first few laps I was working out where I was quicker and where I could make a move, so I saw Stu get through and I thought I've got to make the move now. And yeah, a few hairy moments, but I made it stick. It gave me a bit of a gap to then put the fastest lap in, I think, as well. So yeah, great racing with the guys. Good
awesome. It made it very exciting for us. One step up at the top of the podium, though. Is that what you're looking for the next one, I assume?
Yeah, I've got the pace. The pace is in the car. The team have done a great job at Northbrook College putting the car together, and we never know. It's a bit of a mix-up for race 3 because we'll start 9th now because the top 3 for the start, 10th, 9th and 8th. So going to be a bit different, but see if we can get through.
And once again, the student teams do an unreal job, as you were mentioning. A big shout out to yours.
Yeah. I mean, considering where we started from like 4 years ago, we were trying to break into the top 10. There's no college teams in the top 10. Now we're all the podium spots. So it's amazing how far all the colleges have come, but yeah, especially Northbrook College and the Team Northbrook Racing, they've done really well. It's great to see them grow.
Awesome. Yeah. Well, a big shout out to them. Thank you very much for chatting with me. Much appreciated. Now, I think we've still got a bit of time. The cars behind us haven't gone out just yet. I'll see if Mr. Stuart Bliss is anywhere around here. My issue is I don't know what Stuart even looks like. As you can hear, though, engines are revving up behind me. I've spotted him. Give me 2 seconds. Stuart, I'm going to grab you because I've just happened to spot you, so hello. Hey, we've already spoken to you. You get out of the shot. What a race. Super close to the front. Again, 3rd place, still a good result, but I think you were hankering on to try and get up to the top 2.
Yeah, it's nice to have another win for the team. I would say the teammates done the job anyway, so yeah, no, it was a close race. Dropped back a bit at the start, got boxed in, which happens, I suppose, and then just a case getting back to the front and tag it on, and hopefully one of them makes a mistake. But we're so close. It's without putting a last-minute move, which is a bit crazy. I thought I had a run on Rich up to the Rocket, but the yellow was out, so I wasn't sure if I overtook him or not. So I just give the place back, and more points for the championship. So
I think probably the right decision overall. Still a good 3rd place, and your team, Boston College, doing an unbelievable job. 1-3.
Yeah, I mean, the car's been faultless all year. The team do, obviously the car's always immaculate when it turns up. They do a great job, so yeah, can't complain.
Amazing. Well done, mate. We look forward to seeing you out later. Cheers, thank you very much. Well, like I was saying, engine notes are rising for the historic Formula 3s. Great to chat with the top 3 here in the City Car Cup, and of course, all student motorsport teams. I'll head back up to you in the commentary box, Andy.
Thank you, John. Yep, cars are not yet being released, but they will be shortly, I think, for this 500 Owners Association race for the 500cc Formula 3s. It was an interesting qualifying session this morning with... Oh, hello. Which way am I going? There we go. That's my view from up in the commentary tower of the Anglesey Circuit. Yes, the 500cc Formula 3 cars with a very competitive qualifying session earlier on today. Peter Delaroche and Jack Bond will start on the front row of the grid together. And the time in the end for Peter Delaroche was about 1.7 seconds faster than Jack Bond, but Jack was going quicker in the closing stages of the session, had 2 spins on consecutive laps up at Rocket Corner. And the second of those spins, the car stalled and ended up stranded at the side of the road, so he wasn't able to actually continue on in the session, which is a shame because he was going well. He was looking like he might challenge for pole, actually, by the end of the session. So Jack has speed in him, which needs to try and limit those mistakes, I suppose. The second row, you've got George Shackleton and Hamish Cameron Everly, and they were within a few tenths of a second of the fastest time as well. So, oh, the second fastest time, sorry. So I think it's going to be a fairly close thing, this, as the cars are now released from the assembly area. And onto the grid, led by going. Probably haven't got the steering lock, have they, to do that little U-turn that the other cars have been doing up at the exit of the entrance really of the assembly area. So they'll run down the pit lane, do a full lap. Now, will this count as their green flag lap, I wonder, or will they be given a secondary green flag lap at the end of this? We'll wait and see what they do, but imagine if they wanted to take a bit of time, this could become a green flag lap, couldn't it? And start the race of this lap. This is the grid. Peter Delaroche fastest, Jack Bond alongside, George Shackleton and Hamish Cameron-Everly on row 2. Alex Wilson and Andy Rayner share the third row ahead of Stuart Wright and Finley McIntosh. James Wilson and Ewan Cameron, Jonathan Morris and Chris Wilson on the 6th row, 7th row Oliver Dent and Mike Duderman, Doug Clay and Oliver Clothier on row number 8. So 16-car grid, and the cars rumble around the circuit. Still a couple of them actually that were a little bit reluctant to start, are only now being released from the assembly area, so it's going to take a while to get together. Also notice there are no marshals on the start-finish line, which suggests to me this is going to be a rolling start, which makes sense, I suppose, because we've seen that when these cars stop, they don't always like starting again. So it will be, I think, a rolling start when we do eventually get everyone round to the start-finish area. And therefore suggests to me as well that this will be the green flag lap as well as the outlap from the pit lane. So the Cooper of Peter Delaroche, fastest in qualifying, the Martin of Jack Bond alongside, and then another couple of Coopers of different generations, Mark 11 Cooper of George Shackleton and Mark 8 of Hamish Cameron-Everly. Second row of the grid together. And, all of these cars built originally between 1951 1949 actually is the oldest car. No, 1948 is the oldest car. Chris Wilson's Cooper Mark II. The most modern machine is the 1957 car. I do use that word modern loosely, of George Shackleton. So yes, as I just said, I think it will be a rolling start for this race. The cars lining up 2x2. Red light has illuminated already in the commentary box. So I think we're going to see a race start this time. Let's see what this one has in store for us. It's a race over 15 minutes. They won't get an enormous amount of laps in that time. And you get a good look there at the front row. Two completely different cars. I mean, they were only built within, what, a handful of years of each other. Peter Delaroche is a 1954 Mark 11 Cooper. Jack Bond's is a 1957 Martin. But built very differently, aren't they? The much more diminutive Martin of Jack Bond may well work a little bit better in a straight line as a result, but possibly lacks a bit of stability through the corners. That maybe explains why he had those couple of spins in qualifying. Let's see, looking further back still, sort of slowly catching up. Very sedate pace they carry through the final turn, but Peter Delaroche is going to get the race underway from pole position then. 2x2 rolling start, and our first 500 Owners Association race of the day will get underway now, and Peter Delaroche accelerates away, but not as quickly as Jack Bond. So Jack Bond is going to get the lead from the outside of the front row then. Jack Bond with the advantage, and Peter Delaroche immediately has a little bit of work to do if he's going to convert pole position into a race victory. He will attempt to slot in line in second place, but actually might have lost second as well. That's George Shackleton, is it? And he's got on the inside not only of Delaroche, but also Jack Bond. That is it's Hamish Cameron-Everly, actually, the 38, the silver machine. I don't think he's quite got the grunt in a straight line, though, so Bond will retain the advantage right round the outside, attempts to go the poles into Delaroche, gets squeezed wide by Bond, and up the middle of everyone. Who's that coming through? That looks to me like it might be George Shackleton, who's going to go from 5th place to the lead. A mega run out of Church, got an almighty slipstream up the back straight, and car 23 leads as they arrive at Rocket for the first time. Delaroche goes second, jinking up the inside is Hamish Cameron-Everly into third. I will be completely honest with you, I didn't expect that much excitement in the first half a lap. It has all changed completely. Jack Bond, who led at turn 1, is only 4th now as they head towards Peel. He's looking to the inside through the right-hander, but not able to get the place away at this moment. fantastic racing from the leading group of 5 or so, and full commitment for George Shackleton, who didn't have a great start, John, but more than made up for that on the run up the back straight.
Yeah, my goodness. I had a feeling this might be a little bit processional, but it's anything but that, isn't it? Wow, what a start to this race. What an unbelievable first lap. Now, we've seen some good runs up towards the top section of the circuit and up into Rocket, but I think that one takes the cake. What an unbelievable run, making up a number of places. And as you mentioned, into the lead goes Shackleton. And interesting there, you saw as he went round the hairpin, the right hand coming out of the car to get as much body weight over the right-hand side of the car to get as much grip as possible through that right-hander. And he continues to hold on to that lead as they cross the line to end lap number 1.
It's sort of reminiscent of sidecar racing, isn't it? That where the passenger leans out over the side of the outfit to get it rotated through the corner. They're about the same size as a sidecar, really, these 500cc Formula 3 machines. So it's a two-way fight for the lead then. Shackleton and De La Roche, the top 2. Jack Bond is now back into 3rd position at least, so he's recovering nicely. But Jack, we know, has better speed than that. Full commitment through Church for Shackleton. He's run a little bit wide. Now, is that car going to be quite as quick, I wonder, as De La Roche's Cooper 500 behind? Peter's got the slipstream as well. I'd imagine that's fairly significant in these cars. It certainly seemed to be on that opening lap, didn't it? Up into the braking zone at Rocket. No, Shackleton managing to keep Peter De La Roche at bay. Round the left-hander, wide goes the leader, big lunge up the inside. Meanwhile, for Everly, he goes back to 3rd and brings with him James Wilson in the 98. So James Wilson, who started the race, he was 9th on the grid, and he's just gone 4th. Got a car pulling off on the back straight. That I think is that number 80 car that had issues in qualifying of Oliver Dent. So Dent's car pulling over not far away actually from where it broke down in the qualifying session earlier on this morning. So down into the left-hander comes this phenomenal battle that's going on for, what is this, 3rd place on back. And again, that run up the back straight is providing some good slipstreaming.
Indeed it is, yeah, all still staying nose to tail, which is fantastic to see. And these 4 in behind, continuing to battle well. That is the driver who's parked up the back straight towards Rocket, and that is the number 80 who sadly pulled over to the side. Mr. Dent is Cooper Mark 5, sadly not making it to the checkered flag in this one. Clearly some sort of mechanical issue as we're almost side by side. Up into the first corner, we are going to be side by side, not quite. Just has to rethink that one, does the 17, and De La Roche has to slot back in behind for now. Anyway, he's all over the back of Shackleton for the lead in this race. We've still got just over 10 minutes left to go. And new fastest lap on the last lap for the number 17. A 1:55 dead versus a 55.2 for the driver ahead of him.
Yeah, De La Roche had a 1.7 second advantage at the end of qualifying, but I did sort of feel like that should have been a smaller advantage because there were other drivers who had gone quick, but then sort of had issues late in the session. So didn't expect Peter to have it all his own way, but I'm not convinced that I had my money on George Shackleton as being the one who was really going to give him a run for his money, and leads the way indeed does Shackleton up towards Rocket for the 3rd time in this 15-minute race. Hits the brakes, and he's got a straight line performance as well, I think, hasn't he, to keep Peter De La Roche at bay for now. Look at the way he leans over the side of the car again, just trying to get the thing turned into the second part of Rocket. And De La Roche not able to find a way through. Oh, lock up for the leader though. He's running wide this time, properly wide. Here is De La Roche's opportunity. He's alongside as they come out of Peel. That's the outside line though for the left-hander. And Shackleton for now will hang on.
Great squabble in between these two. Yeah, slight mistake there from Shackleton. Locks that front right tyre, goes a little bit wide, trying to hang it around the outside is De La Roche, but can't quite get it done. Again, has to continue to watch the rear end of car 23 ahead. The driving style in these is just amazing. I've not seen anything like this before. The retro look as well, really bringing it. And what an amazing setting for such racing action here at Anglesey. The historic Formula 3s not letting up here and giving us some incredible action as we continue to keep both eyes firmly fixed on this battle for the lead. Now, De La Roche, we know he's got pace, he's got that fastest lap. But even when there was a mistake on the driver ahead, he couldn't find a way through. I don't know how he's going to manage to get this done. It seems like you need to be pretty committed to get an overtake done in one of these.
Definitely so, and I do think that Peter maybe is in a little bit of a top-end speed deficit to Shackleton. We saw Shackleton blast past everyone on the first lap, and he's not really having to defend too much when we get to the end of the long straight. So De La Roche is going to have to look for somewhere else, perhaps, to try and make his move. So Shackleton leads the way in the Mark 11 Cooper. Peter De La Roche in the Mark 9 example. So there's only a couple of years between these two cars, which goes some way towards explaining why they're so evenly matched in performance. Cameron Everly then is third, Wilson fourth, Jack Bond was still fifth, but I think has just been overtaken, has he not? No, he's about to be overtaken, I think, by the number 1 car, perhaps, of Alex Wilson, leader wide Rocket. There are a few mistakes creeping in here, aren't there, for George Shackleton, and Peter De La Roche is going to have to really be on his toes to take advantage of one.
He's been going wide a couple of times, hasn't he? Nice and late on those brakes, and whether that's just him being a little bit over-exuberant, trying to brake as late as he can, or whether they might be fading ever so slightly already in this race, we'll wait and see whether those mistakes continue, or whether the 23 settles back into his usual pace. Down the corkscrew they go yet again, and this time it's a little bit wide for De La Roche. In behind in the 17, loses a tiny bit of time, but still right there in the rear view mirrors of the number 23, again leaning over to the inside of the car there to get as much grip as possible, flirting with the edge of the circuit as the number 17 and behind definitely does. And you see how not so well the cars ride the curbs on the exit there, bumping straight over them on the exit. That's definitely going to remove a few fillings.
Yes, we saw a couple of drivers falling foul of that in qualifying this morning as well, and really rattling themselves over the curves. Slightly bigger gap this time, maybe, with Shackleton showing as not the leader, but he very much is the leader. That's a dodgy transponder, I think, on that number 23 car. Maybe it's shaken loose over one of those curb strikes that John was just describing, but he is very much... no, hang on. Has he been given... Oh, now he briefly showed up though 11 seconds back from De La Roche, almost like he'd been given a 10-second penalty or something, but then that seemed to reset itself and he sets the fastest lap on 54.779, half a second quicker than his pursuer. We check back in then with the 7th place battle, Stuart Wright, Andy Rayner and Finlay McIntosh here, and it's McIntosh trying to make a move there for 8th place. Wasn't quite close enough though as they turned through the banking.
Was not, no. Great to see though. Of course, we've been keeping mostly a watchful eye over those two leaders. They've been fantastic to keep our eyes on, but great to see that there's battles through the fields that continue on there. Through Church they go, and the 76 slips up the inside. McIntosh making his way through on the number 3 of Rayner. To 8th place he goes then, and now looking at the rear end of the number 4 ahead is that. I thought it was the 16. I need to get my eyes checked because it is the number 16. Through they go into the braking zone. Oh no, the 76, my apologies, it is. That is, of course, McIntosh following the 16. There we go, finally getting my eyes sorted out. Off to Specsavers I go later. They go up the inside of the 29. A lap car there, which just moved a little bit slowly on the outside line, but they all make it through without issues. Similarly to what we saw, though, in the Formula Fords, but even more so, I think, in these. We were saying you need to be committed on the overtaking those because of the exposed wheels. You can't have door banging like we see in the Fiestas, particularly with these though. Those wheels so exposed. If you're going to go for a move, you've also got to have a lot of trust with the drivers that you're racing against as well, that they're not going to do anything silly, because I don't think you have a small accident in one of these.
No, I tend to agree with you there, and there's a lot of respect between the drivers. A lot of them will have been racing in this category for a long time, so they've got to know each other. They all hang out in the paddock together, and you've got to have that mutual respect. I think in any form of racing, really, particularly a category such as this. The battle's raging on. This is Jack Bond under threat from James Wilson. These two have been debating 4th place all race long, and Jack Bond's just moved back through actually into 4th. They've got Alex Wilson part of this battle too, and he runs very wide over the exit curb at Target Corner, continues the momentum up the inside into the banking though, and relieves James Wilson of 5th position. So despite that little moment, he did manage to gain the place, and the positions chopping and changing by the lap, which is extraordinary really, the fierce nature of the competition in these cars. But 98 then of James Wilson manages to pick up another spot and now chases after Jack Bond for 5th position. They hit the brakes up at Rocket Corner. interesting to see the geometry of some of the cars. The camber they're running on Jack Bond's machine, that Martin with a huge amount of camber on it. The number one example as well. That seems to be a trait of the Martins, that they have these extreme cambers on all four corners of the car, whereas the Coopers seemingly not running that sort of setup, and that suggests that they handle in rather a different way.
Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? It almost looks like they're going to snap if they put too much pressure onto all those uprights. Great to see how different all the cars are looking. Not only that, despite how different they all look, they're able to race so closely out there on circuit, which is fantastic. And we're watching this three-way battle, like you mentioned, for fourth place. It's only about a second and a half, 2 seconds ahead. That's number 38, lock up there into the braking zone. I think that was a bit of a heart-in-mouth moment there for the 98 as the driver behind with the one goes off in sympathy as well. So the two Wilsons all getting a little bit close to comfort there, as a bit late on the brakes from James, locks up, manages to keep out of the side of the 8 of Jack Bond, and Alex Wilson thinks, yeah, I'll hang it round you outside. Oh dear, I've run out of road. off into the grass he goes, but keeps it going, keeps the pace in the right direction, and the battle continues.
The handling in these cars does look a little bit vague, doesn't it, at the best of times? I think if something happens in front of you mid-corner, there's very little you can then do to adjust your line. So I think Alex Wilson just sort of kept on the power and hoped for the best. Is that Delaroche? No, Delaroche is still going. It's another green car going slowly. Delaroche, though, has dropped away noticeably from George Shackleton, who's just improved upon his own best lap of the race, a 154.532. That is 1.5 seconds, give or take, quicker than the pole position time, and it's about 3 seconds quicker, more than 3 seconds quicker than Shackleton went in qualifying, so he's found some serious pace since then. That's a change for fourth place. Meanwhile, James Wilson getting ahead of Jack Bond, and again, this to and fro battle between the two of them continues.
He tried the move under brakes, didn't he, about half a lap or so ago. Now gets it done under acceleration, simply up towards the top section of the circuit, all done under power as he sides his way on by, gets it done for fourth place. It looked relatively simple, but I don't think anything is too simple in these cars. They're going to go side by side there into the right-hander. But again, the outside line not working well there for the 8 of Jack Bond. He's trying to find a way back through into fourth place, but opportunities proving challenging. Again, he's on that outside line down into the corkscrew. Going to try and hang it round and then get a great exit down towards the hairpin. But again, he's going to have to be committed under those brakes if he wants to get a move done. He's got a good run onto the back of the 98 of James Wilson. Not quite sure he's close enough. But either way, James Wilson holds that middle line. Should block him on the exit as well.
Did well to defend on the way in, but not run too wide on the way out. He is wider than Jack Bond, but not able to force the issue just yet, is Jack. Is there a move to be made into the final corner? Answer is, well, maybe. Jack goes to the inside line, but no, he's too far back. And so James Wilson gets into the corner and lead out of it, still in front. Right, the leaders have gone through. Peter Delaroche responds now with a new fastest lap of the race, but only about a 1/10 of a second, less than a 1/10 of a second actually quicker than race leader George Shackleton. And they crossed the line with 1:31 to go. So this will be the final lap of the race. There is George Shackleton as he heads up towards the braking zone at Rocket for the final time. Brilliant drive this. He took the lead halfway around the opening lap, and I won't say has never looked back, because he's been under quite a lot of pressure race long, really, from Peter Delaroche. Even though Peter's dropped back a little bit now, it's never been more than about 1.7 seconds or so between the two of them. And Peter Delaroche with a big push on that previous lap, still can't quite get close enough to challenge George Shackleton, who had to deal with quite a bit of pressure though until about half race distance, and that was when Peter started to slip backwards a little bit. Down through the left-hander at the top of the corkscrew, onto the top price straight. Takes you uphill initially into the hairpin, and then they drop back down that hill slightly into the final corner, I should say. Eventually appear at the timing line to see the checkered flag. So George Shackleton then with a fantastic performance in this race, blasted through from 5th place halfway around the first lap to grab the lead into Rocket, and has led ever since. George Shackleton wins the first 500 Owners Association race of the weekend. They'll have a second one a little bit later on in the day. Peter Delaroche in second position, and it will be Hamish Cameron-Everly coming home in third. So wait for Hamish to appear. Here he is. He got the better then of that well, it was really a four-way battle for third, wasn't it, between himself, James Wilson, Jack Bond and Alex Wilson. That's the order in which they won't finish, actually, sorry, because Jack Bond has fallen behind Alex Wilson at the end. And we've still got this battle going on behind between, is that Stuart Wright and Jonathan Morris? I think it is, for 9th position. So they are accelerating down towards that last corner. Are we going to see a change under braking? It's the last chance saloon, but no, not going to be able to do it on this occasion. So it will be the 16 car. In fact, sorry, that was Wright, I beg your pardon. Stuart Wright getting ahead of Andy Rayner, beg your pardon. So Stuart Wright picking up 8th spot at the flag. And Andy Rayner slipping down. The yellow backed numbers were on your timing tower. They were the CP3 cars, the more modern machines. CP2 was won by Alex Wilson. And CP1 will be won. They're not actually at the line yet, by Mike Duderman. This then is the finishing order. George Shackleton the winner, Peter Delaroche second, and Hamish Cameron Everly third. James Wilson fourth, and Alex Wilson in fifth. Then it was Jack Bond, Finley McIntosh, Stuart Wright, Andy Rayner, and Ewan Cameron, with Oliver Clothier, Doug McClay, Mike Duderman, and Chris Wilson. Chris Wilson actually was potentially not running. No, he is running. He's just coming through now to see the checkered flag. Oliver Dent, though, we know, did pull over. I think Oliver was the only non-finisher in the race, though. The 29 car of Chris Wilson was late, I think, out of the assembly area. That's why he was 4 laps down. But only the one retirement, which is pretty impressive, given that 5 or 6 of them seem to have issues of some description in qualifying, but they've all got through the race in one piece, apart from Oliver Dent's number 80 machine, the Cooper Mark 5, pulling over at the side of the road halfway up the school straight. So we will hear from our top 3 very shortly. The Fiesta ST240s, meanwhile, are getting ready for their 3rd race of the weekend. They'll be up next. And this should be one well worth watching, because it's the partially reversed grid that we are going to be enjoying for both the ST240s and the ST150s as well. So the next couple of Fiesta races should be entertaining to watch, and we will be getting those cars out onto the track in just a few moments' time. The one car that needs to be recovered, that of Oliver Dent at the end of that race, should be a fairly swift turnaround. With that being said, they are going to try and stay as close to the original timetable as possible. So next race due to start at 1:35. Yeah, that's about right, isn't it? So those cars out in a moment or two. So cars start to trickle in. It takes them a while, doesn't it, to get round? Well, it takes them a while to get round at race pace. The fastest lap in that race, after all, was 1:54.0 by Peter Delaroche. The cool down lap, they're taking it very easy, but they have finally arrived down in Parc Fermé, and we have John Ratcliffe ready and waiting to have a chat with our top 3 finishers.
Hello everyone, once again back down here in Parc Fermé. Now I'm going to have to be a little bit louder on this one, because you can hear how loud these historic Formula 3 cars are. Let's go and chat firstly to our winner in that race. I'm going to make sure I don't get run over. I don't know how good their brakes are after that race. Let's head over here to the number 23, Mr. George Shackleton. What a race from you. I mean, you've got the get-up, you're fit for the situation, and clearly you've got the pace for the situation as well. First thing I've got to ask you is, that run on lap number 1 was unbelievable up into Rocket. How did that come about?
I don't know. It's my secret weapon, I guess. The car's got the pace.
It was amazing. You were sort of nowhere to be seen, and then suddenly we saw, who's that coming through the middle? It's George Shackleton.
Well, yeah, the car's got the pace. It's credit to the guy who builds the engine. He can't even explain why it goes as well as it does, but I'll take that.
Definitely, we'll take that. We'll take that. What a brilliant race. And it's not like it was an easy one. After that, Delaroche was all over you, looking to put the pressure on. You had a couple of lockups here and there, but you kept him behind.
I had a lockup because I had a stuck throttle. The throttle jammed open, so I went in on a lockup, but jabbing the throttle, we got rid of that and got out of that situation. I knew Peter would be nibbling at my heels the whole time. Yeah. And he was. I didn't even dare look in the mirrors. I just knew he was there.
My goodness, a stuck throttle. That's got to be a bit scary, no?
Yeah, it's pretty scary. It's a very strange sensation. You take your foot, the other car just keeps surging forward, and then the brakes lock up, and you've got to then let go of the brake and get your foot on the throttle to free it off. Yeah. So you got that moment of, I let go of the brake whilst it's under power, jab the throttle, here it comes, oh, we're good, and then whilst going into a bend.
My goodness, you're a more confident man than I am, sir. Well, impressive stuff.
You haven't got much choice.
That's true. Well, you won the race anyway, so well done. Cheers, thanks for chatting with me. Speaking of which, Peter, Peter, what a race. I mean, you did a great job out there. Shackleton just came flying through on the first lap. I don't know where that came from. Then you were all over him from the rest of it, but just couldn't quite find a way through.
No, unfortunately, the gearing's a bit off, I think, now, so we've got to change that and try again, hopefully.
Okay. Well, you guys were a good 12, 15 seconds clear of the rest of the field, so I think definitely battle on for you two.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
Cool. Wish you best of luck for that one. Cheers, mate. Thank you very much. Looks like we're about ready to go for the next one. I'll quickly hand back over.
It's race 3 of the weekend for the Airtech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship, and we have the cars already heading round on their green flag lap. This is the third race, and as I said, it is a partially reversed grid. So, in fact, well, it's not quite a full reverse, is it? They do sort of oh, no, it is, yes, it's a top 10 reverse. They used to do a random grid, or a slightly random grid amongst the top 10, but I think this is just a straight-up reverse. So George Foxlow will be lining up on pole position. No, it was right the first time. It does happen occasionally. George Foxlow was 5th in race 2, but on pole for this one. So they sort of randomly jumble up the top 10 to give you the grid for race 3. So George Foxlow gets pole. Chris Blackburn starts alongside. Jason O'Connell and Sean Reynolds on the second row, and then Luke Moore and Maggie Webster make up row 3. Graham Colfer and Zach Lucas on the 4th row of the grid, ahead of Gary Miller and Alistair Kellett, the top 2 from the race earlier on today. And the 6th row for Conor Blackburn and James Pope. Then it's Simon Horriman and Harry Hayes, with Dan Robinson at the rear of the grid. So, the George Foxlow car on pole then finished 5th in the race earlier on today. Chris Blackburn, who starts alongside him, finished 9th. So that's goes to show how this reverse grid thing works. It is a different way of doing it, but can give a little bit of an advantage to some drivers if a quicker driver ends up with a favourable grid draw. Then it can sort of change the dynamic of the race quite significantly. And the driver really I'm looking towards who has benefited from this is Jason O'Connell, because Jason O'Connell we've seen so far this weekend, he's had a 2nd and a 4th place finish, and he is starting 3rd, the AM Class Championship leader. And so Jason O'Connell definitely came out of that grid draw with a position that he'll be pleased with. So can he now finally get himself onto the top step of the podium outright? That's going to be his target for sure. And he may well be the pre-race favourite. That being said, though, Sean Reynolds has had some decent pace so far this weekend. He starts alongside Jason O'Connell on that second row. And the top 3 from the previous race, as it happens, end up in the bottom 3 positions inside the top 10. Zach Lucas, Gary Miller and Alistair Kellett in reverse order of how they finished that one, with Kellett the winner, Miller 2nd, Lucas in 3rd. There were some penalties after the race. I went down to race control during that very brief lunch break, and there was a queue of, I think, about 7 drivers outside the Clerk of the Course's office. In the end, and they weren't all from this championship, I must stress, but a couple of them were. So there was a 1-place demotion for Luke Moore and a 1-place demotion for Jason O'Connell for gaining an unfair advantage. Now, that could be for any number of things, but I suspect it was an on-track collision. So Jason O'Connell actually loses his overall podium finish. He had finished on the podium in both races so far, but ended up 4th. Still the winning AM driver, but ended up only 4th in the running order, but he starts 3rd for this one in the Smart Part liveried car. The Irishman will be hoping that he can stop the Alistair Kellett run of victories that's been going on over recent times. Revs even starting to rise. The red lights go out, and George Foxlow makes a good start from pole. A terrible start, though, for the 2nd-placed man on the grid as they head towards the first corner. And it is going to be Foxlow then that leads. It is O'Connell up into 2nd position by the looks of it. It was Christopher Blackburn who bogged down off the line, and he has been swamped by the pack. Oh, Foxlow sideways at the front of the field. O'Connell goes around the outside. There's another car on the grass further back, but how did George Foxlow gather that together? He had a huge slide on cold tyres, planted his right foot on the throttle and still came out of the banking with the race lead. Looks to me like Kellett's made some good progress. He's gone through. Oh no, he's off! Kellett's off! The championship leader, he's off the road. Yes, it is Alistair Kellett sliding through the grass. And what happened to Alistair Kellett? I was just saying he'd made some good progress into 5th position, and Alistair Kellett has lost it through Church, and he is right at the back of the field. Very lucky, really, that didn't become a bigger accident. So somehow George Foxlow still leads the way. It's Jason O'Connell second, it is Sean Reynolds third, and who's that up in 4th place? Couldn't quite see. That is Gary Miller up the inside of Graham Colfer, and he is in 5th position. So Luke Waugh, it is in the top 4. A topsy-turvy start to the race. George Foxlow then, John, survives that moment on cold tyres. Alistair Kellett, though, not so fortunate.
Blimey, what a start to this one. Some serious goings on here on lap number 1. It looks as though someone who's not named Alistair Kellett might win a race here this weekend at Anglesey. Alistair going for a serious ride through the green stuff there. Managed to get it stopped and didn't end up back on the start-finish straight. Rejoins the action, but he's got a lot of work to do then. Someone slow off the corner there. Someone is very slow off the corner. It looks like they're putting to a halt. That was from about 6th or 7th place, I want to say. Can't quite tell who it is, though. We'll watch and see who drops down the order as they come across the timing line once more then. But who can pick up the pieces and take that win? Foxlow in the driving seat at the moment. Of course, your two previous 2nd place finishers are O'Connell and Miller, and they're both your previous 3rd place finishers as well, just swapping around between race 1 and race 2. It's Robinson, number 33, though, who's out of this race.
Yeah, Dan Robinson, who retired from the earlier race with mechanical dramas, remember, and it looks like maybe something similar has happened at the start of race number 2. So George Foxlow, the leader. Now watch for Gary Miller and Zach Lucas coming through the field, because they'll want to get to the front before perhaps Jason O'Connell has a go at getting to the lead, because he's been the other driver that's really matched their pace, along with, of course, Kellett, but he's right at the back of the field. Oh, Lucas sideways under braking. Graham Colfer there, actually trying to get back ahead of Zach Lucas. They lean on each other slightly, and Colfer will go back into 6th. He briefly lost that 6th place to Lucas and regained it straight away at the top of the hill, and so Graham Colfer then picks up another spot. Zach Lucas will be frustrated with that, because he will have eyes for Gary Miller, won't he? Gary Miller is now 2 places ahead of him, because he's just jumped into 4th place ahead of Luke Waugh. So Miller is making progress. What of the lead gap, though? Is Jason O'Connell able to close in on George Foxlow? We might get a glimpse of that down the next straight. There is Dan Robinson's team there working on the car at the end of the pit lane. There are the leaders, though, and I have to say Foxlow is controlling this well so far.
He is. He's got out in front and he's managing it really nicely. I've got to say, though, what a brilliant move that was from Colfer, retaking the place away from Zachary Lucas. Set that up all the way through Church, had a lovely run and got it done. I was going to say relatively simply. It's never very simple, but as simple as it can be. Gets the move done and gets the place back. Like you were saying, though, Foxlow, firstly, managing the gap well. Secondly, fastest lap of the race, actually starting to extend it. It's over a second now as we head on to lap number 3. Only driver down in the 41s. I was going to say only driver, Foxlow. Look who else is, though. Mr. Kellett, fastest lap of the race, a 41.4, 4/10 faster than anyone out there. He did a great job to keep the gap to the leaders. Only 10 seconds with that gigantic off on lap number 1.
That's a good point, actually. I think he just sort of kept his foot in it, controlled the slide. It wasn't actually a full spin in the end. He kind of slalomed his way back onto the road and, yeah, lost minimal time. He wasn't even in last place at the end of the opening lap of the race. He's just going up the back straight now, having got ahead of Connor Blackburn. So that's 11th place now for Kellett. Up into the braking zone comes the midfield gaggle, though. There's Maggie Webster in 8th. Zach Lucas ahead. And now things have settled down. It becomes increasingly difficult to overtake. And Alistair Kellett then is going to find that as well, I'm sure, as he tries to mount this recovery drive. Said in the race earlier on today that he is a master at controlling races from the front of the field, but to be fair, we've seen him march through the order a few times in the past as well after non-finishes or lowly grid positions, but this is going to be quite the effort if he can get anywhere near the podium by the end of this one. He's sporting some damage to the front splitter as well, I noticed, after that traipse through the grass that he had, and that won't be helping front downforce at all around a circuit such as this one. Right, leaders then exit the hairpin. They're coming down towards the final corner at the end of lap number 3, and George Foxlow, I think, is getting ever further away from Jason O'Connell.
Indeed he is. Just looking through the results as well previously, this would be Foxlow's first win of the season. best result previously, 2 second places overall. One was at the last race at Snet, and one was at the first race at Alton Park, where he also got the fastest lap in his class. He's looking pretty speedy out there at the moment. Like you mentioned, continuing to pull a bit of a gap over Jason O'Connell. Surprisingly so, the amateur driver has been impressive throughout this weekend, but he is getting chased down by the 777 of Sean Reynolds, who himself is getting chased down by the number 4 of Gary Miller. Now, Gary, we've seen him go for some aggressive overtaking earlier on in this weekend. I think we might be up for a bit more of that here. Watch your mirrors, Sean.
Yeah, Gary's closing in, isn't he? And will want to try and get onto the podium as quickly as he can from a championship point of view. He knows this is an opportunity to really capitalise on some misfortune for Kellett. And Gary Miller might still feel that he's got the pace to go and challenge for a win here, but needs to get past Sean Reynolds first in order to have any chance of doing that. They accelerate towards Peel Corner, round the right hand of the right rear wheel, spinning uselessly in the air there as the car so stiffly sprung, is it, at the back of the car that pitches into the corner. The rear axle lifts off the ground, helps with rotation that, and looks fairly dramatic, but it is the way that these cars are set up to run. Miller actually, ever since we started saying nice things about him, has now dropped away from Sean Reynolds, back into the clutches of Luke Ward. This is the best we've seen from Luke in quite some time. Luke is a fairly experienced one-make racer, having raced in a number of one-make tin-top categories, but he's made the Fiesta ST240 Championship his home of late, and well, he's in the top 5, but wants to try and go one place higher.
Great shot of the wheel there coming off the ground. That was beautiful to see, like you just mentioned about the setups on these ST240s. They head on to another lap of this race. We still got a decent amount of time left in this one. We head on to lap number 5. But of course, with these slightly longer races compared to the rest of the categories that we see out there on circuit, more chances for things to happen and more for us to enjoy watching here on your Alpha Live production stream. We continue on through this 5th lap of the race, I should say. And again, Foxlow continuing to extend his lead. We've got the 33 going slightly slowly outside of our window. Of course, that's Daniel Robertson. He's back out on circuit after that mechanical issue earlier on. So hopefully they feel that they fix whatever the issue is. And he's just sitting back, letting everyone go past, and then getting on with what is inevitably going to be a bit of a test session for the rest of the 12 minutes.
Yeah, it is a possibility, I suppose, but I don't know, it doesn't look like it's picked up any speed once the cars have gone through either. We'll see whether it comes in at the end of this lap or not. There's Alistair Kellett, so he's 10th, picked up 1 position on the previous lap at the expense of Harry Hayes. And it's now going to be Christopher Blackburn who's his next target. But that front splitter dragging on the floor, that is going to be affecting front downforce. You don't think of these cars as being downforce dependent, and they're not really, but the splitter isn't just there for decoration, is it? And on a circuit like this where you need that front end to be rotating through the corners, that's really, really going to be affecting his lap times, I suspect, and probably doing nothing for front tyre temperature either. Lunge up the inside there for Christopher Blackburn, meanwhile, and he takes 8th place away from Maggie Webster, or does he? They lean on each other off the corner. Maggie ends up elbowed rather rudely off onto the grass, and she does in the end slot in behind.
I think Blackburn thought he'd got the move completed there and went to use all of the runoff space, and Maggie was like, hold on a second, I'm still here when you're outside. Bit of rub-in as they get to the exit. We see a move down into the first corner, an attempt there. You see it on your screens now as they head on through, almost leading on each other, but good room given there by Graham Colfrey. Uses all of that exit curb to give Zach Lucas the space on the inside. That now becomes the outside, and Zach is going to try and go all the way around the outside. I think he's got that one done. Great move around the outside of the banking there. Steals 6th place away from Graham. And now they've got a bit of a run down to the next couple of corners.
Graham Colfer had a wheel on the grass turning into Church Corner, so that could have been a big moment. He gathered it together nicely, but that's not a nice place to be dipping a wheel onto the dirt. Gary Miller there closing back in on Sean Reynolds now. It's a hard job to know where to look in this race, isn't it? Zach Lucas there with Graham Colfer behind. This is an ever-increasing queue of cars, which now also has Alistair Kellett as a part of it. So Kellett at the back of this group, and Zach Lucas will be not very happy at all to look back in his mirrors and see that blue and yellow number 1 car, because Kellett and Lucas definitely both championship contenders. It's all changed here for 3rd though, hasn't it? Miller's gone 3rd, and Luke Waugh is trying to go around the outside of Sean Reynolds as well. That doesn't quite work. Reynolds hangs on, or does he actually? They're still side by side. Waugh's got the inside line for the hairpin, and I think will go through. That's 2 places lost for Reynolds, because Gary Miller, we didn't see where it happened, Ireland. Gary Miller has gone through into a podium place.
He has indeed. Yes, some great batting there from Luke Waugh. Up into fourth place he goes then. So the 777 just getting relegated down. He was looking good for a podium place in this one, but sadly it's slipping out from his fingertips. Of course, a pro Masters driver is Sean Reynolds. That's why he's got the pink behind his 777 number that you can see on the left-hand side on the timing tower. Just spotted as well. Alistair Kellett continuing to move his way through. He's just taken away 8th place from Maggie Webster. Drops Maggie to 9th and drops Graham Colfer to 10th place as well. So after Graham got overtaken by Zachary Lucas, he's then dropped a further 1, 2, 3, 4 places after that as well. We often say in motorsport that negative momentum, you lose one, you often lose a few of them. Sadly, that's exactly what's happened there to the 111.
It sort of happened to him at the start of yesterday's first race as well, didn't you? Remember, he qualified really well. I think he was 3rd on the grid, but was not able to stay there until the, even beyond the first lap or so. Here comes Kellett closing in now on Christopher Blackburn, who's been the one that he's been chasing down for a few laps now, but Blackburn's also made good progress. He too has overtaken Graham Colfer and Maggie Webster in recent laps, and is now not going to make life all that easy for the reigning champion Alistair Kellett as they run into Peel. Kellett peeks to the inside, the gap is left there for him, they just avoid contact, and that was Blackburn just opening the steering up mid-corner, knowing that he'd still have the inside line for the left-hander. It might not matter though, I think that Kellett's gone through anyway. Yes, he has, and Alistair Kellett picks up another position, so that's 7th place now. He's not a million miles behind Zach Lucas and Sean Reynolds, Zach Lucas anyway, so that's 6th place that he could gain. And actually, we're only just into the second half of the race, so a top 5 is still on the cards here.
Maggie Webster nearly going straight on there, down into the heavy braking zone at the hairpin. Leaves it as late as possible to try and hang it around the outside of Blackburn ahead. Sadly, a little bit too late. She then gets a bit wiggly there down into the final corner, does Maggie, but she's gotten it stopped. She's getting around the final corner and staying in position there in 9th place. So Kellett up to 7th just ahead then. Blackburn slipping down into 8th place, but again, Alistair Kellett doing a great job to make up for the issues earlier, as sadly the 47 of James Pope off the road looks again more like a mechanical issue than anything else there for the 47. He's parked up alongside the barriers. Couldn't quite spot where that was though. I don't know if you did, sir.
No, it's possibly up on the run into Peel Corner. Either that or it's on the way towards the hairpin. I think that he's stopped, but it's well off the road.
I can see the yellow flag at the top of Peel. I think your first answer was correct.
Yeah, I think I can see the route to the car actually as well. So yeah, it's the entrance to Peel Corner. So yellow flags briefly will be out there just to warn the drivers that the car is there, and also of course that James Pope will be getting out of that car as Kellett outbrakes himself slightly into Rocket. Brilliant recovery drive this from Kellett, but now it's going to become a bit more of a challenge, isn't it? Zach Lucas is not going to let him through without a fight, that much I'll guarantee you, and I'm not convinced that the next group of cars ahead will make it any easier for Alistair Kellett either. But he's really driven magnificently, as you'd expect from a former champion in this category. And I've always said, John, you win a championship on your bad days, not your good days. When things go wrong, what can you salvage from the situation? It's one thing to start from pole, lead every lap and claim a win, but when you really have to fight for it, when the chips are down, that's when you find out if you're championship material, and we know from previous experience that Alistair Kellett definitely is.
Exactly that. It's been rinse and repeat so far this weekend for Alistair, just making sure he gets a good start, bedding himself into the race, finding the pace, then trying to drive away from it. He hasn't been able to do that in this one, has he? Driving through the field really, really nicely though, has Alistair. He's now onto the back of the 2-3-4 of Zachary Lucas. Like you said, I think Zach's probably going to put up a bit more of a fight than some of the other drivers have done. That's the benefit of being well known as a previous champion in this series. You'll find that maybe some of the drivers further down the order will go, okay, he's clearly coming through the pack, I'll try not to waste too much of my time as well. If he goes for it, I'll let him go through. And as you get a bit further through the field, I think they stop being quite so nice, do they? And Alistair has probably got the bit between his teeth here to try and get past Zachary. Still got just over 5 minutes left to go though, about 5.5 minutes in this race, so plenty of time to make some more moves, as there was the 33 of Daniel Robinson continuing to just coast around the circuit.
Here comes Kellett to the outside into Rocket. He's later on the brakes than Lucas. Can he go around the outside of the left-hander? No, Zach Lucas was always going to use all the road bounces over the grass. The boot pops open on the 2-3-4 car of Lucas, so that's will of course Alistair Kellett's attention, I'm sure. He's back on the inside again into Peel Corner, and Zach Lucas just didn't quite dare turn in there. He knew that Kellett was going to be occupying the inside line. He also knew that if he stayed there, he'd have the inside for the left-hander, which he does. So Lucas right over the curb, using all of the road, isn't he, Zach Lucas, here to try and keep Alistair Kellett behind. But there's a sense of inevitability about this. I think Kellett clearly the quicker of the two, and Lucas again has to hook the inside line into the hairpin. So wide on the way in is Kellett, but look at the exit speed that gives him. He straightens the wheel up, gets on full throttle sooner, and he'll carry that momentum now all the way down the hill and into the braking zone at the final corner, where Lucas surely will have to defend again, which he does. He's late on the brakes, he's too late on the brakes, he's missed the apex, and here comes Kellett to the inside, across the line. He's already in front, and that was a pressure pass that for Kellett. He just applied the pressure to Lucas. Lucas the one that made the mistake, and Kellett the one that gets the place.
Indeed, you could just see the car dancing, couldn't you, there, as he was trying to hook it back up to the apex. Couldn't carry the speed through, though. Kellett gains the position, and they carry on through onto another lap. That actually wasn't the boot opening, that was the new DRS system that they're implementing for this season. Yeah, so just testing that out there was the 2-3-4 for Zachary Lucas. In case anyone thinks something serious, I'm just joking, don't worry. Clearly, a bit of a loose boot there over to 2-3-4. Don't think he's going to be taking too much notice of that, though, is he?
No, I don't think that'll concern him too much. He'll be more frustrated, I think, with the fact that he just lost that position to Alistair Kellett. So Kellett with the number one car picking up another position, and the Zach Lucas machine in behind will now just try and tag on, I suppose, with the reigning champion. Who's the next car ahead of them? That will be Sean Reynolds, 1.4 seconds up the road. Well, bet against Kellett, catching up to him, actually, before the race is done. 3 minutes 20 then still to go. As they head out onto the Tom Price straight, it calms down momentarily. George Foxlow, by the way, let's not forget about him, leading the way by 2.3 seconds over Jason Connell. Gary Miller a further 1.8 seconds back in third. Luke Moore then 2.8 seconds back in fourth. And Reynolds 1.4 seconds behind him in fifth. So it's actually turned into a fairly static race in the end of the front. And George Foxlow, I'm very, very impressed with. He has had, so far this weekend, a fifth in race one, a fifth in race two. So he's had good pace, not absolute front-running pace, but he's been reasonably strong. And now here he is, knocking on the door maybe of a first victory. Moment there for Sean Reynolds, meanwhile. He runs wide out of target corner, and that's music to the ears of Alistair Kellett, who on the previous lap alone managed to take a full 7/10 of a second out of him. They're almost together now, heading for the back straight.
Super, super close, aren't they? It was a bit wide out of the first corner for the 777 of Sean Reynolds. So again, you get Alistair Kellett in your mirrors, and suddenly you start making mistakes out there. The number one applying some serious pressure, and look at this. Up to Rocket Corner they go then. Doesn't think he's close enough to go for the move, though, does Kellett at the moment. Hoping that the 777 makes a mistake. He does not, but look how much he closes in there, right on the apex, nearly straight into the back of the 777. But again, doing a great job to defend. What an exit, though, for the number one. Was that a gear shift miss there for the 777? He immediately dove to the inside to defend. Either way, a little bit slower off of corner than Alistair Kellett, but Reynolds holds on to the place for now. Anyway, diving to the outside into the corkscrew goes Alistair Kellett. He'll get hung out there on the exit, but he seems to be carrying good speed anyway.
Yeah, look at this. They're almost overlapping again now towards the hairpin, but he just can't get himself to the inside line, can he, Kellett? He's been forced to the outside the last three corners. It's the same story at the hairpin, but watch the exit speed. Oh, he gets a face full of Fiesta, though, as Sean Reynolds tried to park the car on the apex and sort of succeeded in doing so, really. Certainly robbed Kellett of a little bit of momentum out of the turn. They arrive at the final corner, absolutely neck and neck. Look at that. A battle under braking through the left-hander. Kellett goes right round the outside, clambers the curb on corner exit, and takes the place. Fantastic stuff. The driving of a champion, this from Alistair Kellett, with a wounded car that was on the verge of being out of the race on the first lap with that huge spin at Church, is into the top five. That was a brilliant, brilliant move. That was also for the lead of the Masters category for what it's worth, but I don't think he's particularly concerned about that, Kellett. He just wants to keep on moving forwards. And, well, Luke Moore is his next target. The trouble is they're on the final lap of the race. I don't think he's going to have time to catch Luke Moore before the end of the race, realistically. So it's going to be, I think, a fifth place for Kellett, but that's good championship points. And, as I said, win a championship based upon the results that don't quite go your way and limiting the damage done. And that's exactly what Kellett has done here this afternoon. Zach Lucas has not quite given up hopes of getting ahead of Sean Reynolds here. Reynolds in 5th place. And will really not want to give, sorry, 6th place I should say, will not want to give that place away to Lucas, but Lucas also thinking of the championship is going to be wanting to try and limit the points lost to Kellett too. Gary Miller, you'd have to say, hasn't necessarily got the result out of this either that I think he would have been hoping for. 3rd place is okay, and yes, he's ahead of his expected title contenders. But see whether the rest of the season the drivers can maybe get themselves into championship contention. George Foxlow, though, is going to claim a first victory in the AirTech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship. Jason O'Connell back on the podium in 2nd after his best weekend so far too. And Gary Miller with a solid 3rd place. The checkered flag is waving, and the cars streaming through. Timing tower, I don't think updating on our screen, but it is a checkered flag. It is a win for Foxlow, and O'Connell and Miller completing your podium places. So great racing, and the AirTech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship, they will next be out at Snetterton on the 19th and 20th of July. Then they head to Silverstone, Donington and Brands Hatch for their concluding rounds as part of the Formula Ford Festival. That's a date for your diary, definitely at the end of the year. The sort of crown jewel event, if you like, in the Brscc's calendar. The 25th and 26th of October, the Brscc Formula Ford Festival, which this year has supporting action from all 3 Fiesta Championships, the Juniors, the ST240s and the ST150s, along with the Fixer Wheel Production Cup and the Silver Lake DS3 Cup as well. So George Foxlow then is a winner in the ST240 Championship here at Anglesey, with Jason O'Connell 2nd and Gary Miller notching up some more points in 3rd. Luke Moore 4th, ahead of Alistair Kellett 5th, then Zach Lucas, Sean Reynolds, Chris Blackburn, Maggie Webster and Graham Colfer to complete the top 10. Harry Hayes 11th, ahead of Conor Blackburn and Simon Horobin, with Dan Robinson, who limped around 5 laps down in the end, but was still running at the flag. James Pope, sadly, was not. His car pulling over at the side of the road with engine issues midway through the race. So the ST240s then will head for home. We've still got more Fiesta racing to come, though. We've got another race apiece for the juniors and for the ST150s as well, either side of that church break. And the middle race, also of a blue oval variety, the Jeff Page Engineering Formula Ford Championship, will take us through to the church break. So that's coming up next, then the juniors, and then we'll step away again for about an hour before we have the later afternoon races to conclude this summer race weekend. Cars then arrive down at the Parc Ferme area, and George Foxlow is going to be absolutely delighted with that, with his maiden race victory. I think that is his first ever victory in the championship, certainly his first win this year. Let's hear all about it, shall we? John Ratcliffe down in the winner's enclosure with our new race winner.
Join me down here in Parc Ferme yet again. The end of the race for the ST240s. And this is the man of the hour. The number 144, Mr. George Foxlow. Taken off while he's still in the car. I feel like I do need to give him a bit of a moment to celebrate as well, because what a win that was for the number 144. His first ever win in the ST240s this season.
We'll get back to John. I think there was a slight audio issue there, so we'll get back to John in a moment or two. And we will hopefully get another chance in a moment to hear from George Foxlow. And can't wait to get his thoughts as the race winner at the end of a very entertaining and very competitive race. Foxlow, I really want to hear his thoughts about what happened on the first lap of the race. In particular with that slide on cold tyres and the subsequent defence of the lead down into Church Corner. And Alistair Kellett as well to get his thoughts maybe on what happened on that first lap. The next race not due to start till 10 past, so we have got quite a bit of time here, I think, to hear from them, because they're not going to go ahead of schedule, because we have to finish, we can't sort of gain any time anyway, because we have to go quiet from 3 till 4 o'clock. So they will let this little pause between races run, release the Formula Fords when they're good and ready. So we've got plenty of time to go back down, hopefully, to John and hear from our race winner once again. And in the meantime, Formula Ford drivers assembling for their race. Now that's going to be an interesting one, isn't it? The Jeff Page Engineering Super Classic Formula Ford Championship, with this three-way fighting for the race wins that's been going on between Oliver Hawkins, Tom Hawkins, who came through to finish second in the race earlier on today, Ben Powney and Oliver Roberts. Oliver Roberts, in the older of those three cars, has been tough to beat so far. And he will be starting from pole position for this next race as well. So I think we can now try again and head down to the Parc Fermé area. Audio issues solved, and we can hear once again from John and our top three finishers.
Hello there, back again. Right then, let's see if we can actually have a chat with our winner of that race, Mr. George Foxlow. He's still over there, rocking the beautiful lid himself. George, we've got the microphone working now, so we can actually hear you. First win of the season, then the ST240s. That must feel pretty good.
Yeah, it was. As I was saying, I had a bit of a moment at turn 2, fairly unhectic race. I mean, managed to get away, decent lead, so no complaints really. Nice, clean, no damage.
Exactly that. You had some great pace. We thought, of course, it was all a bit chaotic on that first lap, and you managed to get out into the lead, and we thought maybe a couple of other drivers would chase you down. They weren't able to do so. You had great pace.
Yeah, I could tell that for the first few laps there was definitely some drivers that were on the tail, and then all of a sudden I managed to drop them a bit, so it was definitely all right.
No impressive stuff. We'll go and enjoy that first victory, mate. Well done. Cheers. Thank you very much. Right then, I'm going to see if I can spot Mr. Jason O'Connell. He's over here. Sorry, chaps, I'm going to dive in if you don't mind. Jason, another win in AMS, but another second place. Mate, he goes off the circuit, Alistair does. I'm thinking this is Jason's opportunity. George just drives away. What happened there? Only a P2, but still should be very happy.
Yeah, no, I can't complain. I could get used to finishing on the podium, but no, George was on really serious pace. I went for the first few laps and I just cooked the brakes, the tyres, everything just went, and then he just drove away and I couldn't keep up, so then it was just a matter of managing where I was and keep the gap to behind, and just it was struggling. I was struggling with the tyres for the whole race, but just managed to bring it home in P2, so happy enough, yeah.
No, well, you did a great job of that anyway, and staying in P2, very impressive performance. I think you got a couple of those this weekend, haven't you?
Yeah, that's the second one, and I was third on the road then the last race, but finished fourth in the end. But no, I'm happy. Great weekend. Can't complain.
No, really impressive. Well done, mate. Cheers. Thanks for chatting with me again. And we'll see. I think we've got a little bit of time before they head out on circuit. I just want to have a quick chat with Alistair. Quickly, Alistair, what happened on that first lap?
No idea. I got a small tag, to be fair. I don't know. I think it was just a bit of bunching and coming on to church. And I got a small tag and I just went side and I thought that was fine, and then it just went left, right, and then I was on the grass and I thought, don't dig in because this is going to be a big one, and I just I don't know, I just ended up miles back and eventually got a gear and got back onto the track, and then the whole wheels are full of grass, the vibrations, my hands are sore from the vibrations there. Great fun. Great fun after the incident, but yeah, good fun, yeah.
You didn't lose much time. You managed to get some good positions and some good points as well. So well done, mate. Looks as though cars already back out on circuit, though, so I'll hand it back up to my co-commentator, Mr. Andy McEwen.
So our next dose of single-seater action comes courtesy of the Jeff Page Engineering Formula Ford Championship, then their third and final race of this triple-header weekend. And both of the first two races have provided some proper slipstreaming Formula Ford action. I'm hopeful that race 3 will be a similar sort of three-way fight between Tom Hawkins, Oliver Roberts and Ben Powney that we had in race 2 earlier on today. We weren't treated to a three-way fight yesterday. It was still an entertaining battle between Hawkins and Powney. But this time around is going to be, I'm sure, Hawkins repeating the fighting drive that he had in race 2. He came from the back of the grid in race 1 to finish third, started near the front at the start of the second race, and was very much a part of that battle for the win. We will in a moment show you the Formula Ford grid. getting stuck on ST240s there. There we go, Oliver Roberts on pole, Tom Hawkins starting second, Ben Powney and Andrew Schofield together on row number 2. Christopher Stones and Nigel Dolan are next, ahead of Colin Williams and Neil Hunt on the 4th row of the grid. Row 5, Ian Parkington and Matthew Smith completing the top 10. Vincent Jay and Oliver Buckton are on row 6, Murren Parkington and Simon Fraser row 7, Bernard Leclerc and Callum Grant at the back of the field. Now, Callum Grant, have we seen Callum Grant out in the previous races? I don't think we have we? So Callum Grant, front runner in historic Formula Ford racing, is out in this one as well, it would seem, according to the grid sheet anyway. So we'll see whether or not he actually makes it out onto the circuit for this final 15-minute race of the weekend for Formula Fords. Roberts, Hawkins, Powney, the top 3. The story really for much of race 2 was Powney and Roberts trading the lead, which they did on multiple occasions. It was only on the final lap or so, really, that Hawkins kind of really started to apply the pressure to Powney. Powney dropped away slightly from Oliver Roberts, and Hawkins ended up nipping past him in the closing stages. Roberts in the end winning by over a second. He didn't quite do the race justice, really. It was a really good fight between the three, with, like I said, multiple lead changes. And the back straight promoting lots of overtaking. Did seem to me, though, like maybe Roberts Van Diemen was aerodynamically maybe at a little bit of an advantage over the Tom Hawkins and Ben Powney, Swift and Jamin respectively. It was just in that last little bit of the school straight up towards Rocket that the gap would creep out. And Hawkins or Powney, whoever happened to be behind Roberts at the time, just their challenge seemed to fade. So they've been able to tweak something setup-wise on the cars for this race, so maybe they've come up with a different plan of action, but part one of that plan will no doubt be to get ahead of Roberts at the start of the race and try and keep him back there. The Marlborough liveried car pulls into pole position, the number 16, and the number 1 alongside of Tom Hawkins, that really distinctive design of the Swift, much bulkier than the Van Diemen and the Jamin. Keep an eye on Andrew Schofield as well. He's in 4th position on the grid, and that's Reynard has been quick in the past around here at Anglesey. It's a great variety of cars, 4 different cars at the front of the grid. Van Diemen, Swift, Jamin and Reynard. Who will win the 3rd Jeff Page Engineering Formula Ford race of the weekend? Off they go. Very even start from the front row men. Hawkins, though, has his nose ahead and has that more momentum-filled outside line. He will sweep through into the lead, and that is the first time Tom Hawkins has led all weekend, amazingly. Hawkins then leads them into the banking, but he's a little bit wide as they head into the right-hander, and that will give Oliver Roberts a chance to close right back in on his gearbox as they head down towards Church Corner for the first time. So Hawkins, Roberts the top 2. It is Schofield 3rd, ahead, interestingly, of Ben Powney. Oh, and out wide goes Roberts over the grass through Church Corner. That has again allowed Hawkins to pull a little bit of a gap. So Hawkins not really under any pressure now as they arrive at Rocket Corner. Ben Powney back round the outside of Andrew Schofield, and he's going to try and go back into 3rd place here. Chops across into the left-hand element of Rocket and will go through. He has Chris Stones and Nigel Dolan, I think that is. Yes, side by side behind. Stones the black car, Dolan in the very similar Van Diemen, a couple of years more modern actually than the Andrew Schofield, sorry, the Chris Stones 1988 example. And it is the car that ends up ahead, yes, after that little exchange through Rocket Corner. So, lively start, and it's given us a slightly different dynamic now at the front of the field. The first time we've had Tom Hawkins out in front. The first real mistake we've seen out of Oliver Roberts as well. Is that going to be enough, do you think, though, for Tom Hawkins to make his escape?
Well, he'll be hoping so, won't he? It's been great so far across this weekend, across the Jeff Page Engineering Formula Ford Championship. Of course, both races, though, going the way of Oliver Roberts. So could this be the opportunity for someone else to stand on the top step? End of lap number 1. It is still the number 1 of Tom Hawkins leading the way. But the double winning man of Oliver Roberts continuing to try and chase him back down over these next 13 minutes of action. close, frenetic stuff here with the top two already trying to make a bit of a gap. It was nearly 2.5 seconds back to Ben Powney. He leads the next squabble of cars. And here they are then as we head down into the next couple of corners through Church. They go absolutely on the limit of grip. That's Andrew Schofield leading Stones, leading Dolan up towards the top section and then nose to tail.
Huge moment for Oliver Buckton, I think that was, further back. We didn't see it on screen, but that car very nearly snapped around on him exiting Church corner. Side by side into Rocket. Andrew Schofield defending that fourth position then from Chris Stones. And Nigel Dolan in behind. Then you've got Matthew Smith, Colin Williams and Neil Hunt debating 7th position. And then another trio, Oliver Buckton, Vincent Jay and Ian Parkington. It was that yellow car of Buckton that caught my attention exiting Church corner. He's lost a position to Vincent Jay as a result of that. Down through the left-hander at the top of the corkscrew we head and onto the Tom Price straight. So lead gap 3/4 of a second, give or take, at the end of lap 1. I'm going to be fascinated to see what it is at the end of lap 2, because remember back to yesterday morning, Tom Hawkins was fastest in qualifying. He should have lined up a pole position for race 1 and for whatever reason ended up starting from the pit lane at the back of the grid perhaps. Now that he's out in the lead of the race, though, is he going to have the pace to pull away? There's been nothing to choose, it seems, in that time between he, Roberts and Powney, but it looks to me, so far at least, like Hawkins has this under control.
Indeed it does. Up to a second that gap goes then as they cross the line yet again, side by side into the first corner, as late on the brakes as they dare. And the 25 of Matthew Smith holds the inside line. I think ends up going through there on Colin Williams. Up to 7th place he goes then, and all under pressure, nearly 3 wide into the banking. That got a bit too close to comfort. Somehow no contact made. And they all make it through. They all continue on. It's still getting squabbly as they head down into Church yet again. They just about slot back into single file. And continuing on at the head of the train is the 25 of Matthew Smith.
Yes, that distinctive car of Matthew Smith, the Reynard with that huge airbox sticking out over the driver's right shoulder. It's a fantastic looking car and it's going pretty well in this one actually. Ahead then now of Colin Williams at 7th place, but Colin's going to go around the outside. Lovely move, gets the inside for the second part of Rocket, and he takes the number 34 machine back ahead once again. The PRS, the only PRS entered, not the most commonly found Formula Ford chassis that, but in the hands of Colin Williams at least, it is capable of getting properly stuck in. This is a big group of cars now. I said initially they were sort of splitting off into trios, but we've got a couple of those trios now who are locked together outside the back end and just outside of the top 10. They rush down towards the hairpin, and Colin Williams looking to try and get away if he can.
Indeed he is. Great little battle this is looking to turn into, and has been for the last lap or so, and more drivers looking to join the fray as those 3 or 4 have all held each other up. Brief look, as you see there on the cameras, as they head over the start-finish line once again. Gap continuing to increase between Hawkins and Roberts, as he has taken the fastest lap a couple of laps ago. A 36.8 now that time to beat. Only Roberts is down in the 37s, a 37.0. Then the rest of them all in the 38s, 39s and 40s out there. So incredible pace from your leader of Tom Hawkins. He looks relatively comfortable out in the lead at the moment, continuing to hit his markers, put in some great pace and extend the gap to Oliver Roberts.
Yeah, this is what I think the others would have been worried about. If you let him get away and break the toe, then no one's really massively quicker than him. And in fact, in qualifying, they weren't quicker than him at all. Here, meanwhile, is the battle going on for third. Andrew Schofield, I said at the start of the race, watch out for him. And, well, he's living up to that billing, isn't he? He's challenging Ben Powney for third. Didn't quite get past Ben into Rocket, but he's certainly making his presence known. Of course, bringing with him Chris Stones and Nigel Dolan as well. So it's developing into a 4-way scrap now. Look for third position. Powney, Schofield, Stones and Dolan dropping down the hill. So odd, really, that Hawkins, Roberts and Powney, who've been so evenly matched all weekend, suddenly found themselves nowhere near each other.
No, indeed, if I unmute my mic, that always helps. You're totally right with that, though. It is surprising, but, I mean, Hawkins, again, to just focus on him, he's done an amazing job, but he is rocking that number 1, so we're sort of expecting him to be doing so, coming through well in the second race to end up on the podium. And this one looking like he'll be up on the top step. Oliver Roberts has been dominant so far this weekend, but looking like he might have to settle for second place as that gap continues to extend to nearly 2 seconds now between the 1 and the 16. Across the line go Powney, Schofield, Stones and Dolan, continuing on nose to tail, and we're side by side in the group behind them. That's the 25 and the 14 going side by side. inside. Under pressure once again is Matthew Smith, but he holds that inside line and keeps Neil Hunt behind him for now. They head through into the banking. Good exit for one of the yellow cars in behind. That'll be Oliver Buckton. The driver we saw had quite the big moment a few laps ago now through Church. He's gathered it all back up though. Stays right in and amongst this train of 5 drivers. It's actually been a fantastic run through Church for the 25 of Matthew Smith. He's all over the back, now totally alongside the 34 as we switch forward to the group in front. They're following line astern up into Rocket, and there might be a couple of moves in the group in behind. They'll just about enter the frame there on the left, not quite as those 4 head on through, and there were a few moves. Wide goes that blue and orange machine, the number 22 of Vincent J.
Yeah, Vincent J then, I think, gaining a place there maybe. No, keeping Oliver Buckton behind him, isn't he, for 10th place. Buckton was the one trying to make the moves. They're all actually still in the same order that they were, but will they stay there? Ooh, slow car, that's Powney, isn't it? That's Ben Powney, I think, going slowly. It is, it's the 37. So Ben Powney then, slow. Maybe that explains a little bit why he didn't have the pace in this race that he's had all weekend long. Perhaps was managing an issue of some description. And Ben Powney then, out of the race it would seem. He's taking the shortcut down through the corkscrew, may well park the car there behind the barrier, if not waiting for a gap in the traffic to get to the pit lane, but Powney is out.
Well, now that battle pack of 4 becomes a battle pack of 3, and it's Andrew Schofield who leaps himself up into the podium positions. And look at this battle in behind as well. Move from the 25 of Matthew Smith. He's on the inside, heading into the first corner there, and takes the place away from Colin Williams. So only about a lap or so ago, he was the one under pressure being overtaken. Now he's the one doing the overtaking yet again. The 25 moves up into 6th place. Lovely to see. We've got 2 huge squabbles going on in this race. Still over 6 minutes left to go. I don't think you could call it between any of these.
Well, in the first 2 races, really, we've focused mainly on the lead battle, and I think now some of the drivers further back are sensing a chance to steal the limelight, aren't they? And of course, with the demise now of Powney, it means the Schofield, Stones and Dolan battle, which we just caught a glimpse of, is for a place on the podium. Here, meanwhile, is Colin Williams to the outside of Matthew Smith. Williams has made this move work once already in this race, and he will do so again. Gets the inside line for the right-hander. Ooh, they almost tangle wheels. Matthew Smith trying to stand his ground on the outside, but needs to be mindful of the fact that Neil Hunt is not a million miles behind. He's still going around the outside at Peel Corner, and that will give him the inside for the next turn. If he's still got the overlap, I think he might do. Colin Williams didn't dare turn in, and they remain wheel to wheel round the left-hander. Who comes out of the corner ahead? Answer both of them, really, because they're still level, but Smith, I think, is the one in danger of getting freight trained towards the hairpin.
Absolutely side-by-side racing here in the Formula Fords. Late on the brakes from the driver in behind, the 14 as well, trying to steal away a position. Neil Hunt has done just that. Bit slidey on that exit curb for Matthew Smith. He's ended up losing 2 places. Once all is said and done, he'll slip down into 8th place, but opportunistic from Neil Hunt there to steal it away. Trying late down the inside there at the final corner. They're going to rub wheels there as we get to the exit. The 25 has to slip in behind though.
Andrew Schofield's in the pit lane now as well, so that's 2 of the 4 cars who are debating 3rd place, both retiring with mechanical issues. So Chris Stones and Nigel Dolan left on their own now, fighting for 3rd, whilst this almighty battle now becomes a fight for 5th position, doesn't it? Colin Williams into 5th in the yellow PRS. Schofield being, sent back into the paddock, so his day is done, I'm afraid. Andrew Schofield was showing brilliant promise in that race, but it's all going to come to nothing, I'm afraid. Right, up the school straight we go, and with this fight now very much taking centre stage for 5th position. Colin Williams with now Neil Hunt behind. So Neil Hunt in the Mondial. Again, the only Mondial out on the grid this weekend. And he is giving it some TV time now getting stuck right into a fight for a position in the top 5. But actually his priority right now is keeping hold of 6th place. Matthew Smith coming up behind him. And Matthew Smith in the distinctive 1984 Reynard. Able to make the pass at the top of the hill, but he's going to think about it, maybe into the top of the corkscrew. Stay file, I should say, for the time being. What a dramatic race this has been, though. Hawkins still leads by 2.8 seconds. Roberts now has a significant margin back to 3rd position, which is Chris Stones. And that 4th place battle ain't over yet, because Stones is not a long way ahead, really, in the grand scheme of things, of Nigel Dolan. this very much, John, is the battle to focus on. They're side by side, I think, here into the last corner.
No, indeed, that's Neil Hunt trying to go for it. He was under pressure from the driver behind on the corner before, trying to stick the nose in. They just about avoid contact somehow. And the 25 of Matthew Smith, now the one trying to hang it around the outside again. He's gone super late on the brakes there at the first corner. He will go all the way around the outside. Fantastic battling here in the Formula Fords. This is absolutely brilliant in this squabble for 5th place overall. We've got a driver trying around the outside. That'll be Oliver Buckton looking to go around the outside. Oh no, that's Ian Parkington getting through on Oliver Buckton, is it? Lots of drivers battling on in this one. I can't even keep up with who's who. There's so much going on, and it's all still left to play for. Look at the runs up towards the top of the hill. The 14 of Neil Hunt going side by side with the 25 of Matthew Smith. Then they're going to go straight on through, as no, it's not, of course. It's the driver in behind who's battling on well. All trying different lines, all somehow keeping it on the black stuff.
Round the outside goes Buckton there, gets ahead of the Gulf liveried car of Vincent J. So Buckton goes 8, Matthew Smith goes 6, doesn't he? Yes, back ahead of Neil Hunt now. Changing by the corner, and now there's someone else joining in. Who's this? That will be Parkington, is it, in the 66 going to the inside? I think it is. So one of the oldest cars now on the grid, getting well and truly stuck into what is now a 6-way fight for a position inside the top 5. This is fantastic stuff, and yes, it is going to only continue, I think, to grow in intensity as we get closer to the checkered flag, which disappointingly is only 2 minutes away. It's been one of the races of the weekend, this. The lead battle hasn't, ironically, been as close as it has been in either of the 2 previous races, but further back we've been treated to some excellent wheel-to-wheel racing, and it ain't over yet. 2 more laps to go, and any one of these 6 drivers could end up in the top half dozen.
Oh, driver's getting squirrely on the brakes there into the final corner. The 134 of Buckton has moved through well. He was trying to hold on to the positions he's taken, and he does just that. You said a few of the cars in this battle are Van Diemen's?
Yes.
That's such a cool... one, that's a cool name, but also, isn't that just every Ford Transit on the M25?
Very good. Bit of a stretch, but very good. Yes.
That'll be my sign-off. I'll see you.
Yes, we'll talk to you later, John, if we feel like it. Yes, the Van Diemen name's synonymous with Formula Ford racing, particularly through the mid to late 80s into the 90s, really. It's, yeah, good to see plenty of them out there on track. Here, meanwhile, comes Matthew Smith. Matthew Smith on the outside line in his Reynard is going to get ahead of Colin Williams. Yes, and that was the Colin Williams move, really, wasn't it? Colin, on many occasions, has gone round the outside of people into Rocket. Well, he has that move made on him now by the charging number 25 car. So Matthew Smith, once again, gets to the front of this queue. He's been there a couple of times in this race. Now 5th position going his way at the moment. Right, race leaders coming through to start their final lap. They've had a very different race, haven't they, to those a little bit further back. This battle still rages on though, the slipstream down the back straight, bringing both Colin Williams and Neil Hunt onto the tail of Matthew Smith, who defends the inside and forces Colin to go the long way round. That's ultimately not successful for Colin, so he'll think again now into the final turn. The inside line again won't be made available to him though. Matthew Smith holding on late on the brakes, is able to brake a little bit later anyway because he's on the outside line and can carry a bit more speed into the corner. Smith swerving to the inside. He's just going to try and drive around the inside of the track, I think now, isn't he, to try his very best to hold on to the place behind. It's getting pretty tasty as well. That is Vincent J trying to keep Oliver Buckton at bay, but where's Vincent J gone? He's been on the grass out of turn 1. They're 3 abreast into the banking, and Vincent J will lose both of those positions to Oliver Buckton and the charging Ian Parkington. In fact, Parkington's gone past the pair of them, so Ian Parkington has come out of nowhere in this race, really, and has managed to pick up 2 places. That's 8th spot now. Oh, is that that's an issue for Colin Williams, I think. Colin Williams was very slow up the back straight. Was that a problem? Was it a missed gear? He seems to have picked up speed again now, but it's cost him a position or 2. As here, they continue to battle, and there's finally contact, and the front nose cone goes flying off Vincent J's car, and that was just a tiny bit of contact. It loosened the bodywork on the Van Diemen RF90. He will continue on his way, but the new lightweight Van Diemen is not going to be a factor anymore in that scrap. So, through Peel. Reckless 15 minutes this. The leader has already taken the checkered flag. Tom Hawkins gets the win, and Oliver Roberts comes home a distant second in the end, but that doesn't do that race justice at all. At the front it was pretty quiet, but behind them anything but. Who is going to end up third? Will it be Christopher Stones? Yes, it will. So Christopher Stones then brings his Van Diemen across the line, and the number 8 example of Nigel Dolan not far behind him in 4th. And then, deep breath everyone, who's going to be 5th? I think Matthew Smith is going to hang on actually. That was a Herculean effort and he's managed to get to the line in 5th. He's very happy with that. Look, a little fist pump as he crosses the line and sees the checkered flag, with Neil Hunt, Colin Williams, Ian Parkinson, Oliver Buckton in behind, and Vincent Jay hanging on to 10th with what was left of his car. But unfortunately, that little bit of damage done on the final lap took him out of contention for what was, I think, 8th place that he was battling at the time. Oh, great stuff from the Super Classic Formula Fords. If you've enjoyed what you've seen, I'm sure you have, then you can tune in again on the 12th of July for their next rounds of the championship. They'll have a double header on the International Circuit at Upton Park. That will begin the second half of the season for the Formula Fords. And we'll see many of these drivers back out again after the end of the year for the Formula Ford Festival. This championship ends quite early in the middle of September. Most other BRSCC championships would have an extra round in October, but the sensible decision taken, I think, to give the Formula Ford drivers time to prepare their cars for the Formula Ford Festival, which comes in October. So the last round in the middle of September, they've got then the best part of a month to prepare the cars for that annual end-of-season extravaganza down at Brands Hatch. So Tom Hawkins then gets the winner, gets the win even. Oliver Roberts comes home second. 20 seconds further back then was Chris Stones in 3rd, with Nigel Dolan 4th, and Matthew Smith, after a brilliant race, ends up in 5th position. Neil Hunt in 6th, Colin Williams 7th, Ian Parkinson 8th, 9th Oliver Buckton, and 10th for Vincent Jay. And within that top 10, we have all of our classmen as well. Tom Hawkins wins in Super Classic A, Oliver Roberts Super Classic B, and Colin Williams in Super Classic C. Murray Parkinson was 11th, Bernard Leclerc in 12th, and then Andrew Schofield, as we saw, retiring, as did Ben Powney dramatically. 2 of our top 4 runners retiring with mechanical dramas in the second half of the race. So, a lot to unravel after that race. Disappointingly, in a way, none of it really had anything to do with the leading 3, did it? But we'll see whether we have time. Hopefully we'll have time to chat to a few more drivers, because we've got another 10 minutes, I think, before our final race, before the church break will kick off, that being the 3rd and final race for the BRSCC Fiesta Juniors. So let's head down there then and have a chat with as many of our Formula 4 drivers as we can. John, over to you.
Down in Parc Ferme once again then, welcome back. Another exciting race here from the Summer Festival at Anglesey. And for the first time this weekend in the Formula Fords, the number 1 takes P1. Finally on the top step, sir, once again.
Oh, God, that was hard. That was so hard. I gapped Ollie, and then I just had to just keep going. Like, I just don't miss an apex, don't overdrive it, and just put the laps in. And every time I thought I just could see him in the mirrors, and I was like, just go away. But that was the longest race ever. Yeah.
You know, he was putting a lot of pressure on, but you were slowly extending the gap. And of course, first win of the weekend as well. You must be pretty happy about that.
Yeah, I'm really pleased. I mean, I got pole yesterday, and then the clutch went in race 1, so I've been recovering ever since. And yeah, it's nice to go home. A 5-hour drive now with a win, so that's good.
Andy wanted to know why you didn't start that first race. You didn't get properly involved in it. Clutch issue, was it?
Yeah. That was yesterday. Clutch issue yesterday. So I started from the pit lane, got my way back up to 3rd, but then obviously it was 3rd, then 2nd, and now finally 1st. So got it. Yeah. Excellent.
Well done, mate. Much appreciated. Thank you. Well done. And we look over. Double race winner this weekend. You couldn't quite make it the triple. You were giving him hell, but he just was slowly but surely extending that gap.
I was hoping he was going to make a mistake, and he didn't. Well, in fairness, he made a rascal one, but I was too far back to take advantage of it at that point. But it was a good race. Unfortunately, the car didn't feel quite as good as it had done in the first couple of laps, so he gapped me. And then, I mean, if we look at the lap times, it was literally just toe for toe.
No, it was.
And it was like one of us had to make a mistake in order for it to come back, and we both just metronomed each other. Yeah. So it was a brilliant race. You know, effectively we just did 10 qualifying laps in order for us to keep that momentum, which is what you can ask for, really. You know.
Exactly. A great race, and again, 2 wins in a second. You must be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all you can hope for, really. You know. I mean, okay, yes, it'd be nice to have the triple, but you know, if you're going to lose someone, you're going to lose someone that good. So it's great.
Exactly. We'll take that. Well done, mate. Thanks very much for chatting with me once again. It looks as though the Fiesta Juniors are heading out on circuit. Lovely to hear from the top 2, but let's head back over to circuit action for the BRSCC Fiesta Juniors.
The Brscc Fiesta Junior Championship then about to get underway for the third and final time this weekend here at Anglesey. 2 entertaining races in the book so far today, and 2 race wins for Tom Merritt. Archie Davis came home second in both of them, with Dara McInerney and Isaac Doble sharing the third step of the podium between themselves so far. The grid order for this third race is based upon the finishing positions from race number 2, so familiar look to the front of the field, with Tom Merritt looking to try and claim a hat-trick of race victories here today and extend his winning streak to 4 wins in a row, including that second race from Mallory Park last time out. So, Tom Merritt on pole, Archie Davis second, Isaac Doble and Daniela Sutton together on row 2 ahead of Lewis Islin and Christopher Doble, row 3, row 4, Dara McInerney and Bobby Holmes. And the top 10 completed by Jack Burgess and Jack Sant. Oliver Heron and Max Fenton then are together on row 6. 7th row, Harry Lindley and Hayden Gray, with Max Haller and Kasper Tomilewski on row number 8. 9th row, Jake Howarth and Eden Spanswick, with Neil Hampson and Harry Russell next. Then it's Max Murray and Thomas Simpson, with Aaron Beattie and Oscar Hommerstone hopefully in the back of the grid. We lost Oscar in the previous race, but we're hoping that he will be out and ready to go for the third and final race of the weekend. And Callie Clifford, sorry. How can I forget Callie Clifford, who also retired and brought about a slightly bizarre red flag in the race earlier on today, where the car just suddenly lost drive out of the hairpin, got given a headbutt by another car behind. Didn't do a lot of damage though, yeah, she parked on the side of the road only for about a minute or 2 and then got going. But in the meantime, the race had been red flagged already, and the field got regridded, and then off they went again for the restart. We got a glimpse there of Jack Sant's car being worked on in the assembly area. So some sort of issue for Jack. They've got the bonnet up on that car and it's going nowhere, but Jack was supposed to start 10th on the grid, so it is a shame really. Jack Sant would have been hoping to try and challenge maybe for a top half dozen finish or so, but that's not likely to happen now. They may get the car out there, but it will be a pit lane start at best, and at worst, a non-start altogether. So, the field weaves its way around. Tom Merritt then, will he be able to claim another race victory, I wonder? If he can, then this championship lead that he's already taken away from Jack Burgess, he will now start to really consolidate. Jack, so far this weekend, hasn't had a good time of it, it's got to be said. He came into the weekend with a 13-point championship lead over Tom Merritt. Well, in race 1, Merritt won and Burgess was only 10th. Race 2, Merritt won again and Burgess was only 9th, and actually was running as low as 13th or so at one point, and luckily was able to fight his way back into the top 10. They will count as drop scores for Jack Burgess, but he can't really afford any more bad results, so keep an eye on that red number 194 car. He's starting 10th on the grid, 9th on the grid, and needs to try and make something happen now in race number 3, and we'll see whether or not he's able to salvage his weekend a little bit here at the end of the day. So John, cars making their way around then to the grid for our third Fiesta Junior action of the weekend, and well, what did we think? A hat-trick of wins on the card for Tom Merritt?
I think there's definitely potential for that, mate. There's always potential for that from Thomas. Why are you chucking your notes everywhere? What's going on?
There's a significant draft all of a sudden in the commentary box, and I'm just trying to...
It's so warm in here. We need that draft, mate.
I'm not complaining. Not complaining. It's a bit muggy, isn't it, at the moment?
It is. It's warm, mate. And again, those 3 flights of stairs, my biggest enemy. But no, what a race. Looking forward to this. Fiesta Juniors have been so exciting throughout the weekend. But like you say, domination from Thomas Merritt so far. I'm sure you've mentioned it as well already, spotted on the way back from my interviews. 86 Jack Sant not able to join the race and has been officially told now he's not allowed to start this one. So stuck down there and will not be taking to the grid here for race number 3. That is gutting for him. I heard murmurings potentially of a battery issue down there, but I don't know for 100%, so don't quote me on that one.
Okie dokie. Well, that's a shame. They're still working on the car, but yeah, not going to be able to take any part in this race. That's a shame. So, Tom Merritt then on the hunt for a hat-trick. Starts on pole position and looks to try and get into target corner first, which I think he will. The lights are out and he's got a decent start once again. Slow start further back for Christopher Doble. He's the silver car, losing lots of positions, but the race leader for the third time into turn one this weekend is Tom Merritt, who I think I'm right in saying has led every lap so far today in the Fiesta Juniors, and he won't want that record to end either. Side by side further back, that was Dara McInerney up the inside line. Dara's had a slightly better start this time, actually. Every time Dara starts near the front of the field, he seems to lose ground. Here he is starting on the fourth row, and he's gained a position or two in the opening exchanges. There he is in the orange and blue car, just ahead of Daniela Sutton. Lewis Islin up to fourth, the current scholarship winner for the Fiesta Junior Championship, having a really good start. This, meanwhile, is the battle for the race lead, and Archie Davis knows he's going to have to go on the attack. Is there a gap on the inside? Yes, there is! Goes for it on the inside into Rocket. Merritt just left half a door open, but it might not matter. He's got the inside line for the right-hand element of Rocket, and actually, it's Davis who loses out.
It does indeed, yeah, loses the momentum. Up the inside goes Doble. Great move. Up to second place he goes. He's holding that inside line. He should have that move done and dusted, and he has got it. Impressive stuff. Looked almost like we might have a different race leader here, but sadly not. Gets shuffled back and ends up losing a place, like you say. We saw McInerney try and get round the outside of Islin up into Rocket as well. He went a little bit deep, was under pressure from Daniela Sutton. Sutton couldn't get through, and once again she's under pressure with another driver on her inside as they head down into the hairpin once more. Yeah, it was side by side between the scholarships as we got off from the line. Very late move to the inside there. Attempt from Davies, but luckily room given there by Doble. They both carry on.
Had two wheels on the grass there, didn't he, going through the hairpin, Davis? Did he manage to make that stick? I don't think he did. There might be side by side still, actually, because Doble's defending into the last corner, but no, Isaac manages to keep him behind. So Doble into second. This is the best that he's run so far this weekend, and he will now try and chase after the race leader. Lewis Islin there in fourth position. McInerney is fifth, Sutton sixth, and Jack Burgess seventh. Now, that's not normally something to write home about for Jack Burgess, but the man who led the championship coming into the weekend, that's the best he's run all day so far. There's a car wide out of target, bouncing down the grass. Who might that have been? Harry Lindley, possibly 69. Maybe Bobby Holmes, 55. We'll find that out in a moment. They bounce back onto the road, having lost, I think, only a position or two.
Indeed, yeah, did well to keep a hold of that, keep it facing in the right direction and carry on. Move for second place, though. Archie Davies, where's that come from? They'll be side by side up to the top of the hill, though. It's going to be a push from Islin on Doble to the inside, and we could see the second place man on the grid losing out here. McInerney's gone for it, laid down the inside, so late on the brakes, just about manages to get it stopped, and somehow the juniors all give each other enough room there, and all four make it through. What fantastic racing.
I feel really sorry for Lewis Islin, though, because he put his car in the perfect position there and just bailed out of it. Sensible decision, I suppose, but he ended up losing a couple of places rather than gaining one, and he will now be fourth car in this queue, but he lives to fight another day. Jack Burgess look all over the back of Daniela Sutton as well, so Burgess looking much more competitive now than we've seen so far this weekend, and as Daniela drifts maybe a little bit wide out of the left-hander, it looks to me as though Burgess is going to be on the attack towards the hairpin. So Isaac Doble defends second position into the right-hander. Out wide goes Davis. Burgess is up the inside of Sutton and goes through. So Jack Burgess suddenly coming alive in this race then. That's sixth position now for Jack, and he could yet be on the podium by the end of the race.
Sadly for Daniela, it's been a bit of negative momentum in this one, just continuing to slip back, and she's got another Doble trying to do it around the outside. Hasn't been able to. Lose a bit of momentum on the exit, slots in behind once more then. So Merritt continuing to lead the way now by almost 2.5 seconds ahead of Doble, Davies, McInerney, Islin, Burgess, Sutton, Doble, Heron and Lindley. Your top 10 wide again. That's the same car going wide again.
It was, wasn't it? I think it is Harry Lindley who's doing the grass tracking out of target every time, isn't it? But despite it looking very spectacular, it's not really costing him a huge amount of time, it would seem. Right, through Church comes this second place battle. They've handed this to Merritt, surely, haven't they? Merritt has simply checked out. 2.5 seconds nearly was his advantage at the end of that second lap of racing. It's all about who who will join him on the podium and in which order they will join him on the podium. Isaac Doble has second. Archie Davis wants it and is trying to get it round the outside into Rocket Corner. Can he make that one stick? Answer no, not for the time being. Whilst Jack Burgess's forward progress continues, he's round the outside of Lewis Islin now. This, John, suggests strongly to me that Burgess has had some sort of an issue with that car all weekend, because this is a different Jack Burgess than we've seen all weekend so far. Darren McInerney, meanwhile, levers aside Archie Davis at Peel Corner. Davis will hold on to the place, I think, but that was rather physical stuff.
Yeah, aggressive from McInerney. We've seen him be aggressive throughout this racing weekend, though. He continues this into the final race of the day. If there's any chance to give it your all, it's this one. You're going home after this one for a nice long nap, so might as well not leave anything on the table here. He goes so late on the brakes, down into the hairpin, looking to do it round the outside, and he might just get it done. If he can hold that inside line all the way down into the bus stop, up into the podium places, will go the 5:07 of Darren McInerney. I think he's got it as well. It looks like Jack Burgess looking to push him through and maybe try and gain the place as well.
Oh, Burgess so late on the brakes, nearly went up the inside of the pair of them, but McInerney, I think, might get this done. He's on the inside line towards turn one. Davis has got the momentum, though, and I'm sure he's not going to back out of this. Doble getting away then. Everyone else trying to be third. They are racing absolutely inches apart, and so far it's been wonderful, clean racing. They're still side by side into the banking, and Burgess might be the one to benefit. He's at the inside of McInerney, and at last Jack Burgess then is really starting to make his presence felt towards the front of the field. This is for fourth position, remember. The red and black car on the inside line will go through surely. McInerney runs out onto the dirty side of the road, gets levered up over the exit curb, but in fairness keeps his foot in it, keeps on coming, and Jack Burgess looks for the side draft now to try and drag him back as they head up the hill. Lewis Islin's behind and doesn't really know which way to go. It's a battle on the brakes once again. Burgess very late on the brakes, not quite as late as McInerney though, who gets to the apex of the left-hander first. The next corner's a right-hander though, and that favours Jack Burgess. Jack Burgess, has he finally got this move made? Well, not really, but he's on the inside line into Peel, and I think now at long last McInerney will have to give in. The question now though, John, is whether Islin could come through as well.
I was going to say, how are they still side by side? They've been side by side for over half a lap there of Burgess and McInerney. Finally, Burgess gets it down up to fourth place. He goes. Islin trying to hang it round the outside in his Goodyear branded car, but nope, gets hung out to dry. Has to slot back in behind McInerney. I was going to say down at the first corner, Daniela Sutton had a great run on Lewis Islin, had to back out of it, and the 19-plated Doble went all the way round the outside at the banking and got the place away from her. Up to seventh place he went. So continued battles here in the closest package. It's all getting a bit closer behind as well. Multiple pieces of contact.
Yeah, I was watching this going on through the left-hander at the corkscrew, and it's got even more chaotic by the time they've reached the hairpin. This is all going on well outside the top 10, but an all-out brawl going on for, I think it's about 12th place they're fighting. We'll try and piece that together maybe as they come across the line. The leading 10 or so go through single file. Who is at the front of the next group? Well, two of them side by side. That's Aaron Beattie to the inside, and it's the 287 car of Max Fenton on the outside. So it is 13th place they're battling over, and Fenton, I think, is going to end up sweeping back round the outside to get to the front of that queue. Oh, a bit more leaning on each other on the exit of the turn. So wonderfully clean so far, everyone. Let's keep it that way if we can, because this has been a great demonstration of junior racing at its absolute best, and it doesn't seem to matter, John, where you are in the field. There is a battle to be had unless you are Thomas Merritt.
Exactly that, yeah. I mean, that's where he wants to be, though, driving away at the front all on his own. Nose to tail there. A little bit too much nose to tail, and wide goes Davies. He was assisted into that wide line there by Jack Burgess, who goes to the outside line then for the right-hander. McInerney has a little sniff up the inside, but can't find a way through. You saw the bonnet of the 194 bend inwards. You can see how bowed it is now in the middle from that contact on the rear end of Archie Davies' car. But this is fantastic to see. Like you were saying, it doesn't matter where you are on the field, it doesn't matter where your overall pace is, you're involved in a battle. And when you're at this age, when you're learning your racecraft and whatnot, that's what you need to be in. It's experience being in these huge battle packs, learning how to make those moves, how to defend, and getting involved in racing. Exactly what we want to see from the Fiesta Juniors, and that's exactly what we are seeing once again. McInerney going for it this time on the outside of Jack Burgess. That one not going to work though, he's going to get squeezed out, and Lewis Islin's trying to find a way through.
Car off, or well, pointing the wrong way slightly through the left-hander at the corkscrew.
Was that Hummerston?
I think it was Oscar Hummerston, wasn't it? Yeah, who's had another moment, just as he did earlier on in the day. The leaders go through. It is still Tom Merritt leading by 3.4 seconds, and he's just set a new fastest lap as well, a 1:48.477. Isaac Doble can't quite live with that pace, but is still doing more than enough to keep hold of second position. It is the battle for third on back, really, where most of the entertainment is to be had, I think, with 5.5 minutes to go. And Lewis Isling getting properly stuck in here. This year's scholarship winner is really now knocking on the door of a podium. Now, this is particularly impressive. We've had a spin, I think, at turn 1, have we? There was a cloud of smoke going through the first corner. Not sure if everyone's still there. We'll try and figure that out in a moment. But for now, Islin on the attack in the slipstream of Dara McInerney. And as they head towards the braking zone at Rocket, Dara's going to have some defending to do, which he is doing. He goes to the left-hand side of the road. Islin doesn't really want to go right round the outside in case that opens the door for Christopher Doble. Look at that. Islin's so late on the brakes, can't stop the car. Understeers wide, rejoins into Doble, who clatters into Sutton. Somehow they're all still there. And through the inside of all of them goes Oliver Heron. 2 places gained for Heron. He was rubbing his hands with glee at that one. Meanwhile, Jack Burgess up the inside of Archie Davis at Peel, and this is side by side now then for third position. The outside line belongs to Burgess into the left-hander, and it will be Davis just about who stays in front. Well, this has been race of the day for the Fiesta Juniors, definitely, maybe the best race of the day all round, and there's still some more racing to be done. Jack Burgess will not disappear, will he? He keeps on mounting the pressure on Archie Davis, who for much of the weekend, John, has been the one applying pressure to Tom Merritt, but very much watching his mirrors now is Archie to try and hang on to third place.
It has been indeed, yes, a very different race for him compared to the rest of the weekend, isn't it? Usually we see Merritt and Davies, or Davis even go alone, as there's a late move to the inside at the final corner, down the inside of Davis. That is the move from Burgess, just about enough room given. They lean on each other through the final corner. They're still side by side, heading through turn number 1. Inside line for Burgess, outside line for Davis. He'll try and hold it round. He'll get squeezed all the way to the grass. They continue on side by side down to the banking. And look at this, when McInerney has a sniff once again. He loves being in there to try and steal away a sneaky place.
Oh, it's got trouble written all over it, this, hasn't it? I really hope not, because it's been fantastic up until this point. Burgess has finally broken through then, so Jack Burgess into third position. Can Archie Davis come back at him? Well, right now the answer seems to be no, because he's got McInerney pushing him up the hill. Well, actually, if McInerney keeps on pushing him, this is going to favour Davis, isn't it? Look at that, the bump draft, the power of the slipstream, and a bump draft from McInerney brings Davis right back alongside Burgess. He can't make the move to the outside, so McInerney thinks, right, I'll go to the inside of you then. I'll try and take fourth place away. In the end, they all stay as they were through the Rocket Complex and up towards Peel Corner. Another one of those races, this, John, that you don't want to end.
How did they all stay as they were after all of that? It was just ridiculous. Consistent side-by-sides throughout this squabble, and squabble's continuing up and down the field. You see another huge strain there heading through Rocket as we head down into the corkscrew once again. There is Isaac Doble heading through in second place. A little bit of a dip onto the grass on the inside there for Jack Burgess. Now he's up into the podium positions, but yeah, like we were saying earlier, a very different race this for Archie Davis. Of course, he's used to going off with Thomas Merritt, and they just have a bit of a slipstream and bring the car home. This one, he's having to get his elbows out. He's just slipped out of the podium places. There is just over 2 minutes to go. Plenty of opportunities for him to try and get himself back up into the top 3.
Yep, 2 more laps to go then in this one. Tom Merritt then with 2 laps standing between himself and a hat-trick of victories today. Isaac Doble looks reasonably secure in second place. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 drivers, though, who have ideas of occupying that third step on the podium. And Jack Burgess isn't really getting away from Archie Davis right now, is he? So Archie might still be able to mount a challenge up the back straight. They barrel off into the banked corner at turn 2 and make their way down towards Church once again. So Jack Burgess, having fought his way through from, where did he start? 9th on the grid to 3rd. Can he hang on? He's actually building a little cushion now over Jack Burgess. The closest pair of cars are those 2 right there. They can't be a lot closer, can they, really? Oliver Heron pushing Lewis Islin through Church Corner, and they're both going to gang up on Dara McInerney here, I think. Lewis Islin with a big run. Which way does he go? Sort of ends up stuck in the middle, really, because McInerney defended the inside, and Heron just sends it round the outside. That's at least 1 place gain for Oliver Heron, and he will slot in ahead of Islin and behind McInerney. Oliver Heron's made a couple of really good opportunistic moves up into the rocket complex, and that was another one, although he then hands the place straight back to Islin at the very next corner as Lewis slips up the inside through Peel. Now they turn left, and I think Heron's going to have the advantage now. His nose ahead on the inside line. Yeah, finally makes that move stick. It took him 3 or 4 corners to do so, but he has now got himself ahead of the scholarship winner in the Goodyear liveried car. So, lap and a bit to go. The last lap board awaits for our drivers this time by. Thomas Merritt 4.2 seconds clear of Isaac Doble. Jack Brscc then is a further 3.5 seconds back in third. The top 3 actually now looking reasonably secure, aren't they? I'm not sure Archie Davis is really closing back in on Jack. Well, actually is closing back in the second half of the lap. That's down to a couple of car lengths between the two of them. Merritt goes through to start the final lap though, and with all of the drama and the action behind, Tom Merritt has driven a very professional set of races today. He had quite a bit of pressure through the first 2 to deal with. This one though, he just got his head down, pulled away on cold tyres whilst they all fought for second, and he's been able to just manage it pretty easily since then. We'll be very, very happy to see the checkered flag once again at the end of what's been a breakout weekend. You have to say this for Tom Merritt. Got his first ever win in the championship last time at Mallory Park, and now 3 more wins seemingly heading his way here in North Wales. The next pack of cars actually spreading themselves out ever so slightly now on this, the final run up towards Rocket Corner. Is anyone going to be close enough to make a move? Daniela Sutton would quite like to get the better of Lewis Islin in this private scholarship winners battle, and she does close right in on the Goodyear goal, gives him a bit of a helping hand into the Rocket complex, but Lewis Islin stands his ground and is able to hold on to 7th position. It's a shame in a way that he's only 7th. He was as high as 4th at one point, Islin, but it was just one of those races, wasn't it, where you gain 1, you lose 2. It's all about being in the right place at the right time, and Jack Brscc in particular has definitely found himself on the right side of that battle in third, and actually gaining slightly now on Isaac Doble, albeit a little bit too little too late, I think, to have a real challenge for second. Tom Merritt, though, rounds the hairpin for the final time, and he has been the form man here at Anglesey. Thomas Merritt came in here second in the championship. He took the championship lead earlier on in the day. He will now further extend that with a 3rd win in here this weekend, a 4th in a row. Tom Merritt exits the final corner, sees the checkered flag, and wins the 3rd race of the weekend here at Anglesey. The race car consultants team celebrate down below. It is Isaac Doble in second. It is a 3rd place finish for Jack Brscc, driver of the race that for Jack Brscc, who charged through from 9th on the grid. Archie Davis 4th, and Dara McInerney completing the top 5. Phenomenal racing from the juniors. Fiesta Junior Racing at its best there, and yeah, we hope that they will continue in that vein now for the rest of the season. We head to Snetterton on the 300 circuit for their next trio of races, and well, that was a happy hunting ground for Jack Brscc when we were there at the start of the year, so Jack will be hoping for a return to form there. Hopefully they've cured whatever drama he had with his car, and he will be able to return to winning ways as they head back down to Snetterton in about 3 or 4 weeks' time. Well, fantastic driving from Tom Merritt, and the race car consultants team will be absolutely delighted as well with that, because they have celebrated a lot of trophies heading their way over the course of the weekend. And immaculately prepared number 12 car, Tom Merritt, has been simply unbeatable today. The only session he didn't top was the free practice session yesterday, but since then he has been in superb form. That was a wet session as well, it's worth pointing out. So ever since the rain disappeared, we've had glorious conditions and perfect driving from Tom Merritt, who wins by 5 seconds from Isaac Doble. And Jack Brscc comes home on the podium. That was a really good drive from Jack as well. Archie Davis and Dara McInerney complete the top 5 ahead of Oliver Heron and Lewis Islin. Daniela Sutton only 8th in the end, but had probably the most fun that she's had in any of the 3 races, I suspect. Christopher Doble was 9th, and Bobby Holmes completed the top 10. Then it was Harry Lindley and Aaron Beattie, with Max Horler and Hayden Gray in 14th place. 15th was Max Fenton. Eden Spanswick was 16th ahead of Kasper Tomilewski, Callie Clifford, Max Murray and Jake Howarth in 20th. Harry Russell 21st, Neil Hampson 22nd, Tom Simpson 23rd, and Oscar Hommerstone finished the race after that spin that he had earlier on, meaning that once again we'd had no non-finishers in that race. So it's been a relatively low attrition rate across all 3 Fiesta Junior races today, and long may that continue. So we wait then for the cars to arrive down in Parc Fermé. So as the cars head to Parc Fermé, then we will hear from John momentarily. In fact, we're ready to head down there now. So before we go into the church break, where silence must fall across the track for the entire hour between 3 and 4 o'clock, we've got just enough time, I think, to hear from our Fiesta Junior podium finishers after a fantastic third race.
Here we are then down in Parc Fermé. This is the man of the hour, though, in Brscc. Fiesta Juniors gets a huge round of applause from the crowds down here. Thomas Merritt, the number 12, with an absolutely perfect weekend. I mean, we've already spoken enough so far this weekend, haven't we, Thomas? We were saying we were getting a bit sick of each other. Once again, another race win, and another pretty comfortable race win at that as well. Impressive stuff.
Yeah, it was a really nice race, actually, nice and comfortable. My teammate went for me into the hairpin on lap 1, managed to cover it off around the outside and didn't look back from there, really. Just banging in nice, consistent laps and managed to bring home the third win of the weekend, which is, yeah, really, really positive and puts us in a good place for the championship.
Amazing, mate. Obviously a perfect weekend, pole, 3 race wins. Of course, in that second race, before the race when I spoke to you, you said you guys want to work together and press on. Clearly that didn't carry on into race 3, though. He was straight up your inside.
Well, race 3 is always kicks off a little bit, sure. And it was elbows out there. The racing behind when I was watching in my mirrors was quite chaotic, but yeah, just brilliant to bring home the win and get that nice gap. So yeah, perfect weekend and really can't complain.
Impressive, mate. So quick enough to head out there into the front, win the race, but still has enough time to watch the battling in behind in his mirrors. Impressive stuff, Thomas. Well done.
Brilliant, thank you.
Cheers. Thank you very much, mate. There we go then. Your winner, well, in all 3 races in the Fiesta Juniors this weekend, Mr. Thomas Merritt. Now we look for the 87, who is hopefully around here somewhere. We got Mr. Archie Davies, or he was in this car, but whether he's run off to go and say hello to him. Ah, Archie's over there. I can see him. Archie. Chatting with Archie again. Hello, Archie. How we doing, mate? That was all got a bit exciting out there, didn't it?
Yeah, a bit messy. Not really what I wanted, to be honest. Tried to go for a move on Merritt on the first lap, I think it was, don't remember. Didn't work out and then dropped back a bit and defended, and yeah, just a bit messy, to be honest.
Yeah, of course, you've been on the podium every single race so far. Didn't quite work out in that one. You really got sucked back into the pack, didn't you? You had to really scrap for that one.
Yeah, I know. Not what we wanted, but hopefully we can do better at Snetton.
Mate, you're still racing really, really well. Lots of positives to take on, I think.
Yeah, thank you.
Nice one. Well done. Well done. Right then, let's see if we can chat with the rest of the podium. See if we can spot Mr. Isaac Doble around. I've spotted him. Let's head over here. Isaac, spoke to you after the last one, P3. Yeah. Made it one better this time, P2.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely amazing. First, well done to Thomas for 3 race wins. His pace was absolutely mega this weekend, and yeah, it was a good race. Once I got the break from Archie and Burgess, who were battling, I never really looked back.
Yeah, exactly. I think you got involved in the squabble, got ahead, then they started squabbling behind you, so you're like, okay, mate, I'll just drive off, thanks very much.
Yeah, exactly, you know. My pace wasn't really, I don't think I was actually quicker than them in that race. It's just that they started squabbling, and I thankfully got a nice little break.
Yeah, all got a bit scrappy in race days. What we like to see, though. Well done. I'm going to ask a favour from you, though. I've not spoken to Jack Burgess yet today. Can you point me in his direction? He's over there. He's over there. Thank you. Thank you both. Well done. Well done. Let's see if we can find him, though. Apparently over here. Hello, is one of you called Jack Burgess by any chance?
Yeah, me.
Hello, Jack. Speak to you.
I'm not Jack
You're not Jack Burgess. Why are you doing that to me live on the stream as well, mate? You're definitely not getting an interview. Jack! Can't believe them taking the mickey. Trying to pretend they're you. They could never be you, mate. You're on the podium. Well done.
Yeah, it was a good race. We just fought through the pack. We haven't had the best of days, so it's just a good race to top the weekend off.
You know, it's been a bit of a tough one for you. We're used to seeing you right up the sharp end, but you've had a few issues this weekend at Anglesey, but third race, coming back to the fore, coming back to maybe where you feel you should be.
Yeah, it was just... don't really know. I just fought through the pack, just did my own thing, and just it worked out. So
exactly that. You've got to put in aggressive moves, though, haven't you, in the Fiesta Juniors? It's all quite scrappy out there, particularly in race number 3. But I think you should be really happy with that podium. Lots of positives to take away from the weekend.
Yeah. I don't really know.
Lots of words. Great result, though, on the podium. Well done. There we go, then. That was our top 3. I want to see if we can grab Mr. Lewis Islin and Miss Daniela Sutton, of course, our 2 scholarship victors from the last 2 years. I can see Daniela, so I might see if I can grab Daniela and then grab Lewis as well. Daniela, I'm going to grab you for a moment, if you don't mind. And I'm trying to find Lewis Islin as well. Have you spotted him? Do we know where he is? Is he over there? Do you want me to follow me and we'll go to Lewis? Right, come on, let's head over. You're going to be my homing beacon because I don't think I've spoken to him in a while. Mr. Lewis is. He's fiddling with something in the car. That makes it easier, doesn't it? Lewis. Hello, Lewis. We're coming to chat with you, Lewis. Hello. How are you?
Not too bad. The last race was a bit of a scrap, really.
I think that's the understatement of the century, isn't it, Lewis? You guys are battling well. I mean, so basically, I've come down to chat with you about the scholarship, of course. But before we get on to that, you two were nose to tail on the last lap. I saw you go straight into the back of him, up at Rocket. It was all getting a bit scrappy between you two.
Yeah, it's just last lap dramas, you know. To be honest, I don't think it would be anyone's fault. It's just one of them things. Last lap, we all want to make places up, you know.
Exactly that.
So.
No, nice and aggressive from you, Daniela. But another positive race, but maybe not quite the position you were hoping in that one.
Well, yeah, of course, like we have to put pressure on each other. Obviously, contact isn't acceptable if someone comes out at a disadvantage, but just letting him know that I'm there at the top. And in the end, he finished in front of me, so fair enough.
Great to see the handshake. I think in the business we call that one a love tap. I think that's what that was. Just a little bit of a hello. I'm still here. If you make a mistake, I'm going to suck it up the inside. But yes, sorry, the meaningful part of the conversation, the scholarship. Of course, you won it last time out. You won it the time out before that. Would you mind just telling us a little bit more about it itself and also what you had to do to come through to win it?
So you'd start off, it would be split off into three categories. It's categories, that's it, sorry. Just got out of the car.
Yeah, I'm putting a lot of pressure on you straight out of the car, I'm sorry, mate.
It's fine. So it'd be split off into media, fitness and driving. And then it would be assessed from how well you do, like form for everything really, consistency and of course overall pace in the car. And you start off in two groups. One day would be, in my case it was the Monday, and the other group would be on the Tuesday. And then I would pick, I think it was 6 drivers if I remember, from each day, and then 12 going to the final day. And the final day is just media and driving. The final day you get 2 sessions in the car, and then you have to do an interview after, which you led if I remember. Yeah. So then afterwards at lunch, they'll go through to the top 6, and then the top 6 would then do a complete shootout. Swapping cars, so everyone would have a session in each car. And then in my case, I'm not sure if it was the year before, they went down to 2 drivers and we did a shootout. We both chose a car and it was 5 laps each, see what you can do. And yeah.
That's some serious pressure, especially for such young drivers as well, to have to get through that. I think that does prepare you for circuit racing, though, doesn't it? I mean, there was a lot of pressure going on out there today. Thank you for giving us that insight. You've just got out of the car, so I'll let you have a little bit of a relax. I'll let you go. We'll chat a bit further with Daniela as well. Now, Daniela, of course, you went through the same thing. Now, what is it? So you've obviously won the scholarship, but then you were saying you were sort of on the board, as it is, to decide the next one as well. What's the thinking behind how you decide who ends up winning that scholarship?
So I wasn't really on the board, it was just I went there to pass on the baton, per se, to Lewis, who was the winner, rightfully so. And I assisted Richard John Neal with the media, and I did like post-race interviews as soon as they got out of the car. Islin passed with flying colours.
As he's shown just now, yeah.
And it was very competitive. It was very competitive in my year, world-class karting drivers. Very competitive in Lewis's year, world-class karting drivers, and very, very tough competition both years, and there's only one winner of the scholarship. But it's fantastic, and it's great to work alongside the Brscc because it gives that opportunity to people who might not be able to make that jump into cars, as I mentioned earlier. And here we both are fighting at the top end of the grid, so it's proven to do its duty.
Yeah, exactly that. Well, it's a very competitive championship to be involved in, so the competitiveness to get into it and get a scholarship and get what is effectively a free drive is going to be competitive. Lots of drivers batting out. You guys both won it, though, so well done to you, and it's clearly showing why you won it up at the sharp end racing in this, so well done, both of you. Great to see the batting out on circuit, and I wish you both the best of luck for the next round.
Thank you.
Cheers, guys. Thank you very much. Well, there you go. Great to hear from the 2 previous winners of the scholarship. Of course, if you want to get involved for this year, you can do now. Entries are open, but watch this little video and we'll tell you a little bit more about it.
seen the smiles on the faces of all the drivers getting out, and the coaches as well are really enjoying their time in the Fiesta Junior Mark 7. So I want to sort of work with these drivers, find that next person that's going to be the next big driver in the Fiesta Championship.
A scholarship like this, if I'd have had the opportunity, I would have been so over the moon. And you know, these lads and the girls are so humble, and they really make you feel privileged to sit alongside some of the best talent, I reckon, in the country, if not in Europe. It's good to see how much it means to some of them. I'm just loving being around it. It's really good.
The Fiesta Juniors is where I started. Such a spread of varying different experiences, so much potential and so much talent.
I've been a part of a number of scholarships over the years, and this has just been head and shoulders above the rest.
Hello everyone, down here in the collecting area, getting ready for the Fiesta ST150 Championship. Of course, we had a small break here in proceedings, but we're ready to get back underway. 3 races still left to come this afternoon, so make sure you're not going anywhere. Let's go and have a chat with a couple of the drivers, of course. We'll head straight over to this man, number 10, as he just has a few hugs, words of encouragement, and gets ready to head back out into the car. I'm going to see if I can just quickly grab you, sir, before you do jump in. Of course, Mr. Max Buxton. You've won both races so far today, but of course for race number 3 here, reverse of the top 7, starting down in 7th place. Probably going to feel a bit weird for you being that far down in the order, but what's the plan to try and make your way back to the front?
Yeah, should be an exciting race. Hopefully I'll get a great start and just hopefully pick each car off as they come. And yeah, see how I finish. I'm feeling really confident, so let's see how it goes.
Awesome. Are you doing well from the front? It's going to be slightly different though, trying to send some moves. Where are we thinking? We've seen quite a few up into Rocket. That seems to be the mostly enjoyed place. Is there anywhere else where you're thinking, yeah, I could go for a move that I feel strong there?
Yeah, I say Rocket's the main place, but there are other opportunities that come, so we just have to see what position we're in and yeah, see what comes.
Cool. All right, mate. Best of luck. Good luck. Thank you. Continue getting ready. I'll leave you alone. Thank you very much, Max. Well, number 10 then, getting ready to go. Cool, calm and collected there is Max, as usual, as he has been both when I've spoken to him before the races and after the races as well. Let's head down then, as I mentioned, reverse top 7 for this grid. And we can see here the number 19 of Robbie Harrison getting ready to go in his car. Just getting everything sorted, making sure he's strapped in nice and tightly behind the wheel of his ST150. And just as he gets himself sorted out, hopefully we can just quickly hop in. We don't want to obviously get involved in his pre-race ritual, as we all have as racing drivers. Of course, loads of different racing drivers have weird little things that they'll try and make sure they do before the race, and little superstitions and whatnot, but at the end of the day, get out there, go as fast as you can, and see what happens, really, as the belts continue to go in then for the number 19 of Robbie Harrison. As you can see, if you have a little look round the collecting area, lots of different cars getting ready to go, and this is where my confusion set in, given that we're reverse top 7. I was like, hold on a second, where's the man I've seen winning every single race? He's back there in P7 on the grid. Right then, looks as though Robbie's about ready. Robbie, I'm going to jump in and say hello. First couple of times that I've spoken to you so far this weekend. How are you feeling ahead of this one? Of course, reverse P7, so you're lining up on pole position. You feeling good about that, or a little bit nervous?
No, I'm feeling all right. It's same as every other race, but starting at the front. So hopefully I get a good start and stay with the fast ones. So yeah.
Exactly, it's going to be a challenge. Of course, you've got some pretty hot drivers coming up right behind you. Is it going to be a case of look forward, hit your lines and try and build a bit of a gap, or is it going to be quite a lot of looking in the mirrors? Of course, it's the last race of the day, so I feel like it's going to be maybe quite feisty out there.
Yeah, I do my own thing. Hopefully I can do well, and if they go past, I just stick with them and just do my best. So yeah.
Try and get some good points and see what happens?
Yeah, that's the one, yeah.
Cool. All right, best of luck, mate. I'll let you get in the zone. As he heads out then. Pole position for the first time today for Mr. Harrison. We'll jump in to P2. Mr. George Foxlow. Now, we've spoken to George a decent amount today, haven't we, George? Hello again. Hello. Starting P2 in this one. Little reverse grid, or reverse top 7. P2 on the grid. You feeling good?
Yeah, it's going to be a, interesting one, because, I know there's a few guest drivers and stuff, and Max is normally out of position from where he is, so it'll be interesting to see what happens.
It will indeed. Now, driver on pole position, Robbie, just sort of looking to make it through. If drivers come past, he deals with it and trying to get some points. Are you in a similar vein, or are you thinking, this is my chance to win it?
Oh, no, I'm just going to try and beat everyone, to be honest. I may as well. I'm high enough. May as well give it a go. Might as well, mate. Might as well. Go for it. I look forward to it. Best of luck. Thank you.
Nice one. Great to hear there from Mr. George Foxlow. Always a man that's nice and, I was going to say quietly confident, but I don't think he's quietly confident. He's just confident. Let's move on to third place on the grid then. The number 1, Mr. Blackburn, hello.
Hello.
How are you doing today? We've seen you battling out well there. I think, if I remember correctly, the last race, you got a little bit bullied at one point, out wide at one point, dropped back a little bit, but battled back through quite well.
Yeah, first lap. When everyone's bunched together, I tried to, fight off losing second place and ended up something like 6th. Once I was on the outside, everyone came through in a train. Lack of experience, I'll put that down to. Hopefully won't do it again.
Okay, yeah, we hope not. That's what I always say in karting as well. It's always the case. You get that negative momentum. You lose one place, you often lose 3, 4, maybe even 5. So I think you did well to hold that negative momentum off and get back through. Now, for here, you're starting on road number 2, 3rd place. What's the sort of plan of attack going into this one? I've spoken to the top 2. They both have very differing plans of attack. What's yours?
I generally make good starts.
Okay.
Now, I'm sure that's cursed it already. Yeah, we're all bunched up, we're all very close. So if we can get with the momentum very quickly, I should be able to have a look at getting into the first corner on the inside. It all depends on who's on the outside and how that ends up at the hairpin. All my plan is, I haven't thought past the first few 100 metres, and it's just about getting that initial momentum, because that will build your speed from there up 2nd into 3rd gear.
Cool. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Continue.
Yeah. So that it is literally that first 1 or 2 seconds of the race.
Fantastic. Well, I wish you the best of luck, mate. You've been battling well, like I say, so pressing on and continuing.
Appreciate that you noticed it. I'm working hard in here, yeah.
You're doing a great job, mate. Look forward to it there from 2nd row of the grid. Best of luck. I've managed to lose my earpiece in all of that, so I'll try and slot that back in as best I can. We've got Mr. Watkins here, the number 98, on 4th on the grid this will be, so the 2nd row. Thank you very much. I'm just going to quickly dive in. Hello, sir. Firstly, how are you?
Very cold.
It is a bit chilly. It is a bit chilly down here in Wales. I thought you'd be used to it, though, with the Welsh flag on the roof and the Welsh flag on the helmet.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. This is actually a really nice summer's day.
You're actually baking in here. You might be a bit too warm. I said earlier, we were saying, how are you finding so much pace out there? And I said, well, it's obviously the Welsh flag on the roof. That's got to be right.
Yeah, it's like go faster stripes, isn't it? It adds a little bit.
It does. Now, the home advantage, you've got the Welsh flag, and I'm going to assume that you're Welsh. Whereabouts in Wales are you from?
The exact opposite side. Completely the opposite. Yeah.
So not exactly a home advantage, then?
No, not quite. Only been here a few times, but yeah, we're getting used to it.
OK, cool. So, yeah, you've been to Anglesey a couple of times, then. Do you like the circuit?
Yeah, it's an awesome place, awesome to see, and yeah, just want to look at other things when you're driving around. It's a bit distracting.
Exactly. I found I used to race here in the Fun Cup. I had exactly that same thing. Well, I wish you the best of luck, my friend. Good luck for the race. There we go then. Great to speak with both our double race winner from earlier on and also the top 4 on the grid for this race. I'll hand back up to you in the commentary box.
Thanks, John. Welcome back, everybody, to Anglesey then. We are ready to resume our afternoon's racing. 3 more races to take you through to the end of the day. The final detail Fiesta SC150s, as we've just seen, are ready and raring to go. The Nankang Tyre City Car Cup and Student Motorsport Competition will be next. And then 500cc Historic Formula 3 Championship concludes our weekend's action. This Brscc summer race weekend is hopefully going to come to a thrilling conclusion. The ST150s have put on 2 good races for us so far. They have both been won convincingly by Max Buxton, with Dylan Davis and in second in both races. Sam Watkins and Billy Blockley sharing the 3rd places. The grid for this one, though, features a partial reverse. So it's Robbie Harrison who has pole position and George Foxlow, who we saw winning in the ST240s earlier on, starting on the outside of the front row. Michael Blackburn and Sam Watkins make up row 2 ahead of Billy Blockley and Dylan Davis, with Max Buxton, the double race winner so far, having to do this one, if he can, from 7th on the grid. Aidan Vickers will be alongside him on row 4. 5th row for Mark Blunt and James Ford, with Zavary Zavisa and Liam Browning together on row number 6. 7th row, Jade Goodwin and Gary Cooper even, with Sophie Kinghorn and Oliver Reed on row 8. 9th row for Andrew Ward and Chris Rowlands. Mark Webb and Graham Malem complete the top 20. Then it's Ron Lufstad and Stephanie Saw, Lewis Bowron and Lee Bowron at the back of the grid after what's been a disastrous weekend for the Bowrons. I don't think either of them have finished either race so far. So, and in fact, I don't see either of them at the back of the grid. So I think we might be missing those last 2 cars, 62 and 44. In fact, yes, I'm certain we are. Ron Lufstad and Stephanie Saw making up the back row of the grid. So no Lee or Lewis Bowron. Mechanical issues have taken them out of contention, we believe, in both of the previous 2 races. So, green flag lap then to begin. And Robbie Harrison, well, started the weekend, you may well remember, yesterday afternoon on the front row. He started race 1 second on the grid, had a dreadful start, plummeted down the order towards the tail end of the top 10, and spent the rest of the weekend really trying to get back towards the front. Now, his start in the earlier race today wasn't brilliant either, but hopefully he's managed to figure something out, because he's got a golden opportunity here from pole position to try and claim a race win. Remember, Max Buxton was already the championship leader coming into the weekend. He has continued to extend that margin, especially because George Foxlow hasn't actually had a mega weekend either. George Foxlow, who was second in the points coming in, he has had a 7th and 6th in the 2 races to this point. And so the championship leader extending his margin. George Foxlow, Dylan Davis and Sam Watkins, sorry, 2nd, 3rd and 4th in the championship. Well, they have been pretty evenly matched over the course of the 2 races so far, so that's going to be tightening up nicely. They were already only 7 points apart, 3 of them, and that's likely not much more of a margin at this point of the weekend. So, reversed grid tin top races at the end of the day. There is a tradition in the UK, isn't there, that these tend to be rather exciting, and John, I have every expectation this one will be as well. A couple of drivers at the front of the grid who know this is a good opportunity to get something really good out of their weekend.
Indeed, yeah, I think this is going to be a very exciting one. It was interesting to hear from the drivers there in the collecting area sort of the different mindsets going into the race. Of course, heard from Robbie Harrison, just saying, I'm on pole, this is great fun, I'm looking to get good points here, I just want to keep out of trouble. If drivers try and get past me, I'm not going to try and hold them up too much, just going to get involved, step back in, try and hold on to some good points and keep out of trouble. But then the driver right next to him, George Foxlow, just a bit of a, yeah, well, this should be fun. I'm just going to drive as fast as I can and overtake everyone I can. So he's nicely relaxed and confident. And, of course, that continues on throughout the grid. Great to hear from Michael Blackburn as well in the number 1. Speaking about his less than ideal start in the last one, but did well to make the places back up. And he was very happy that we'd noticed him out there on circuit. But, of course, we had. He'd been racing really well.
It's Michael Blackburn. He's a staple now of the SD150 grid. Of course, we were following his progress, and he starts 3rd, so he could be a danger man in this one. It's interesting, actually. This race 3 grid, which is the partially reversed one, bears striking resemblance, actually, to the grid that we had after qualifying earlier on in the weekend. Robbie Harrison back up the front row, Michael Blackburn starting 3rd. You've got Sam Watkins back up towards the front as well on the 2nd row, which is where he started that first race yesterday. So, despite the reversal of the grid, it's still a lot of the quick drivers who have found their way to the front. So they stay there, of course, over the course of the 15 minutes. Waits to be seen. So, cars then, John, make their way around to the grid. Any bold predictions you fancy making about who might be on the top step?
I couldn't possibly do that, mate. We've only caused negativity out there on circuit this weekend, haven't we? So I'm going to keep my mouth firmly closed. I'll jump in the boat with you, mate. We're both in this together. But yeah, interesting to good to hear from as well. Watkins on the 2nd row, Mr. Samuel Watkins. Of course, we'd seen that he had that beautiful Welsh flag on the top of his car, but it's adorning his helmet as well. So a very proud Welshman behind the wheel of the 98. But like we heard him say, he lives on totally the opposite end of the country. So not much of a home advantage for the number 98, but thoroughly enjoys this track anyway.
Yeah, well, that's very true, actually. And it is one of those countries, Wales, that depending on where you go, it's a completely different culture, a completely different scenery, but it's a beautiful part of the world wherever you decide to go. I was born and raised in North Wales, so I've got an affinity to this area in particular. Yeah, Sam is at least in the same country, and he's off the line well from 4th on the grid. It's another poor start for Robbie Harrison. Look at Michael Blackburn, though. He's at the inside of the wall, and he gets the lead. So Blackburn then from 3rd on the grid hits the front at the first corner. Brilliant start from him. Who's going to slot into 2nd place? Looks to me like that is George Foxlow still 2nd. Then the 3 red cars, again rather helpfully, finding themselves absolutely together. I think that's Watkins with the Welsh flag on the roof in 3rd. And possibly Dylan Davis in 4th, but we'll try and pick that out as they come out of Church Corner for the first time. Is that the 21 car? Yes, it is. Dylan Davis in 4th position. And Billy Blockley there in 5th. Cleanly through the first few corners then. Up towards Rocket we go. for the first time. Blackburn with a lead. It's a slender lead, though, over George Foxlow, and the battle for third is almost side by side. Look at that, very late on the break. Dylan Davis, that gap is going to close, surely. There's a big squeeze, and Dylan Davis ends up wedged in the middle of Foxlow and Sam Watkins, and somehow comes out of that with second place.
How has that not been a monstrous accident on the first lap of this race? Unbelievable for the drivers to give each other that room at the apex. I don't think there was really a choice for the driver of the blue car, who's now dropped down to fourth, of George Foxlow. He's been shuffled back then, as there is Max Buxton, your winner of the previous 2 races this weekend, getting up the inside of your pole sitter. And Mr. Robbie Harrison making moves already, is your championship leader. But we look back to the sharp end of the order. I think Michael Blackburn made up for that poor start in race 2, didn't he, with that one? Straight through into the lead before they even got to the first corner.
Yes, and he'll be loving seeing all of the action going on in his mirrors, because it's allowing him to pull away. He's got a nice little cushion now back to the chasing pack behind. Car running a little bit wide there further back, but no major dramas. They carry on their way. So, end of lap 1, it is Michael Blackburn who leads. What's his margin going to be? Probably just under a second, I reckon, or just over a second, actually, over Dylan Davis. What a move from Dylan Davis, by the way. I mean, it was a little bit forceful, but I think once he found himself squeezed in the middle, he thought, well, I might as well just commit to this now. Put his foot down, forced his way out the other side, and he is in second place. Sam Watkins third, George Foxlow fourth, Blockley fifth, and Max Buxton, interestingly, only 1 place gained up to sixth, and that 1 place gained was the slow starting Robbie Harrison, who's down to seventh.
Yeah, he chose that wide line going into the banking on the first lap, and it didn't work out for him. He couldn't carry the momentum through, and then, of course, you lose that momentum all the way through up to the top part of the circuit. It was a little bit wide there for the 315 of Blockley, off onto the grass on the outside of Church, but he's managed to carry the speed through, heads up towards Rocket now, and the leaders heading on through under a bit of pressure there into the left-hander there for Harrison. Yeah, he hasn't had the ideal start, has he? Of course, he's got that novice cross on the back. He's still doing a brilliant job, but first to seventh on the first lap. He was looking to keep it nice and relaxed and pick up good points, but I don't think that's what he would have wanted from that one.
His pace has been good. Like I said, he qualified on the front row yesterday morning. It's just those race starts. That's the only thing that's let him down. He's had 3 quite poor getaways. Without that, I think Robbie would have been up there on the podium in all 3 races. So we'll see what he can salvage out of this, though, as the race continues on. The gap was 1 second then at the start of the lap. I don't think it's coming down on this lap, that's for sure. Dylan Davis is, though, at least getting away from Sam Watkins slightly. Then Foxlow and Blockley turn their way into them. Everybody's saying they're both former Fiesta Junior drivers, are they not? Foxlow and Blockley, yes they are. So 2 more drivers coming up out of the Fiesta Junior ranks into the ST150 rather than making the sizable jump in fairness straight up into the ST240 category. Leaders then across the line, and while I may stand corrected here, that might be slightly less than a second now. Yes, it is. Oh, and off, I'm afraid, James Ford. James Ford has pulled over, I think, on the run somewhere towards the top end of the circuit. Anyway, he's well out of harm's way. Shouldn't be a need for a safety car intervention. There's a lot of damage on the 76 car of Gary Cooper. We're flapping in the breeze. But yes, lead gap down by 1/4 of a second that time, John. New fastest lap for Dylan Davis, and he is starting to inch back within that slipstreaming range, isn't he?
Yeah, there won't be ideal aerodynamic effect there for Gary Cooper as his wing mirror flaps around heading down the back straight. We continue to watch it. George Foxlow under a bit of pressure now from Billy Blockley. They go up line astern towards Rocket once more, but look at that slipstream for Blockley. He thinks about the inside line. He is going to go for the inside line. Late down the inside for the 315. Perfectly weighted on the brakes. Relatively simple overtake there for Blockley. Relegates Foxlow down to P5.
Ooh, did Foxlow give him a little nudge then into the right-hander? Not sure, but Blockley definitely drifted a little bit wide through that part of the circuit, and now the back of the car steps out all of its own accord into Peel. So that is a car that is set up with very stiff rear suspension. Helps with the rotation, but a little bit too much rotation there for Blockley, as they did head past that Struck and James Ford car just between Rocket and Peel. So well out of harm's way. They'll cover it under yellow flags for a lap, and then we should be back to green flag running. Up towards the hairpin then. Further progress can Blockley make then. He's into 4th. Sam Watkins, though, is getting away. In fact, those leading 3, I would say, are now getting themselves together, aren't they? I think Dylan Davis is continuing to reel in Michael Blackburn and bringing the Welshman with him.
He is indeed. Yeah, that gap has visibly closed between the top 2 as they head down into the bus stop once more to end lap number 2. They head on through outside of our commentary box to start a new lap of this race. What is that gap now? It was 3/4 of a second. It's gone down by about 1/10 on that last lap, but little by little Davis will bring himself back into Opportunitiesville and get himself an opportunity to try and make a move on Blackburn. But Watkins, as you mentioned, is coming with him. Still battles going on nearer the back of the pack as well, which is great to see. But the pack definitely fanning out a little bit more than we've seen in previous racing as drivers start to scamper off. And I thought it would be the opposite of that, given that we had the reverse top 7, but of course drivers across the grid so close on pace that it doesn't really matter so much.
Yeah, exactly. That whole top half dozen or so, they're pretty evenly matched. So once things settle down after the first lap, it's quite quickly fall into a race rhythm. Dylan Davis is so good on the brakes, isn't he, into Rocket. Reeled in the leader on that occasion. There, meanwhile, is your double race winner. So Max Buxton in the number 10 car, still only 6th. He is inching towards George Foxlow, but that, I think, exemplifies the point we were just making. You know, he's won these first 2 races pretty convincingly. Put him back in the pack, though, and he's not massively quicker than the cars ahead. He has a pace advantage, but not enough that he can simply breeze through. Exactly that. When he's at the front, he's nice and relaxed and can just press off and drive off into the sunset. But as I was mentioning to him when we were having a little chat down in the collecting area, I was saying it's going to be a little bit different for him, trying to fight his way through. And he's doing a good job of it so far. He's definitely bridged a nice gap as well, about 3 seconds back to Robbie Harrison in 7th place now, as 2nd and 3rd place leaning on each other. That was Samuel Watkins just sticking the nose in there down at the hairpin. I think he's got the overlap, he's got the place. Great exit then from Samuel Watkins, and he moves into 2nd right at the end of the lap. Wow, that was surprising then that he had that much extra momentum down the straight. There was a little tap between the two, but I didn't think it had unsettled Billy Blockley too much. Anyway, Billy maybe realising Sam's got some pace here, just didn't want to waste time fighting with him. Let's work together, let's go after Michael Blackburn, because I think they both feel they're quicker than Michael at this stage of the race. We've just ticked past half race distance then, 7 minutes and 20 seconds to go, and Sam Watkins up into P2. Sam, who started the season with a win at Snetterton, won the 2nd race at Mallory Park, but has been frustratingly just not able to really properly challenge for a win this weekend. Could this be his opportunity to do so? It was a 1.2 second gap between he and Michael Blackburn at the start of the lap. Let's see whether that comes down on this lap number 5. We shall indeed. It didn't seem like either Watkins or Davis lost too much time there battling in for 2nd place. It was all relatively simply done before they got to the bus stop, the final left-hander of the circuit. So I can't imagine that gap will have extended too much, but this is Blackburn's opportunity to try and break the toe, and hopefully, well, he'll be hoping anyway, scamper off into the distance there. It's Foxlow battling with Buxton. Buxton trying to hang it around the outside. Has he got the overlap? Down into the corkscrew, maybe just about, but Foxlow, I can imagine, will quite swiftly shut the door, and there he does. There they come back into the shot there down through the corkscrew, and he has closed the door. But again, the longer that it takes for Buxton to find a way through, the more that the drivers continue to drive away from him. He looks to the outside there into the hairpin. Foxlow, big covering of the inside, will try and get that up and under, and run side by side all the way down to the bus stop. Well, this is what Watkins did to Dylan Davis a lap ago. Can Buxton do the same now to Foxlow? He's got the overlap. He's on the right-hand side of the road, but he's only drawing level with Foxlow, not ahead of him. And George is very spirited in his defence on the brakes into the last corner. They accelerate off the final corner with car 144 still ahead. They're just being kicked up by one of the cars ahead of them. Look at the way, by the way, that Billy Blockley has gone after the leading 3. So Billy Blockley, with a personal best lap on that previous occasion, was a full 1.5 seconds quicker than the race leader. So Billy Blockley, now he's got past Foxlow. He's checked out, and that's going to only add to the frustration, I think, that Max Buxton is feeling. Max knows that, okay, he's got some good points in the bag so far this weekend, but he would be disappointed, I think, if he ended up in 5th or 6th place at the end of race 3. Okay, points-wise, still a solid weekend, but the fact that he can't get past Foxlow will be certainly providing him with some frustration. It will indeed, yeah, and Foxlow clearly knows how to defend around the Anglesey Circuit, as he's showing that for us here on the live stream. Big move up the inside, though, for the number 10. He's gone for it late on the brakes, and Buxton takes that inside line perfectly weighted from the number 10. You can see why he's a double race winner from this weekend so far. Lovely move, sends his way up to P5, and like I was saying, he's taken 2, maybe 3 laps there to get it done. The drivers in front have driven away by 2, maybe even 3 seconds now. As you mentioned, Blockley right on the rear end of those top 3 now, and Buxton has quite a bit to do here in the last 4.5 minutes if he wants to close that gap, and he's got quite a bit to do. Yeah, I mean, there have been 9 lap races so far, so 3 laps spent stuck behind Foxlow is a third of the race, so he's lost a big chunk of time now to the cars ahead and doesn't have much time to get after them. Here comes Blockley, meanwhile, for third up the inside of Dylan Davis at the hairpin. He's run a little bit wide on the exit, though, and Dylan gets it straight back. There's not a lot of room left on the exit of the corner by Dylan Davis, and he reclaims third place. Meanwhile, Sam Watkins has caught Michael Blackburn. That gap was 0.7 of a second at the start of the lap. It's about a Fiesta's length now as they come out of the final turn and begin lap number 7. So realistically, we're looking at 3 more laps to go, and Watkins has caught the leader. Can he find a way through?
Really nicely weighted on the re-overtake there from Dylan Davis. Could see Blockley coming down his inside and just let it hang out wide, cut back across, and just timed it absolutely beautifully. Lovely application of the power on the exit. Made it stick. Got back through into third place, but crucially, that's lost them both a bit of time to the leader. So actually, in all of that, it might end up benefiting Max Buxton. If they lose some time battling between each other, he might start to rejoin the pack. But as we watch out the window, that gap between the two of them is still a pretty sizable margin. But sadly, we got someone into the pit lane.
Yeah, Stephanie Saw in. Remember, she lost an engine in the previous race, didn't she? So similar things may be starting to occur in race number 3. That was Dylan Davis, I think, outbraking himself, was it, from third? He's still there, he's still in third, but that was not the fastest line through Rocket. To your point about Buxton, on the previous lap, he was about 0.4 quicker than Billy Blockley ahead of him. Now, Blockley, of course, was busy battling with Dylan Davis. Buxton, though, also had an overtake, didn't he, on that lap, or towards the... yes, it was in that lap, wasn't it, up at Rocket. So Buxton has got pace over the cars ahead as long as they keep on fighting. Leaders, I think, are about to really start engaging in battle now, though. Michael Blackburn has got Sam Watkins again following his every move. Into the hairpin, is there a lunge to be had? He closes under braking, but doesn't want to take a big risk. Blackburn's car really rotating, maybe a little bit too much, actually. I think that delayed him getting on the throttle on corner exit, and Watkins has a definite run now as we head to the last corner. Blackburn will have to cover the inside. To the outside will go Watkins. Dowell, and a little bit of... Oh, what was that all about? Graham Naylam has had an altercation there with Sophie Kinghorn, who ended up pointing the wrong way, and there really wasn't a lot that Sophie did wrong there, as far as I could see. Moving on, the leaders turned through the first corner, and yeah, 0.4 of a second between the two lead cars. I was about to say it looked as though Watkins had forced a defensive move out of Blackburn at the final corner, but if he did, it came to nothing.
It looked as though there, Kinghorn just sort of swept out wide, trying to take the line, and was it Graham Mallon who was alongside, just sort of went, all right then, and just carried on turning in further. You can head straight to the scene of the accident, thank you very much. Well, we'll let the stewards deal with that one. If they feel there was anything egregious, we're just the silly boys in the commentary box. We'll continue shouting about this race lead. Michael Blackburn's done a good job, as you mentioned, out of the hairpin. He was definitely a little bit slower than the 98. Will he go for it? He is! Down the inside, door's going to close though. Blackburn reading that really nicely, giving the perfect amount of room, but holding it round the outside and keeping the lead for now anyway. But with just over a minute to go, this could start to hot up pretty quickly.
Yeah, well, that could have been a dress rehearsal maybe for the final lap for Sam Watkins. That's where he's going to make the move, I think. Blackburn has looked a little bit weaker under braking maybe. Watkins' car seems to be working well at that part of the circuit. Just needs to be a length or so closer to fully commit to that inside line and get to the apex first. Around the left-hander onto the international loop they head. And, well, where, if anywhere, can Sam Watkins make this attack stick? He's going to have one more lap to go then at the end of this one. Again, Michael Blackburn's car rotates nicely through the hairpin, that time a little bit more under control than it was on the previous lap. As they head for the final turn, Sam Watkins starts now to apply the pressure once again. He's going to have to force Blackburn to defend, I think, somewhere in that first sector, so that he's then close enough up the back straight to make that move stick into Rocket. There's not a lot between them, though, as we come through at the end of the penultimate lap. Then lap 9, the final lap of racing for the ST150s gets underway, and it's half a second officially between the top two. Watkins wide over the curb through target, so he's pushing hard here to stay within striking range of Blackburn, who then has a moment of his own, turning into the banking. So two corners, they've both made a little mistake, and it means the gap is much the same now as they head into Church. This is the key corner, though. Sam Watkins needs to have a good run through the quick right-hander, They both run pretty much the same line. Watkins maybe a little bit more curve on the exit, but he's carried good speed off the turn. He is closing in the slipstream. This is going to be his last opportunity, you feel, to make this move happen. Is he close enough? He had a little look at the inside here a lap ago, and Blackburn recognises that, defends the inside to the outside, commits Sam Watkins. Can't get the car stopped, though. He's off the road, and Blackburn retains the lead. Dylan Davis is saying, yeah, go on, keep doing that. I could inherit second here. He closes right in on those two, but Sam Watkins threw everything at that. Having had a little look, though, to the inside on the previous lap. He sort of showed his hand a little bit early, didn't he? Told Michael Blackburn almost, yeah, I'm going to have a go there on the last lap. So Michael covered the inside and forced Sam Watkins to go the long way round. There is still a couple of overtaking opportunities left, though, for Sam. If he's close enough into the hairpin or the final turn. Battle going on there further back, but the leaders turn into the hairpin. It's Michael Blackburn. Very wide turn into the hairpin that time. Watkins almost was sort of surprised by that, and maybe could have made more of that, but anyway, they come off the turn. Still a few car lengths between them. I think Michael Blackburn's probably going to be okay here. Into the last turn they head. Yeah, Watkins isn't close enough, so Michael Blackburn is going to return to winning ways then. It's a first victory of the season, would you believe, for Michael Blackburn, who crosses the line and takes the checkered flag in race 3 of the final detail Fiesta ST150 Championship. Sam Watkins and Dylan Davis are on the podium with him, and Billy Blockley, a charging Billy Blockley, ends up in 4th position ahead of Max Buxton, the double winner so far this weekend, ends up with 5th place in the 3rd and final race. George Foxlow in 6th, then Robbie Harrison, Chavary Javisa, Aidan Vickers and Mark Blunt completing the top 10 runners. So, good racing for the ST150s, and Michael Blackburn will be absolutely delighted to have got himself onto the top step of the podium. It's not too late for him to mount a championship charge. Once those pesky drop scores are calculated, he would move a little bit closer to the top of the championship table, but he needs more races like that one, really, and he needs to be able to do it not only in reversed grid races, but also in the first and second races of the weekend as well. His results up until that point, he'd had a 4th yesterday, a 5th earlier on today, so points being scored, but obviously podium finishes and race wins are what he really should be targeting. Reigning champion, remember, Michael Blackburn. He's, I think, still leading in the Masters category, though, points-wise, so at the very least he's got that to go for, but I'm sure he'd much rather be going for the overall title once again. So, the final detail Fiesta ST150 race of the weekend concludes, and it concludes with car number 1 in position number 1. Michael Blackburn, the winner, by 3/4 of a second over the hard-charging Sam Watkins. Dylan Davis, after the move of the day, in a way, ends up in 3rd. Billy Block in 4th, and Max Buxton in 5th. George Foxlow 6th, ahead of Robbie Harrison. Zachary Zavisa in 8th. Aidan Vickers 9th, and Mark Blunt in 10th place. Gary Cooper, Jake Goodwin, Oliver Reed, and Andrew Ward were next, and then 15th position went the way of Mark Webb. Sophie Kinghorn was 16th, then Graham Malin, who had that moment with Kinghorn. In fairness, Kinghorn ended up back ahead of Graham. Maybe Graham decided to give the position back after all. Christopher Rowlands, Ron Lufstad were 18th, 19th. Stephanie Storr and James Ford, unfortunately, both failing to finish after mechanical woes put Stephanie into the pit lane, and James Ford pulled over on the exit of Rocket. So we've got 2 more races to go. That entire City Car Cup machines are lining up in the assembly area now. The Fiesta's beginning to trickle into Parc Ferme, though. And Michael Blackburn, well, if he wasn't happy with his start earlier on today, he should be pretty happy with that one, because it was a brilliant launch off the line that really put him in that prime position. He built a lead early on, and then as much as Sam Watkins, Dylan Davis and Billy Blockley tried to come after him in the second half of the race, they just couldn't quite get there. So it was Blackburn who held on to the win, and yeah, hopefully that puts a smile on the experienced Fiesta driver's face, with Sam Watkins and Dylan Davis equally happy, I'm sure, to have landed on the podium with him. So I think we can head down to the Parc Ferme area, maybe in a moment. Yes, there we go. So let's head down and hear, shall we, from John and our podium finishers.
Hello everyone, welcome back down to Parc Fermé then. We thought that the reverse top 7 could make it quite interesting, and it certainly did. Let's go and have a chat with our winner. Of course, I think we actually spoke to at least some of the top 3 before we went into that race. We'll have a speak to them after all of this, though. We go down and have a chat with Mr. Michael Blackburn in the number 1. He knows I'm coming. He knows I'm coming to chat with him. Big hugs from the team members, of course, saying well done to Jade Goodwin. What a race, Michael. I mean, I think we made up for the slightly poor start in the previous race, didn't we? What a start that was.
Yeah, very few mistakes there. And you need it with this quality of competition.
You do.
No, they hit me marks, so very few mistakes. They were chasing me. I felt under pressure.
Yeah.
But, you know, I just switch off to it, hit me marks, and, yeah, come on first.
It's fantastic, mate. Your racing was impeccable, but, yeah, it was all key from that start. How did you get that getaway? What did you learn from the attempt previously that you put into action in this one?
Race 2, I got wheel spin. So I took 200 revs off at the start. Yeah.
There you go. There you go. If you're racing against him, now you know what to do. Cheers, mate. Thank you very much. Well done on the win. Very impressive. I wanted to talk to a few other people, but sadly it looks like City Car Cup already heading out, so I have to head back up to Mr. Andy McEwen in the box.
Thank you, John. So the Fiesta's then done. We now move on to the Nankang Tyre City Car Cup and their 3rd race for this mammoth 41-car grid. Hopefully we've still got all 41 out there. I think we've got 41 starters in race 2. 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yes, we did. Not all of them finished, but we did get all of them onto the starting grid, which is good stuff. And now we have, again, a partially reversed grid. So the reverse grid race is coming at you thick and fast in this latter part of the weekend, and it's Ben Spencer. I said at the end of race 2 that he'd finally got himself back to 7th place, which is where he started race 1. Ben got turned around, or half turned around on the first lap of race 1 at Rocket and dropped well down the order, fought back to 14th in race 1. He was 7th in race 2, and I said he was going to start race 3 where he started race 1. Well, actually the reversed grid puts him on pole position. Spencer alongside Alistair May, who's a championship front runner and will be keen to try and get his weekend back on track and score a few decent championship points. Row 2 then for Chris Parks and Chris McKenzie, with Alex Foden and Phil House sharing the 3rd row of the grid. Row 4 for Brady Pollock and Stuart Bliss, and then the top 10 completed by Richard Jepp and Andrew Dyer. Top 2 from both of our first 2 races. Andrew Dyer a double winner and Richard Jepp twice the runner-up in the 2 races so far. Max Finn and Richard Snuggs were on the outside looking in as far as the grid reversal is concerned. Toby Owen and Alex Jackson, row 7. 8th row, Joe Moss and Amelia Vincent. Row 9 is then shared by Chris Brewster and Hayden Payne, with Benjamin Bastow and Adam Reynolds completing the top 20. Then it's Elliot Lettis and Ari Barker. John Sykes and Sam Johnston make up row number 7. 8th row of the grid for Jensen Jackson and Peter Bauer. Ben Johnson, Nicholas Wilding, John Nicholson and Alistair Maring completing the top 30. Junior Gravina Reid is on the next row of the grid, with Joseph Plowright even sharing that row. Then it's Paul Mellor and Jamie Stretch, Glenn B and Lee Parker, with Fen Curran, Ryan Middlemiss, Jack Wheeler, Josh Jackson and hopefully Anthony Dolby making up the rear of the grid. Do we have all of them there? I think we do. Yep, I can see Anthony Dolby at the back anyway. So we're not missing anyone from the very tail end of the grid. And we've got an exciting race, I think, ahead of us here. Ben Spencer, really good opportunity here to get a race win. He's yet to win in this championship. He has had a couple of podium finishes, I think I'm right in saying. Yes, was on the podium at Alton, definitely, in the one and only race, actually, that we got in at Alton Park. So what can he now do in this 3rd Anglesey race from pole position? He'll be hoping for a clean start first and foremost, but we know he's got really good speed in that Toyota Aygo, the Castrol liveried car, reminiscent of those mid to late 90s Toyota World Rally cars, amongst other things. But a paint scheme synonymous with Toyotas. This one, not a factory-backed Toyota effort, in fairness, but they were the factory colours for a while. And Ben Spencer driving very, very well and has not I think it's fair to say, had the results really that he will feel he deserves. So race 3, John, is his opportunity to put that right.
It is indeed, yeah, beautiful livery. See if he can turn that into outright pace as well. Well, they head off onto the green flag lap. And once again, I mean, this is the 3rd time that we've seen them out racing, but I still can't get over just the sheer number of cars about to head round this Anglesey Circuit, well, for one final time this weekend.
Indeed so, yeah, it's been a fantastic weekend for the Brscc here in Anglesey. This is the last of the Brscc championships to race. Of course, we have the 500 Owners Association still to come later on with their final 500cc Formula 3 race. But yeah, 2 more races to go. And the Nankang Tyre City Car Cup Championship, incorporating the student motorsport competition, is going to take centre stage for the next 15 minutes or so. They're going through the first corner. At the back of the grid is Josh Jackson. Josh was 4th in the championship. No, he was not 4th in the championship, but he was a race winner earlier on in this season. Race winner at Snetterton in the 2nd race, and he'd finished inside the top 3 or 4 in race 1 as well. So for whatever reason, Josh Jackson hasn't had the speed this weekend, and because he's been out of position on the grid, he's gotten himself caught up in a few incidents over the 2 races so far. So keep an eye on that number 27 car to hopefully move through the field and pick up, hoping a decent result, but then from 40th or wherever he is on the grid, is he 40th? Yes, 40th for Josh Jackson. There's only so much he can do, I suppose, over 15 minutes. So he should have some fun. If the car is working well, then he should be able to pick a few of them off. He's got the 57 car back there as well, of course, with whom he tangled in the earlier race, Jack Wheeler. Those two both coming together up at the Rocket Complex. Often the scene of drama here at Anglesey, and that proved to be the case in race number 2. Through the field cycles, and well, I suppose the other question to ask ourselves here, John, is where will the likes of Richard Jepp and Andrew Dyer end up? We haven't seen Andrew Dyer have to do any overtaking so far this weekend, really. He's led both races from pole position, under pressure in both of them, but he's not really had to do any actual overtaking. Whereas Richard Jepp, of course, race 1, came from 5th to finish 2nd. Does that give Jepp maybe a slight advantage? He knows, in theory, the places to try and make some moves.
You would have thought so, yeah. It was great pace from him in that last race, and great to see him sending those moves. But yeah, maybe we'll see a bit of a repeat. What we saw in the last race, of course, Max Buxton had been leading from the front in every single race, but then once he was back in the pack, found it a little bit more challenging to pick his way through. So I think we might see that again, especially with these cars and with all these drivers being so similarly matched in terms of pace. And like you've been saying, throughout today's action, you can have that slightly better pace to catch them, but having enough pace to actually get an overtake done is a whole nother story. So I think we might see that occur in this final race today. But equally, like I mentioned, final race today for them, why not leave it all on the table and absolutely go for it? Maybe we see some moves that maybe they would have thought they would have had a second thought about in race 1 or race 2. Maybe they'll go for it here in race 3.
Yeah, definitely. And those at the front of the grid, of course, know this is a real opportunity. Spencer and May in particular. Alistair May was 2nd in the championship coming into the weekend. He's fallen behind Richard Jepp in the championship standings now. But can he do something about sort of limiting the damage, I suppose, in race number 3? He pulls up on the outside of row 1 in the blue Citroen, so it's Toyota, Citroen, Peugeot, the top 6. The best of the Peugeots is now Phil House. He's not been the fastest of the Peugeots this weekend, but Phil is always in contention, there or thereabouts at the front. And he'll be starting 6th for this one. It's that orange and black Peugeot, though, that lines up on row 5, Richard Jepp, who has been the Peugeot pace setter so far. There is Alistair May on the outside of row 1, the 392. A little bit of damage down the left-hand side of the car. That was in the early shenanigans, I think, in race 2 earlier on today. That won't slow him down, I am sure. Back few rows just coming into place. Amongst them, as I said, the luckless Josh Jackson. I'll be hoping that race number 3 is where his weekend maybe starts to turn around. What progress can he make? Can he show us a little bit of that electrifying pace that he had at Snetterton for the season opener? Well, it's time to show us what you've got, I suppose. The green flag is waved. The 15 minutes are on the clock. And when those red lights go out, our final Nankang Tyre City Car Cup race of the weekend will be on the way. That happens now. It's a good start from Spencer, I think, from the front row of the grid. So he will lead them into turn 1. Alistair May should be able to slot across into 2nd position. It's then neck and neck for 3rd between Christopher Parks and Chris McKenzie. Through target they head, 3 and 4 abreast further back. But I think they're all giving themselves just enough space as they pan through the left-hander. Spencer then with the advantage. Look at Richard Jepp there on the outside line. He's already level with Phil House, so the two Peugeots together, and Phil House has sort of gone backwards off the line. Not a great start for him, and Jepp is now on the outside of a 3-wide situation. Phil House on the inside, and one of those BCR cars in the middle. That's Stuart Bliss. There's still 3 wide on corner exit. Phil House bails out of it, and it's a 3-car bump draft up the middle, and that is going to hang out to dry. Richard Jepp, fantastic stuff. Incredibly close quarters racing. Jepp thought he had that move made and ended up losing 2 positions. Now into the braking zone at Rocket we go. If they all get through here, it's an absolute miracle. Hold your breath. So far, so good. Well, fantastic driving standards from the City Car Cup drivers. I don't really know how, John, but they're all still there after some very, very high-stakes stuff up the back straight.
I can't believe it. We were going 3, 4, 5 wide at points there, heading up into Rocket, but somehow they've all made it through. Yeah, I was watching on the opening part of that lap, Richard Bliss having an amazing start off the line, and went to go right, it was covered, went to go left, it was covered, and just went, oh, go on, then I'll thread the needle, go straight down the middle of 2 drivers, went 3 wide through the first corner, but it seemingly worked out well as they head through to the last part of this first lap. And actually, it's his Boston College teammate who's headed on by, given obviously they were pushing each other all the way up into Rocket, but they still are there, nose to tail, sort of in the middle to bottom end of the top 10. 3 wide there through the hairpin, but again, they all give each other enough racing room. They all carry on to the end of lap number 1.
Down towards the final corner they head then, and what sort of a margin, if any, has our race leader got, Ben Spencer? Well, it's not a huge one, is it? It's Alistair May still second, and that looks to me like Brady Pollock in 3rd position. From 7th on the grid, Brady Pollock, so good start from him. Yes, it is the number 12 car. Then Chris McKenzie 4th, Chris Parks in 5th, Alex Foden 6th, then Andrew Dyer 7th. So Andrew Dyer, the double race winner so far. 3 places gained, solid first lap. He came out well from that little shuffle, didn't he? We've got a slow car at the line, number 131, that is, Lee Parker, I think recovering maybe from a spin.
I think potentially had been spun round at the final corner. Managed to keep it out of the wall, of course, of the pit wall, and carries on, but of course drops all the way to the back of the order. Watch the slipstream, though, as we head up the back, not so straight, up towards Rocket once again. It's a great run from 2nd and 3rd place that I can see out the window. There they are on your screens now. Doesn't cover the inside line, sort of goes to the middle of the track there, move for 2nd place, late on the brakes from the 12 of Brady Pollock. Tries to hang it around the outside, though, does Alistair May. He might just about be able to keep the nose in there and hold on. They're still going to be side by side as they head through the exit, and they continue on side by side here. Who will have it? Of course, inside line then for Alistair May. That's the place to be. Can he shuffle Brady Pollock out wide? Yes, he can. Holds on to the place, and there's the 21 of McKenzie trying to get involved as well. We see McKenzie battling well at the sharp end in earlier races. This is exactly what Ben Spencer wants to see in his mirrors.
Yeah, absolutely. He has doubled his lead, hasn't he, over the last few corners with this side-by-side exchange behind him. So, and after all of that, Pollock didn't even get the place either, so he'll be thinking, well, I've lost time to the leader and I'm still in 3rd position. So he'll have to go back to the drawing board and try and figure a way past Alistair May. Off the road has gone the number 68 car. That, I think, is at the top of the corkscrew section, isn't it? And more cars bouncing wide out of the hairpin. And they gather it together, I think, as they run down towards the conclusion of lap number 2. So, leader still Ben Spencer. It's actually not a massive margin that he's got over Alistair May, so despite the battling behind, they've closed back in, and that tells me that Spencer maybe doesn't have a massive pace advantage at this point.
No, I think it would suggest that. I was watching everyone on the pit wall giving all these hand gestures. What they mean, I've got no idea. It's the same in karting as well. They're always miming to the drivers out there on circuit. I never think they're even looking at them, realistically, are they? They're just focused on the race. If I've got 40 or whatever cars around me, I'm not going to be looking at someone gesticulating at me on the pit wall. I'm going to be pressing on and keeping my eyes firmly locked on the tarmac ahead of me, side by side yet again for 2nd place. Alistair May, this time the one on the outside, and this should work well for Brady Pollock. Nearly shoves him off to the grass on the outside, trying to thread the needle. There is McKenzie. He's got it done, though, and now goes side by side for 2nd place as they head up into Rocket yet again. Who's going to be the last of the late breakers? Will we have someone else try and join the party in from behind as well? It'll be McKenzie looking to hang it around the outside. Not able to do so, though, but they will still gain a place up to 3rd place.
Yeah, May and Pollock just lost so much momentum going side by side through Church, and Chris McKenzie carried all the speed in the world up the hill. He's got ahead of Brady Pollock, but now Brady's back to the inside into Peel. They almost make a little bit of contact. I think they just avoided each other, and Chris McKenzie will hold hold on to the inside line down the hill. This is brilliant racing, but again, they're handing it on a plate, really, to Ben Spencer out in front. Will they be able to regroup and go back after him, I wonder, before too much longer? Out wide there was Andrew Dyer, I think that was, wasn't it? So he's still, well, he's up to 6th, actually. He's ahead of Stuart Bliss now. In fact, Stuart Bliss and Richard Jepp have all gone ahead of Alex Foden. That's what's happened. So Foden in the dark blue car falling down the order. Chris McKenzie and Brady Pollock are still debating 3rd position. And I think that battle's going to continue on all the way down into the last corner. Pollock's got the inside, McKenzie on the outside, but McKenzie may have had his nose ahead as they came off the corner. Let's see what happens. Yes, he does have his nose ahead, and well, the 3rd car in that group, that's Parks, isn't it? Also trying to buy in. In the end, McKenzie will hold on to 3rd, and that's let the top 2 get away.
Indeed it has, yeah. Alistair May trying to close back up to the rear of Ben Spencer's car. I thought in all of that squabbling, it'd be the perfect opportunity for Spencer to get well clear of the rest of them. He hasn't quite been able to do that, and Alistair May looking to go with him then. That's McKenzie and Pollock side by side through the banking. McKenzie on the outside as we head down into the fast right-hander of Church. Brady Pollock will try to hold that inside line and shove McKenzie off to the grass on the outside. Will just about do just that, but McKenzie has held the line well, has carried the momentum, and now it's really the choice of Parks in behind. Who does he decide to push up towards the top section of the circuit? He's going to go for the outside line and try and hang it around the outside here, of maybe even both of them.
Oh, Pollock's done a good job to get to the front of this group, though. He's tried a few times and kept getting shuffled back. He's into 3rd now, though. Then it's McKenzie, then Parks, I think, although he's on the inside of McKenzie, actually, and as they both drift out wide, look at Richard Jepp. Jepp is up the inside of Andrew Dyer. This is significant. They've been the top 2 in the previous 2 races, and Jepp is now to the inside. Oh, and Parks, who is sideways, he drifts out wide. Jepp backed out of it, in fairness, and there's still 3 abreast on corner exit. This is brilliant stuff. The reverse grid is absolutely delivering, and Richard Jepp very nearly found that falling into his lap. As it is, he might actually fall behind the other Peugeot of Phil House as they drop down the hill. Stuart Bliss has dropped behind them all, so he's really lost out on this lap. Brilliant racing, and Brady Pollock at long last breaks through into 3rd place.
Yeah, wow, they were all trying to be as aggressive as each other. It was good. Someone had to have an issue out of that. Just a little love tap there from Richard Jepp, as we say. He's got the fastest lap so far in this race, pressing on really nicely. And if I remember correctly, he had the fastest lap in race number 2. He did. Did he have the fastest lap in race number 1? I don't have any data on that, but last one he definitely did. Big move down the inside. That's Dyer trying to make a move. The number 15 pressing on by. He's got that inside line down to the first corner. Of course, Richard Dyer, the winner, Andrew Dyer, the winner of both race 1 and race number 2. It's made it a bit more challenging for him here with this reverse to try and win race number 3, but he's doing his best to do so side by side as they head into the banking, and actually he could get hung out to dry here.
Jepp nearly got into the back of Chris Parks there, but has he forced the door open? I'm not sure he has. He might lose out, actually, to Andrew Dyer as they head down into Church Corner. So how's this one going to pan out? Jepp to the inside, Dyer to the outside. Who gets Freight Train? That's the question. I think it might be Dyer, might it? Or is Bliss going to make it 3 abreast? Yes, he does. Stuart Bliss goes up the inside of both of them. There's a bit of a squeeze up the school straight. There's a real squeeze. Look at that. Banging doors at the fastest part of the circuit. And Andrew Dyer, well, I thought was going to back out of it. He has got the inside line if he wants it, though. And yes, he does want it. Commits to the inside line. Bliss, though, goes round the outside of the lot. Stuart Bliss read the situation perfectly. 2 places gained. And he's ahead now of the 2 drivers who he trailed in the previous 2 races.
Unbelievable. Move of the weekend there from Stuart Bliss. He couldn't have timed that more perfectly. He had 2 drivers on his inside there heading up into Rocket. He still managed to weight it perfectly under brakes and crucially kept it within the track limits there. Made the overtake stick. 2 for the price of 1. We all love a good deal, and moves through does Stuart Bliss. Great overtaking and showing why he's one of the consistent front runners in this championship. The issue is he's got 2 of the other consistent front runners right behind him as they come down into the hairpin and looking for it down the inside. Sticking the nose in there is the 65 of Richard Jepp. They're going to lean on each other through the hairpin, and again it'll be side by side down to the final corner.
Yeah, but remember, Bliss has got his teammate Dyer behind. Will Dyer choose to help him down this straight, or is he instead going to go to the outside? He's gone to the outside, interestingly, so Jepp, I think, is going to go through. Yes, he does, and Dyer tries to go around the outside of Bliss. This is a turn up for the the books. Andrew Dyer then, who's been shuffled back a little bit on that lap, trying to undo some of that damage. He's on the outside of his teammate into the first corner. Still they run door handle to door handle, and if Dyer does hang tough around the outside, which he has done, he'll have the inside line for the banking, and I reckon might be able to go through late on the brakes, carries the speed in, and yet Dyer goes by. Alex Foden tries to follow him through. Meanwhile, Brady Pollock in third place has just set the fastest lap of the race. He was half a second quicker than the leader, and he's 1.3 seconds behind the leader at the moment. In fact, the top four are all getting themselves back together. There they are, look. Ben Spencer leads. Alistair May on the previous lap was about half a tenth quicker than him, but it's that third place man, the blue car with the fluorescent yellow highlights, who is the fastest car on track, and with 4 minutes still to go, he could yet win it.
He definitely could. More moves up to the top of the circuit. That's Jep trying it round the outside. Has he outbraked himself though? Yes, just about. We'll have to slot back in. I'm so impressed with these drivers consistently running door to door, lap on lap on lap. It's amazing the confidence that they all have and the respect that they're all giving each other as well. To run that close and not have a sizable impact. I can tell you in Fun Cup, end of lap number 1, we were about 10 drivers off. We were following this closely. My goodness, it's absolutely brilliant racing here in the Nankang Tyre City Car Cup. And we're continuing on for 3.5 more minutes. Like you're saying, though, we've been fixated on this battle at the bottom end of the top 10, but really for these last 3 minutes or so I think it's going to start to hot up at the front of the order, and really that's what these drivers need. They need those 4 to close up, they need them to start battling, and they can try and close in.
Well, I think the battle was happening actually. Brady Pollock was up the inside of Alistair May at the hairpin. Yes, they're side by side look for second place as they head for the final corner, so Spencer's still the leader. Who will be second? Pollock has got his nose ahead, but he's on the outside into the final turn. Here they come, Spencer followed by, well, both of them really, but Pollock will have the momentum on the outside line, has his nose fractionally ahead at the line, and might just be able to carry that momentum through turn 1. Although in fairness, Alistair May is not making this easy for him. Brady Pollock keeps on coming. He's got the inside for the banking, and Chris McKenzie, look, is going to go with him, I think. So Pollock goes to second, late on the brakes into the right-hander at turn 2, and as long as he can close the door on corner exit, which he has, he will make second place his own. Now, the problem is they've dropped time to the leader with all of that battling. That's got to be around a second and a half, and only 2 laps left. Can he get there?
I think there's definitely potential here. Fastest lap of the race you mentioned earlier on. He's got a bit of clear air now. Eyes fully focused on the driver in the lead of Ben Spencer, but we're watching here that battle for third. They continue side by side up to Rocket once more. However, McKenzie on the outside line. We've seen that work a few times up here. They're getting so close, just about giving the room there up to the top section of the circuit. We see Jep as well trying the exact same move just in behind. It doesn't work out for him, and that was kind of a rinse and repeat of exactly what we saw in the last lap. Dyer trying to get involved, but unable to find an opening as well.
Right then, up towards Peel they go. Alistair May now just trying to cling on to this podium place. Chris McKenzie in behind, and Chris Park still with Richard Jep in his wheel tracks in the battle for 5th position. What's that lead gap doing though? Is it coming down? Oh, I think it might be, you know. I don't think that's quite as sizable a margin as Ben Spencer had at the start of the lap. Remember, there's still another tour to go at the end of this one. Brady Pollock, he's going to be pushing as if his life depends on it here to get within slipstreaming range and maybe have a go at Spencer at the top of the hill. Ben Spencer has led this race, let's not forget, from start till, well, nearly finish. A lap or so away now from the checkered flag. Can he stay there until the checkered flag and claim his first win of the season? Down into the last corner we come then. We'll get a proper read on this gap in a moment. It's definitely not as big as it was at the start of the lap. Can Pollock get there? There's the fight for third. Alistair May and Chris McKenzie. And what is that lead margin then? It is a second. Well, let's call it 1.1 seconds. Oh, the 3 abreast further back. Meanwhile, Phil House on the inside. Chris Parks in the middle. And around the outside, I think was Stuart Bliss. Yes, it was Stuart. No, it's Andrew Dyer, sorry. Dyer's just not had the rub of the green, has he really, in this race? And is down there in 6th position. But that could easily become about 9th or 10th if he makes one wrong move on this final lap. He's got Chris Parks, Alex Foden, Stuart Bliss, Adam Reynolds, not Adam Reynolds, 11th place Jackson, all in a line behind him. They head towards Church Corner then for the final time of asking. That's Foden to the inside, the number 41 car. And Stuart Bliss is going to get hung out to dry look because through will go Foden. Through, I think, may go Jackson here. He's going to give the bump draft to Foden up the hill. And as they head for the braking zone, Foden's car, well, it doesn't seem to quite have the legs up the straight, does it? It's still not quite cleared Stuart Bliss's car. And as they all fan out under braking, Stuart will have a chance, I think, to get back to the inside of car 41. The Toyota and the Citroen go side by side. The Citroen has the outside for the left-hander, that's the inside for the right. And if Foden should now be able to make that move stick on corner exit. So, towards Peel they go. What's going on with the race leaders? I don't think Brady Pollock's quite going to have time to get there. That little battle he had with Alistair May was just enough, I fear, to delay him and to allow Ben Spencer to just manage the gap to the flag. But Ben Spencer thoroughly deserves this win, honestly, after the drive that he put in the first 2 races to get back into contention. He inherited pole position then for race number 3. He has not squandered that opportunity. Still this battle to be settled behind as Dyer Bliss looks to the outside of Alex Foden. The leaders are barrelling down into the final corner, and it looks to me as though Ben Spencer's going to do it. Yeah, another lap, and I think Brady Pollock would have given him some real challenge. But Ben Spencer is going to exit the final corner, and he is going to see the checkered flag to win the third race, I should say, of the Nankang Tyre City Car Cup. Brady Pollock in second, and Alistair May comes home in third ahead of Chris Mackenzie and Richard Jepp. Andrew Dyer, Phil House, Chris Park, Stuart Bliss, and Alex Foden, your top 10. What a race. That was fantastic stuff, and each and every one of the drivers involved in that battle, particularly the one going on from sort of 5th place or 4th place on back, deserve to give themselves a massive pat on the back. That was fantastic racing and thoroughly enjoyable for us to watch. Rest of them come through. I'm sure there were lots of other good battles going on further down the order that we simply didn't get a chance to check in with. What I do want to have a look at is how those from the back of the grid got on, Jack Wheeler and Josh Jackson in particular. Well, Jack Wheeler came from 39th on the grid to finish where he was 57. Actually didn't make as much progress as I thought he had, 29th in the end. And in fact, Josh Jackson was 28th, directly ahead of him. So they made a bit of progress, but it's such a competitive field, the City Car Cup grid, and it's very difficult to make those big moves through the order. That's why Ben Spencer's drive earlier on in the weekend was so impressive, coming from about 30th to 14th in race 1, 14th to 7th in race 2, and from pole position to the win in race number 3. Ben Spencer with the win, Brady Pollock second, and Alistair May in third position. Pollock, the student motorsport competition winner. Then it was Chris Mackenzie 4th and Richard Jebb in 5th, ahead of Andrew Dyer, Phil House, Chris Park, Stuart Bliss, and Alex Foden in the top 10. Alex Jackson was 11th, then Max Finn and Joe Moss, with Toby Owen in 14th place, 15th for Hayden Payne, Amelia Vincent 16th, then it was Richard Snuggs, Elliot Lettis, Harry Barker and Benjamin Bastow to complete the top 20. 21st was Adam Reynolds, 22nd Jensen Jackson, John Nicholson, Chris Brewster and Sam Johnson complete the top 25, Ben Johnson in 26th and Nicholas Wilding in 27th. Josh Jackson from the back of the grid to 28th, Jack Wheeler from the back of the grid to 29th. Then it was Ryan Middlemiss and Jamie Stretch, with Peter Bauer, Julie Gravine Reed, John Sykes, Alistair Mearing, Anthony Dolby, Josh Plowright, Ben Curran, Paul Meller, Glenn B all in line. And did we get the magic 41 home? We did, yes. Lee Parker was running at the flag on the lead lap despite all of that close quarters racing. Not a single non-finish. That is very impressive indeed. I think there are plenty of other categories out there that would have been watching that race think, well, our drivers can't do that. But that was a great example of close quarters, firm but fair racing, and a magnificent win for Ben Spencer, who pulls into Parc Ferme in front of the team, and they will be celebrating with him along with John Ratcliffe momentarily. Can't wait to hear from Ben. A rags to riches weekend really for Ben Spencer, a weekend that started disastrously in race 1 but ends with a race victory. Let's get his thoughts along with those of the rest of the podium finishers by heading down to hear from John Ratcliffe.
Wow, the Nankang City Car Cup doesn't get much more exciting than that, does it? Of course, we had that reverse grid to the race. It made it exciting in the last one. It made it exciting in this one as well. And we got a new winner for today, at least. Head on over with me. The number 113, Mr. Ben Spencer, of course, one of our rookies out there on circuit as well. Rather impressive. I can see he's getting all of his gear off inside of the car. We'll let him get nicely settled, have a bit of celebrations as well, of course. I think a lot of drivers and a lot of people's favourite liveries out there on circuit. And he's managed to bring it home in P1 this time. Ben, what a race.
Yeah, hard going.
You were sort of out of the way of all the chaos going on behind you. You just stuck on your lines and let it home.
Yeah, that was the aim of the day, really. I was gifted getting on pole with a draw out of the hat again, and had the opportunity to start Didn't make the most of it, but this weekend just really wanted to make the most of it. It's my third weekend out racing, so yeah, wanted to make the livery and everybody cheering about it, so worthwhile. So yeah, really good just to get ahead and just keep ploughing on, really set the times and get that going at that.
Honestly, mate, it was amazing. Like you were saying, one of the favourite liveries on the grid for sure. It's a stunning machine, and it deserves to be here in Parc Ferme in P1. Now, through that race, you were you got ahead. They chased you down a bit. Then they all started battling. You got ahead again, and then it was rinse and repeat of that, wasn't it?
Yeah, the tyres just started letting go about halfway through, so the time just went away. The left-handers, the right-hand corners here with the front left is just a nightmare. It just goes away. So I was just hoping somebody would start battling behind me just to slow them down a bit, because I was getting a bit worried at a few points like with them coming forward. But no, good credit to the lads behind, keeping it clean and tidy. I don't know what happened behind, but yeah, just happy to be at the front really and out of the way.
Amazing, mate. Well done. Enjoy your first win. Well done, mate. Thank you very much. Well, I can hear already the historic Formula 3s starting to get ready to go then. Last time we'll see these fantastic machines out there around the beautiful Anglesey Circuit. We've got one more race still left to come. The one previously was rather exciting. I'll head back to Mr. Andy McEwen in the box for our last race of the day.
Thank you, John. So the final race of the day then is about to get underway. It's the 500 Owners Association. Those cars have not yet been released from the assembly area. But when they do, we know it will be a green flag lap straight through the pit lane onto a green flag lap, and then the 2x2 rolling start. So, yeah, first race was actually really, really good, wasn't it? I say that like I'm surprised, but you would forgive drivers, considering the fact they're racing cars that are 70 years old, you would forgive them for taking it easy and just going out for a nice Sunday afternoon drive and not taking too many risks. But it was a fabulous race, and the second race we hope will be equally as entertaining. It was George Shackleton, remember, who got the win. Peter Delaroche, having qualified on pole position, wasn't able to stay there till the end of the race, got overtaken early stages. In fact, on the very first lap by Shackleton, who came blasting through from, I think he was 5th, going onto the back straight to grab the lead by the time we got to Rocket at the top of the hill. Now, the grid sheet says George Shackleton's on pole position, but the grid sheet on our screen says Peter Delaroche is on pole position. So, looking out of my window, I can tell you that the grid on the screen, for once, is correct. So Peter Delaroche has pole position. I don't know why, because the grid in TSL timing does not say that, but Peter Delaroche has pole, Jack Pond will be starting second, and George Shackleton will have to come from third. Hamish Cameron Everly will be fourth, Alex Wilson and Andy Rayner will share the third row, and Stu Wright and Tiffany McIntosh on row number 4. James Wilson and Ewan Cameron on row 5, ahead of Jonathan Morris and Chris Wilson. Oliver Dent, Mike Duderman, Doug McClay, and Oliver Clothier are on the 8th row of the 16-car grid. Yeah, I'd love to be able to tell you why Peter Delaroche is on pole. Is it that George Shackleton isn't there? No, I think George was there, wasn't he? So, anyway, whatever. That is the grid we've got, and it doesn't probably matter all that much, because we saw at the start of the race earlier on today, overtaking is definitely possible in these cars. The slipstream effect up the back straight is fairly significant, and particularly in the opening handful of laps or so, we should see some big movers through the order. Peter Delaroche, yeah, there he is in the green number 17 machine, the Cooper. It's as though he's going to be lining up from pole. Now, is that Shackleton? No, it's not Shackleton, that's Jack Bond, isn't it, alongside? So I had Jack Bond 6th on the grid, because that's where he finished race 1. And he is second on the grid, certainly. Then I think it's Hamish Cameron Everly, isn't it? It's one of Alex Wilson. Is that Shackleton there? Maybe missing Shackleton there, unfortunately. The 23 car, I don't see the 23 car there. So George Shackleton doesn't appear to be taking the start, at least not from the front of the grid. Whether he's there a little bit further back, I'm not so sure. But cars head towards the final corner. It's our final race of the day. Big thank you to the spectators trackside who have stuck around to the end of the day as well. We've got a smattering of them around the circuit who are hopefully going to be treated to a suitably entertaining finale to our Brscc summer race weekend here at Anglesey. The 500cc historic Formula 3 Championship 500 Owners Association Series will bring the curtain down on this 2 days of very exciting racing. Right then, to the line we go, and Peter Delaroche will get our final race of the weekend underway. Accelerate towards target corner for the first time, and Peter Delaroche, I think, is going to hang on to the lead as they sweep through that first corner. And I think that was Bond in second place. They've stayed in grid order for now, but they were largely forming an orderly queue for the first couple of corners of race one. It was when they got onto the back straight that it all started to change. And we'll see if that's going to be the same in race two. Delaroche, though, looks over his shoulder and sees there's no one else really there. That is Jack Bond in second position. Alex Wilson in third. Merlin. And around the outside, in fact, there, look of Jack Bond. So the number one car now of Alex Wilson looking very, very competitive, streaking through into second position. And might now start to set off after the race leader. Here comes Hamish Cameron Everly to the inside as well. And Hamish is going to go to third place. They turn into the left-hander at Rocket. Oh, and second place man goes very wide indeed. Alex Wilson did not make the corner at Rocket. He's got a huge armful of opposite long through the second part of the corner as well. So that number one car is not handling all that well. He goes from third to second to fourth, maybe back to third again now through Peel Corner. He launches back to the inside of Jack Bond, who will hold on to the inside line now, heading down into the left-hander. It's still neck and neck between the two Burgundy liveried cars, but no, it will be around the outside line. I believe that was Wilson managing to make that place his own, despite the slightly hairy moments that he had through the Rocket Complex that time. So Peter Delaroche leads. Big gap back now to Hamish Cameron Everly in second place. There goes Hamish. Ooh, and wide in third position. That's been a scrappy lap, this, hasn't it, for Alex Wilson. And Jack Bond's going to get back alongside him now. Jack Bond for third position as they head into the final corner. Did he sweep around the outside? I reckon he probably did. Yes, he did. Sorry, yes, that's the great car ahead of them, number one. So Jack Bond will be third. No, he won't, because he's slowed dramatically off the final corner. Jack Bond, the car suddenly out of power and will pull over to the side of the road on the pit straight. It goes and hides behind the concrete pit wall, and that is a shame, because Jack Bond, who'd had a lively day, had a couple of spins, remember, in the qualifying session this morning, went and finished up sixth at the end of race one. Race two, unfortunately, ends right there up against the pit wall. He's out of harm's way though, so I think once he's out of the car, they should be happy enough to leave that car there with no need for an intervention. Right, so very exciting first lap. We're missing a couple of cars, I think, from this second 500cc Formula 3 race. But, John, we've got Peter Delaroche doing what really we sort of expected him to do in race one, just checking out in front.
He is indeed, yes. Sadly, it doesn't seem like Shackleton is here to play in this second race, which is gutting as we see the driver try to make their way through the gate there. Unsuccessfully so. Hopefully they'll be back through to safety in a few moments' time. Yeah, gutting for Shackleton. We did hear in his post-race interviews that he was having issues with the throttle sticking on, which in any car is not great, but I'd say particularly in one of these, I wouldn't like to have my throttle sticking on. So maybe some issues then. Sadly, we didn't see a parting of the seas, Moses style, from him again here in race number two. Not able to make the start. So I think, yeah, it was himself, Shackleton, and Delaroche, wasn't it, who just pulled away at the front. They just drove off with this one. I think we might see the same again from Delaroche in this one. Peter having another good race, and already only after one lap was a good 3.5 seconds clear. So we watched the battles in behind then. Yeah, sorry, I was a little slow back to the box that time. I had a lovely chat with some of the people from Student Motorsport, all trying to learn how to get up to speed with media production and whatnot, social media, presenting and all things like that. And would you believe it, they were asking me for advice.
Well, they've got the right idea, I think, to be honest. They've gone for the man in the know. That's what they've done. They've targeted you. Well, good stuff. Yeah, good to see youngsters getting involved in motorsport, whatever that role may be. And hey, if that's their pathway into it, then I'm all for it. Right then, Peter Delaroche leads by 7.1 seconds. Yeah, bear in mind that he was only 1.5 seconds behind George Shackleton at the flag in race one, but he was 20 seconds ahead of Hamish Cameron Everly at the flag. So really, with no Shackleton out there to give him a run for his money, you'd imagine this will now likely go the way of Peter Delaroche. The camera ops, by the way, around the circuit are reporting rain. So we've got away with the weather. It hasn't rained once during any of the races so far. Let's really hope we get through the next 10 minutes or so without it rearing its head now.
Mother Nature is a cruel beast, isn't she? My goodness, we've somehow avoided precipitation all weekend, despite most of the weather apps telling us otherwise. Somehow it's missed the Anglesey Circuit. We'll wait and see, as, oh dear, it looks like another issue, this time for the number 80, who's going to pull to a halt right behind the other car outside our commentary box. So the number 80, Mr. Dent, that is, pulling across to the inside, and we've got another driver off, have we?
Well, no, slow, I think, for Alex Wilson, maybe, at the top of the hill. Is that the number 1 car? I think it was, wasn't it? So, well, they're dropping like flies. Now, they've seen the rain, and they thought, no, we're not about this. We're fair weather racing drivers. I can't say I blame them, really, in these cars. They don't have an abundance of grip to start with. Give them a wet track, and things become even sketchier.
Yeah, I don't think you'd catch me out in one of these when it's bright sunshine, mate, let alone if it starts raining in Wales. My goodness. The drivers, there's a big lock up there into the hairpin. Just squealing those tyres as they head on through. The 98, that is, in third place, as they've got them all parked up down on the straight. Not what we wanted to see, but quite humorous.
Yeah, so they are, again, at least well out of the way, and yeah, shouldn't be any need to cover that from the yellow flag briefly. Give all of the cars as they blast through. Fairly loosely. The 98 car there, James Wilson, goes through. Now, James is in a podium place now with all of the goings-on around him. Fairly comfortable third place as well. Battle for fourth is the one to watch, isn't it? Because we've just had a change there. The number 3 of Andy Rayner has come through to fourth position and got ahead. Well, in fact, he, McIntosh and Wright, all, of course, getting ahead of Alex Wilson on that lap. These are the 3 that I was just mentioning. So you've got the number 3 of Andy Rayner, you've got the number 76 of Finley McIntosh, and then only a further second back of the line to number 16, Stuart Wright. They're the 3 in camera shot heading into Churchill. Stuart Wright is no longer a second behind. He's close right in on the 76 of McIntosh, and I think it's going to be looking to make a move as they head into full straight this time.
Indeed, yeah, looking to pile the pressure on. 16 and the 76, nose to tail there. And like you already said, switching, oh no, it has not switched around just yet, my apologies. 76 still ahead of the 16, so McIntosh keeping right in his toe there. But why not able to think about a move just this time? Great to see, though. Even though we're losing a few drivers from this race, we still got 3 of them absolutely nose to tail up through the top section, and we could still potentially see a few more moves in the final few minutes of this race. I can't believe almost coming to the end here of the Brscc Summer Festival in Anglesey. It's been an amazing couple of days, and what a way to finish it with these stunning old Formula 3 cars.
Yeah, they put on a brilliant show, haven't they? Both races. We've been robbed a little bit of a battle for the win in this one, but they're fighting for the bottom step of the podium. That looks fairly intense, doesn't it? I suspect this is going to run and run for the duration of the race. Down towards the hairpin they head. McIntosh looking to the inside, in fact doing more than looking. He commits to the inside into the hairpin. Andy Rayner has to leave the door open, and Finley McIntosh will go through to fourth position. Rayner a little bit slow on the exit of the turn as well, so Stuart Wright now sees half a chance to challenge into the final corner. Defensive line taken by Rayner, and in fact he didn't really need to do that because he was well clear of Stuart Wright. His car, I don't think, is operating quite as effectively in a straight line. Just under 7 minutes to go then, back across the line they go. Now that he's into fourth place, does Finley have the pace, I wonder, to get away?
Well, let's wait and see. Not too long to find out then. They continue to squabble through the first couple of corners. It's going nice and wide. They're using all of the track surface there. Was the following driver of Stuart Wright. As we saw that, McIntosh making a move on Rayner. Only a few moments to go, and now looking to put a bit of clear air between himself and the number 3 in behind. Sticking in the toe now is Stuart Wright. He was right in the toe of McIntosh only a lap or so ago, and now finding himself in the toe of a different machine. There's a lovely close-up shot of the number 3 as they barrel their way up towards Rocket yet again, side by side, almost going side by side as they head through that slight right kink up towards the braking zone they go. No moves just yet. Outside line for the 16, inside line for the 3. You can see front axle and rear axle were parallel with each other there at the braking zone. Not able to make any sort of move stick though. The 16, they carry on through. It's great to see as well, of course, these historic Formula 3 cars, all rocking beautiful historic liveries as well, not covered in all different logos and whatnot that we see all from the model cars, or the modern cars I should say. Just a lovely, sleek, colourful livery.
yes, this was the age of racing long before sponsorship and TV deals and social media. It was just about getting the car on track. You could prepare one of these cars relatively cheaply, certainly for the time, certainly compared to modern day standards anyway. And yes, these Formula 3 cars are a world away from the Formula 3 machines of today. But they provide better racing, quite frankly, than the high downforce, slick-shod single-seaters that take centre stage these days. Certainly we've been treated to 2 good races this afternoon. And this one still has a few laps to go. We're just inside the final 5 minutes of the race. Peter Delaroche, 1 second on the road.
I just saw that 38 Hamish Cameron Everly across the line had both hands off the wheel, gesticulating in front of his hand like that. It may be an issue or something for him. He's continue on at good pace, but clearly frustrated with something. I don't know what that was, though. But yeah, not a very happy camper at the wheel of that number 38 machine. But either way, cracking on, continuing on, seems to be driving absolutely fine out there. So I don't know what that was all about.
Yeah, pace was okay. I mean, he's 4 seconds a lap slower than the leader, but has been since the start. He's 2 seconds quicker than Wilson behind, so he's not under any threat there. I'm not entirely sure what his problem was. Maybe he is sensing something in the car that isn't necessarily losing him a huge chunk of time, but is maybe just providing a bit of a distraction, if nothing else. Here comes this ongoing battle for a position inside the top 5. Andy Rayner watching his mirrors, and they're particularly sizable, those mirrors. Sometimes drivers have chosen to simply look over their shoulder to see what's going on behind them. He missed his apex there, though, I can tell you that, and Stuart Wright certainly had a good view of that. He knows this might present a chance to overtake, but despite taking a much better line through Rocket, he's not able to get the overlap into Peel. So Rayner stays ahead for the time being. 3 Cooper hanging on then for now. There is the leader, Peter Delaroche, in his Cooper Mark 9. And that car just looks, you can tell just from the body language of the car, it's got a bit more grip, he's got a bit more confidence in it. That car's working well so far. The rain doesn't seem to be affecting him too badly. And he just continues to extend the margin.
No, I think that rain has just about managed to hold off here in North Wales, which is never a sentence I thought I'd ever be saying. But continuing on then, and like you say, looking like he's got ample grip out there as the 38 carries on by again. I think you just saw what I saw in the last lap.
He banged his steering wheel with both hands. He's absolutely furious with the fact he's 2 seconds a lap faster than 3rd place. I don't really understand what is going on with Hamish Cameron Everly. There's obviously something not right with the car, but it isn't slowing you down, Hamish, at least not enough that it's going to cost you 2nd place. Let's be honest, I don't think Peter Delaroche was going to be caught anyway, so I would just nurse that home if I were you. I guess that's maybe his concern, is that it might not last till the flag, and maybe he'll end up with a non-finish and a repair bill at the end of the race. He heads up the back straight looking absolutely fine. See whether he's got another message to pass on to the team at the end of this lap.
Indeed, I wonder what hand gestures we're going to see this time. We'll wait and see him through then. Just over 2 minutes left to go in this race. But yeah, the lack of George Shackleton has indeed stolen a battle for the lead away from us, sadly in this race number 2. But it's been fantastic to see the cars heading on around the circuit here at Anglesey. And again, we saw it on screen that time. We saw it on screen that time, this time at the top of the circuit, banging both hands on the wheel. Clearly frustrated with something, and there you can see.
Now he is off the pace, though, isn't he? Now he's off the pace. He's screaming at the car, I think. I mean, I can't hear him, but it looks like he is. I'd love to know what he's saying, but then turns through the left-hander at the course grid. I wonder if it's a gear issue of some sort, because it seems very intermittent, and it's fairly consistent.
Oh,
no, he's off. He's pulling off this time. He's pulling off completely, so never mind. So there is a problem. He could see it coming, obviously, and if he was angry before, John, he's going to be even more angry now.
He's definitely going to be rather frustrated. Maybe we should take the camera shot away from him for a few moments at least, give him some time to calm down. But yeah, clearly an issue that had been going on for 3-4 laps or so then, that one, because I spotted him a good couple of laps ago getting frustrated at something. It seemed, yeah, maybe a gear issue, maybe something you can see on his dash that you know, oh, this is going to cause a problem pretty soon. And getting frustrated with that and just coaxing the car on, being like, why wouldn't you just work? And sadly there you can see him there up and out of the car over the barriers to safety, but sadly out of this race with less than a minute to go.
Yes, he is. Peter Delaroche, though, is continuing on. He's looking pretty happy at the head of the field, turns his way up into the Rocket Complex for what may be the final time. We've got 40 seconds to go. Yes, I think it will be the final time. This won't it? I don't think he's got time to get back around to the line before the time ticks to 0. So Peter Delaroche then on his final tour of the Anglesey International Circuit, and he has had a, well, not perfect day. He was on pole position for race 1, lost out to George Shackleton in that race, but now finds himself completely unchallenged in race number 2, and come through towards the completion of this final lap in blissful isolation. Maybe he would have preferred George Shackleton to be out there, though. He would have liked to race, I'm sure, with the man who won race 1. But he'll be pretty pleased with his afternoon's work. A bit of understeer picked up through the hairpin. They head towards the final corner, after which the checkered flag awaits for our final race of the weekend. Fantastic 2 days of racing we've had, and well, if the heavens open now, then that's absolutely fine with me, because we've at least managed to have a set of completely dry races, and the last one is won by Peter Delaroche. Peter Delaroche takes the checkered flag in the 500 Owners Club 500cc Formula 3 Championship race, and Peter Delaroche then with a absolutely inch-perfect drive in that one. We're still waiting for James Wilson to come home. I think he's only just heading out onto the international loop now. So far back was the number 98 car. And the last of the battles that really needs to be sorted out is the Andy Rayner and Stuart Wright battle for 4th place. Those two were only 0.6 of a second apart going on to that final lap. So we'll see who makes it around with that 4th position by the checkered flag. Here comes the 2nd place man at last, Jamie Wilson, and he will cross the line in the end 45.5 seconds back. He really dropped off the pace in the closing stages, because he was 3rd for much of that one and ended up inheriting 2nd with the late demise of the Cooper Mark 8 of Hamish Cameron Everly. There went Andy Rayner, by the way, so he did manage to get the better of Stuart Wright. 1.6 seconds in the end was the margin, so a full second quicker on the final lap was the 4th place man to establish himself in that 4th place. And we just wait for the last couple of stragglers to come home. We're waiting for Jonathan Morris, amongst others, Ewan Cameron as well. And then we will be done, and one last set of podium interviews to be conducted by John Ratcliffe, and then we'll all head home to, well, reconvene again. I think only in a few weeks' time, I said, didn't I, that next Brscc live event, 12th, 13th of July, actually, so the best part of a month before we next bring you some live-streamed Brscc action from the Croft Circuit, the next Fun Cup Endurance Championship rounds, another double header, that time a 1 and a 3 hour race. A whole host of support action from the Brscc Championships as well. Peter Delaroche then wins our final race of the day, and James Wilson comes home in 2nd ahead of Finley McIntosh. Andy Rayner and Stuart Wright complete the top 5, all of them running in Class CP3. Ewan Cameron, an invitational car, was 6th ahead of Jonathan Morris, who gets the win in CP2. Chris Wilson is the winner in CP1 ahead of Oliver Clothier, Mike Dudeman, Hamish Cameron, Everly, of course, a non-finisher, as were, unfortunately, Douglas McClay, Oliver Dent, and Jack Bond, and Wilson and Bond in particular should really have been a part of that lead battle, but we weren't able to see that because their cars, unfortunately, didn't make the flag. So, as we saw in race 1, it takes a little while for the drivers to make their way around. Gives me a chance just before we sign off to say a big thank you to all of the Brscc team for the brilliant event that they've put on. A lot of hard work from largely a volunteer crew who have put together this event. All of the marshals trackside as well. We massively appreciate your input and enthusiasm. They're definitely here on a volunteer basis to enjoy weekend racing. They've had, as I said, largely dry conditions, but it's not been a glorious summer's day. So yeah, they still very much deserve our thanks, as to the medical crews, the scrutineers, the timekeepers. A lot of people go in to putting these race weekends together. If you're interested, by the way, in getting involved with running race events, then the Brscc are always on the lookout for new talent, whether you want to spend some time in race control, scrutineering, or get involved in the media side, then get in contact with the Brscc on their website, and they will happily point you in the right direction. Right, for the final time, then we're going to head down to Parc Fermé, so that's goodbye from me, Andy McEwen, in the commentary box. And for one last time, we will hear from John Ratcliffe down in Parc Fermé.
You join me down here in the Parc Fermé area for the final time this weekend. I'm very sad to see it over. What a way to finish, though, the historic Formula 3s. Let's go and have a chat with our top three then in historic F3. Sorry to jump in, guys. Have a quick little chat. Peter, I mean, that race seemed a little bit more simple than race number 1, but I think that's because we were missing a certain someone.
We definitely were missing someone. We changed the gearing, and I think we went 1.2 seconds quicker than we did in the first race. So we would have been, you know, first again, hopefully. But yeah, no, it was good. A bit lonely.
It did seem a little bit lonely. You were out there all lapping by yourself, absolutely flying. I want to say you were a good couple of seconds a lap quicker. And I think at the end you were 30, 35 seconds ahead of the next person. I mean, domination is probably the word I'd use.
That's a nice word for it, yeah.
Perfect, mate. When are you guys next out then, racing some of these? These are so beautiful. I've got to come and watch them.
Silverstone Classic we're out,
awesome.
I believe. Dad, when are we out next? These. Not the Silverstone, though.
Well done, Jay.
Oh, this Silverstone Classic then, yeah.
Right,
yeah, it should be. I think we've got 64 of them. So, and it's the big circuit, so that'll be very interesting.
Well, it's been interesting today to watch you guys out on circuit. But yeah, 64 at Silverstone, that'll be quite something. Best of luck for that, and well done on your win. Cheers, thank you very much. We've got the 98 just next to him, James Wilson. James, an interesting race. Talk us through from your perspective that one. It seemed like a lot of drivers were dropping like flies out there.
Yeah. There's a few people dropping out, unfortunately. Last race there was a lot of people. We were dicing quite a few times with other racers, and then today I started 9th. I tried to sort of get through to the front, and I think Jack broke down on the second lap, and my brother Alex broke down on the third lap. So a bit of a shame, unfortunately, but yeah, sometimes that happens with these cars.
Exactly. I think you sort of come to expect it when you're dealing with a bit older machinery. But talk us through driving one of these as well. I've seen a lot of the drivers leaning out of the cockpit as well to get the weight over the front. What is it like driving one of these? Because I can't imagine many people at home will have any experience driving something like this.
Yeah. I mean, the guys who lean out of the cockpit don't wear seatbelts. That's one of the things. You don't have to wear seatbelts in these cars. I wear a seatbelt, so I'm a bit more strapped in, and I sort of cling on. But the guys, sometimes they hug the chassis if they don't wear the seatbelts. My car, I don't really fit in it, so we've just got a metal seat rather than like a leather seat, so my back is killing me at the moment, but they're great fun, and it's tough after 2 or 3 laps. It starts to tire your arms out. You can brake really late, carry really good corner speed, so some people are surprised by the lap times you do here, but yeah, they're good fun. They're little go-karts.
They look so much fun, but yeah, a metal seat, my goodness. You're going to need a good masseuse when you get home, I think.
One in the area, let me know.
Yeah, get on the blower to a masseuse. Well, well done, mate. 2nd place overall. Cheers, well done. Right then, let's see if we can find 3rd on the podium. Number 76. I don't know if he's cleared off. Finley McIntosh, whereabouts is he? Finley! 3rd place in that one. Well done to you. Do you want to just talk us through that race from your perspective?
Well, it was a bit of a surprise to me, to be honest, to be finishing 3rd. I really enjoyed it again. It's a fantastic circuit here. Yeah. I love it, yeah.
Had you been here before?
Never before, no. And it's the weather, I could see a few pings of rain and I was thinking, oh, heck, but it stayed off, thankfully. I know. Yeah.
It's just starting to pitter-patter now, isn't it, now into Parc Fermé? Yeah. We were saying that up in the box. We were thinking, you guys don't have grip at the best of times. This could get a bit interesting.
No, it does get very interesting when it rains, yeah.
Amazing. Well, just amazing talking to you guys. I've been saying a couple of times, you guys have got to be madmen to race these things around, but you're out there giving it hell. It looks like a lot of fun.
That's brilliant fun, yeah, even to an old man of my age.
You're not so old, mate. 3rd place on the podium. Well done.
That is a big surprise, and I'm delighted, absolutely delighted.
You deserve a beer, I think.
Yeah, probably. I've got to drive down to South Wales tonight, so
okay.
Despite my accent.
You're live on TV.
Oh, sorry.
No beer for him.
No beer. No.
All right, mate. Well done. 3rd place. Congratulations. Fantastic. Well done. Right then, that was your top 3 then in the historic Formula 3 Championship. We're going to make our way over to the podium, but it's a bit of a long walk, so we'll just trek over here and say, sadly, a goodbye to you at home, wherever you're watching from on the live stream. Thank you so much for joining us here for the Brscc Summer Festival at Anglesey. I promise it is the Summer Festival. The rain is starting to fall here at Anglesey, so I better get back in the nice, warm and cushy commentary box. A big thank you to Brscc for having me here on commentary and interviewing, and a massive shout out to Alpha Live for always bringing you brilliant coverage of Brscc events. A big shout out to all the camera crew, all the medical staff, and everyone out there who made this event possible. It was absolutely fantastic. Thank you for joining us wherever you joined us from, and we'll see you very, very soon.